called Vishwanath Summit, and its motto is Property of Global Wellness. Last year, we had organized the conference on water management, which was first ever virtual conference in India. Then the lockdown was just announced. In this year, we have organized a national conference on environmental pollution, causes, effects, status, and remedies. Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Devi College has organized a semi-virtual national conference in collaboration with Domboli Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, KV Pendarkar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Domboli, and Sindhu Swadhyay Sanstha, University of Mumbai. We are glad to inform you that the conference is mentored by Saint Xavier College, Autonomous, Mumbai, supported by Unifest Family under the aegis of RUSA, Government of Maharashtra. Once again, I extend warm welcome to all of you. Now I request Ms. Sakshi Surve, Sarpanch Talere, to light the lamp and formally inaugurate the function by wishing us good luck. Ma'am. नहीं निकलने का बैठ हाँ थैंक यू मैम। हमें बहुत खुशी होती है कि आज के समारोह का वेलकम स्पीच देने के लिए हम सब में उपस्थित है फादर डॉक्टर केत डिसोजा, सेंट जेवियर कॉलेज के रेक्टर और चेयरपर्सन। हमारे लिए ये सौभाग्य की बात है कि फादर केत डिसोजा सर का आशीर्वाद हमें मिल रहा है। मैं फादर केत डिसोजा सर आपको इस समारोह के वेलकम स्पीच में इस कॉन्फ्रेंस और हमारे दळवी महाविद्यालय के लिए प्रार्थना करें, हमें आशीर्वाद दे, ऐसा अनुरोध करता हूँ। फादर।
I thought I would say for all of us the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. He was a 13th century environment-friendly saint. So this is the prayer to our Lord, whom we call by different names. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Amen.
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद फादर सर। आप सबने आपने हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए हमें आशीर्वाद दिया। हमें ये हम हमारे लिए ये सौभाग्य का क्षण है। अ, आज के इस दिन हम सब में मौजूद है कैप्टन डॉक्टर अकबर दलवी सर, सिंधु स्वाध्याय संस्था यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मुंबई मुंबई के कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं। मैं सर से आज के इस कार्यक्रम का प्रेजेंटेटरी स्पीच देने का अनुरोध करता हूँ सर।
Yes, thank you, everybody. Good morning, Assalamu alaikum, Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal. I will start my today's expression with the one part of Quran ayat, that is what Surah Rahman. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ar-Rahman Allama al-Quran. خلق الإنسان علمه البيان والشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنعام فيها فاكهة ونخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. This is what the part of Surah Rahman. Now I will convey the meaning of this. शुरू अल्लाह के नाम से लेकर जो बड़ा मेहरबान निहायत रहम वाला है, वो जो निहायत मेहरबान है। इसने कुरान की तालीम फरमाई, इसने इंसान को पैदा किया, इसने इसको बोलना सिखाया। सूरज और चांद एक हिसाब से मुकर्रर से चल रहे हैं और बोटियां और दरख्त सुजदा कर रहे हैं। और उसने आसमान को बुलंद किया और मीज़ान अदल कायम कर दी कि उस मीज़ान में हद से तजाविज न करो और इंसाफ के साथ ठीक तोलो और तोल कम मत करो। और इसने खलकत के लिए ज़मीन बिछाई, उसमें मेवे और खजूर के दरख्त हैं जिनके खोशों पर गिलाफ होते हैं और अनाज जिसके साथ भूस होता है और खुशबूदार फूल। तो ऐ गुरोए जिन और इंस, तुम अपने परवरदिगार की कौन कौन सी नियामत को झुटलाओगे। This is what the prayer which mentioned in the Holy Quran regarding the world in which all the living beings, and we should not, उसके साथ छेड़छाड़ मत करो, हद से ज़्यादा मत करो, और अगर उसके साथ खिलवाड़ करेंगे तो what we have to pay and what we have to see today what is happening around the world. This is what mentioned in this what I recited from the Holy Book. And for your kind information, this is what the prayer nowadays in the COVID situation, most of the individuals belongs to any caste, creed, religion, they recite it and wholeheartedly. So ultimately, the superpower is there, and for that, we have to take into consideration. Without that, otherwise we have to suffer. Now, I will come to the agenda. Good morning, as I mentioned, respected dignitaries. I have to express in brief why we have assembled virtually for today's conference. A world that we collectively felt has been breaking records in the recent years, but for all the negative impacts, hottest year, rise in sea levels due to melting glaciers, the air pollution index, and the list goes on in recorded history. Our production needed to move to the southern tip of this planet just to be able to find snow. Climate change is real. It is happening right now. It is the most urgent threat facing our entire species. And we need to work collectively together and stop procrastinating. We need to support leaders around the world who do not speak for the big polluters, but who speak for all of humanity, for the indigenous people of the world, for the billions and billions of underprivileged people out there who would be most affected by this, for our children, and for those people out there whose voices have been drowned out by the politics of greed. Let us not take this planet for granted. I do not take today's conference for granted. Shri Vinayak Dalvi, mentor of Srimati Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College and Sindhu Swadhyay Sanstha, I mean Triple S, Integrated School of Aquatic Education, who also took initiative and very much instrumental for signing the 2 MOUs with Naval War College, Goa, and the other with Chief Minister of Western Australia. He accepts the challenges and presently addresses the various issues such as water conservation, biodiversity, fisheries, pollution, along with taking up agriculture, which is the backbone of our nation in the near future. In this conference, the biological sciences research are aimed at highlighting the causes and effects of pollution, and at the same time, research based on physics, chemistry, and other domains are aimed at suggesting remedial measures, hoping that this conference can make a real-time impact in our lives to drive change towards environmental sustainability for a better tomorrow. Looking forward to garner some valuable insights from all the participants. All great innovations may be the brainchild of an individual, but it is the effect of a team and effort of a team and the due diligence undertaken by them that result in realizing the innovation into reality. Friends, throughout the day, we'll enjoy today's academic treat. I'm very sure about it. Wishing everyone the best. आखिर में मैं एक शेर पेश करूंगा। सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, चलना भी जरूरी है मंजिल को पाने के लिए. So, thank you very much for giving me opportunity to express my brief feelings about this today's conference. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र. Thank you.
चलना भी जरूरी है मंजिल पाने के लिए, हमें शुरुआत करनी जरूरी है. ऐसा हमें कैप्टन डॉक्टर अकबर दर्वी सर ने कहा. सर ने पहले ही कुरान की पंक्तियों से इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की. ये बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है कि आज के इस दिन हम सभी धर्म के हमें आशीर्वाद मिल रहे हैं. इस कार्यक्रम को शुरू करने का हमारे आदरणीय मानद मार्गनिर्देशक विनायक दर्वी सर का ये उद्देश्य था कि मानवता से संबंधित जो वैश्विक मुद्दे हैं उन पर चर्चा हो और उन पर हम कैसी चर्चा करनी चाहिए. हम दुनिया में अकेले नहीं है, ये दुनिया सबकी है. सब पशु है, वन है, प्राणी है, सबकी ये दुनिया है और हम सबको मिलकर रहना चाहिए. ऐसा संदेश हमें कैप्टन डॉक्टर अकबर दर्वी सर ने दिया. धन्यवाद सर, हम आपके बहुत ऋणी हैं. आज के इस कार्यक्रम में रुसा महाराष्ट्र के सीनियर कंसल्टेंट डॉक्टर प्रमोद पाबरेकर सर उपस्थित है. मैं सर को ये अनुरोध करना चाहूंगा कि सर आज के कार्यक्रम के रिमार्क्स से. सर.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. On the occasion of the inaugural function of this virtual national conference known as Vishwanath Summit 2021, Honorable President of the function, Shri Prabhakar Desai ji, the Chairman of Dombili Shri Pasarak Mandal, and we have our own Chief Guest, Dr. Samson David ji, the former Joint Secretary of AIU and the patron of Unifest family. We have with us the mentor of the Vinayak Dalvi College, Professor Vinayak Dalvi ji, Professor Akbar Dalvi ji, Professor Dr. Vijay Doshi, Dr. Prashant Rao, and all the participants who are going to present the papers for the day in this entire one-day Vishwanath Summit. My role is only to talk about the RUSA, because I am very much thankful to Professor Vinayak Dalvi that he has taken it so seriously that the concept of RUSA is to to bring these all model degree colleges together and to do something better for the development of these model degree colleges. You are all aware that as on today there are 7 model degree colleges. Out of that 7 model degree colleges in the state of Maharashtra, of course, in the national level, there are hundreds of model degree colleges which are identified and being started in the aspirational districts all over India. And out of that hundreds, there are 7 right now which are functioning in the state of Maharashtra. 2 of them are conducted by the University of Mumbai. One is at Ratnagiri, one is at Sindhudurga Talere, that is the same VV College, and the third one is as SNDT conducted college at Raigad. Then followed by at Nanded, there is at Hingoli, Nanded University, there is at Hingoli, one of the modern degree college. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University at Jalna. The another one, the Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University at Buldana. There is one more modern degree college. And recently, there was one modern degree college which was supposed to start way back in 2011, which could not start because of the issue between the two universities, between Nagpur and Gondwana. Now it has been given up to Gondwana University, and all these 7 model degree colleges, out of the 7, 6 are running in from 2011 onwards, and there are 2 more model degree colleges which are already in process. One is at Washim, another is at Nandurbar, and all these model degree colleges are taken care by RUSA. Even though it was started way back in 2011, the grants required for the development and establishment of this MDCs was given by University Grant Commission, also by the state government. But then to look out the activities of the model degree colleges, it was given to RUSA, and the new grants for the new model degree colleges will be coming from RUSA from MHRD. My dear friends, for the information of you all, our honorable project director, Sri Pankaj Kumarji, has also identified some of the autonomous colleges from Mumbai, who are also RUSA beneficiaries, who are getting grant from RUSA, who are good because they are autonomous and they are A-graded colleges. So we have clubbed some of these model degree colleges with the autonomous college from Mumbai. For example, Mitibai College has been given responsibility of the Ratnagiri model degree college. The Sindhudurga College has been given responsibility to St. Xavier's College. Sophia College is taking care of the Raigad SNDT model degree college. SIES at Hingoli, then Birla at Jalna, Ruya at Buldhana, and Jahin at Nandurbar, and so on. Now, the idea is that, University Grant Commission has its own special scheme called as Paramarsha scheme, where in the state of Maharashtra, there are about 35 Paramarsha colleges as in mentor colleges who are supposed to look after the nearby 5 to 6 colleges who will be taken care as in mentee colleges, and these mentor colleges will be guiding all these mentee colleges in regard to overall their academic and the assessment development on so on. So the same manner, these autonomous colleges which are identified by RUSA will be taking care of all these model degree colleges. Even though these model degree colleges are conducted colleges, it's a joint venture. Now I could see that the efforts taken by Professor Vinayak Dalvi, bringing all these samsthas together, especially University of Mumbai, Sindhu Swadhyay Samstha, the RUSA, and the Unifest family, and everybody together. The idea is that bringing everybody together and guiding and bringing up these model degree colleges as a typical model college for that given particular district, so that they will be able to function effectively and will be able to produce good number of students, and the benefits will go to the next generation. My appeal to you all, that even though there are a number of good papers are going to be presented today through all the 4 different tracks, and there are the experts being identified, they will be analyzing the papers, and there are the issues on the environment, pollution, causes, effects, and status, and remedies will be taken care. Of course, the entire summit will definitely come out with a good kind of thing. But then my request and appeal to you all, especially to Mr. Vinayak Dalvi, that after this program is over, can we identify a program in a way that we can bring all these modern degree colleges, coordinators and the principals and the university official to be together on one platform to have an open discussion and forum, so that what best we can do for the benefit of the functioning of these modern degree colleges. Because even though there is an committee appointed by the state government, we need to support that, because the academician likes us, when we come together, we can really bring a lot of changes as far as the requirement of the development of MDs are concerned. Thank you very much for providing me an opportunity, and my best wishes to you all, and my wishes being given from our state project director to all the participants who are going to be presenting the papers today. Thank you very much and all the best.
थैंक यू सर। सर आपने हमें रूसा और मॉडर्न डिग्री कॉलेज का जो फंक्शनिंग होता है उसके बारे में मार्गदर्शन किया। सर आपने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस अच्छी कैसी हो इसलिए बहुत अच्छे सुझाव रखे। वो उन सुझाव पे हम जरूर कार्य करेंगे सर। सर बहुत बहुत आपका थैंक्स। हमें अब मैं आगे बढ़ते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है। आज इस कार्यक्रम में हमें जो मुख्य अतिथि मिले हैं वो है डॉक्टर सैमसन डेविड, फॉर्मर जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटी एंड यूनिफेस्ट फैमिली के पेट्रॉन। सर मैं आपको ये विनती करता हूँ कि आपके कार्यक्रम का मुख्य अतिथि का एड्रेस आप हमें दें सर।
हेलो।
Yes.
हेलो।
यस सर बोलिए।
अच्छा मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
आपकी आवाज पहुंच रही है, हर जगह पहुंच रही है।
Okay, thank you very much.
We are listening, sir.
Very nice. So first of all, my adab, namaskar, sasikal to everybody, those who have joined this semi-virtual national conference on environmental pollution, causes, effects, status, and remedies. And this is being organized under Vishwanath Summit 2021, organized by Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College and Rusa, Maharashtra. I express my gratitude to all of you, and particularly to my very close friend, Dr. Dalvi, who has asked me to be here this morning to share my brief views on this subject of environmental pollution and to be associated with this important semi-virtual national conference. I'm also very much thankful to my Unifest family group as being one of the organizers in the form of supporter. My grateful thanks to Professor Irshad Ahmed Khan from Punjab, Malerkotla. Another Dr. Professor Ranjita Chatterjee from Pune, who has been coordinating many activities for this conference for the past several days. And I heard that yesterday also they had a Zoom meeting to organize, facilitate various arrangements. My also grateful thanks to Dr. Venkat Ramlan, who is the director of SCS and VVNV deemed university, Tamil Nadu, for chairing one of the sessions. All the chairmen of various sessions and the panelists and all my dear participants. In fact, there are many names that I have in my mind, but due to paucity of time, I would like just to be on the topic and to address some of the points. My friend Pabrekar ji is there, who I love so much because we have been there for more than 30 years, like Dalvi Saab, who is very, very close to me. अकबर भाई का मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया करता हूँ, फादर की डिसूजा और प्रभाकर देसाई साहब. Many thanks. In fact, this is such an alarming subject or the topic that we have been given to be associated with this national semi-virtual conference. The environment, the word itself, I think this is from the etymological or from the root environia. I think this is the word in French from where this has been derived, and which means anything that is surrounding us. Meaning, in Urdu we say mahal ya paryavaran. This means that whatever is living, this means biotic or non-living, abiotic, all those things, they are associated with this environment. This also includes physical, chemical, and other natural forces. Living things, as we all know, they live in their environment and they constantly interact with each other and adapt themselves to condition in their environment. Like Akbar Bhai just mentioned from Quran, that पूरी मखलूक़ात को खुदा ने बनाया या ईश्वर ने बनाया, और इवन क्रिश्चियनिटी के या दूसरे ग्रंथों में भी लिखा होगा, लेकिन क्रिश्चियनिटी की जो बाइबल है, बाइबल मीन्स ए बुक ऑफ मेनी बुक्स फ्रॉम द ग्रीक वर्ड बिब्लॉस, यानी कि 66 बुक्स आर देयर इन ओल्ड टेस्टामेंट एंड न्यू टेस्टामेंट. एंड द फर्स्ट वर्स, पहली आयत जो शुरू होती है, तो उसमें यही लिखा है कि इब्तिदा में खुदा ने आसमान ज़मीन को बनाया, और फिर उसके बाद इलाबोरेट करते हुए बाइबल के अंदर भी ये लिखा है कि उसने तमाम ये जो चीज़ें हैं, मखलूक़ात या सृष्टि या क्रिएशन जो भी बनाई है, खुदा ने इस तरीके से साफ सुथरी तरीके से चांद, सितारे, नदी, नाले, पानी, पेड़, परिंदे, आदमी, और आदमियों को, इंसान को सबसे ऊपर, he was the preeminent, he is the biggest, so उनको बनाया. So this is the environment, and there are different interactions between animals, plants, soil, water, and there can be other living and non-living things, as I said, biotic and abiotic. So like अब तो हम environment को बड़ा एक general sense में भी बोलते हैं. It is not in a very particular way. कई बारी हम यूज करते हैं कि भाई जैसे इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक एनवायरनमेंट, जिसका मतलब है द रेडियो वेव्स या इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक रेडिएशन, उसी तरीके से हम यूज करते हैं हमारी साइकोलॉजी में. कभी भी डॉक्टर के पास जाएंगे, या चाहे आयुर्वेदिक हो, चाहे एलोपैथी हो, चाहे होम्योपैथी हो, या सोल हीलर हो, कोई भी, whenever we are going, so भाई इनकी साइकोलॉजी एंड मेडिसिन, उसको भी कहीं दिमागी क्लाइमेट, दिमागी एनवायरनमेंट, ये भी एक ताजुब की बात है, इसको लीजिएगा पर्टिकुलर उसमें लेके, तो इनका दिमागी माहौल जो है, एनवायरनमेंट, दैट इज अफेक्टिंग दैट पर्सन, और उनका बिहेवियर, बॉडी, माइंड एंड हॉल, द ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर affecting. So the subjects that we are going to have discussion throughout, that we are going to have environmental pollution, causes, effects, status, and remedies. We know very well this is crisis has been going on for a very long time. And while the crisis has been many factors, in fact, they are playing a role in the exacerbation of or increasing this. There are some that are very important, like I would like to say, the poor governance, food wastage, biodiversity loss, plastic pollution, deforestation, air pollution, agriculture, etc. So this means that the environment and ecology, this is the term of environment. As I said, this has been derived from environia, which has been surrounding. और surrounding जब हम कहते हैं, कोई भी physical, non-physical या non-living, living कोई भी चीजें हैं, वो हम उनको, मैंने आपको बताया कि सारी हमारी environment का ही एक part है. लेकिन अगर हम और जिस तरीके से मैंने जो प्रॉब्लम्स आपको बताई हैं, एक तो माइक्रो लेवल पे, एक मैक्रो लेवल पे. माइक्रो पे तो जो इमीडिएट हमारे साथ है, हमारा फैमिली है, हमारा घर है, हमारा समाज है, दे आर सराउंडिंग एंड कॉजिंग इफेक्ट. जो भी ऑर्गेनिज्म जो कि हमारा एक्सटर्नली है या फिजिकल उस पे है, मैक्रो लेवल पे देख लीजिए कि एनवायरनमेंट मींस ऑल द फिजिकल एंड बायोटिक कंडीशंस दैट सराउंड द ऑर्गेनिज्म एंड एक्सटर्नली। ये सारी चीजें जो मैं आपसे शेयर कर रहा हूं, ये हमारी तमाम एनवायरनमेंट को, जो आज की टॉपिक को हम देख रहे हैं, उसको दिखा रहा है। इस पे कई चीजें, जैसे मैंने गवर्नेंस का बताया, पूरे वर्ल्ड के अंदर यूनाइटेड नेशंस से मान लीजिए या बड़े कंट्रीज हैं, यूरोपियन यूनियन खासकर है जिस पे है, हम देखते हैं कि बड़े लेवल पे देखें तो अमेरिका है, चाइना है, इंडिया भी अब उसका पार्ट बन गया है, कि इस तरीके से हमारे जो कि डिसिप्लिन होना है एयर पोल्यूशन को रोकने के लिए या दूसरे किस्म के पोल्यूशन या एनवायरनमेंट की सेफ्टी के लिए जो कदम उठाने चाहिए वो अभी नहीं हो रहे हैं। इस पे एग्रीकल्चर का भी पार्ट आ जाता है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का आ जाता है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग फ्रॉम फॉसिल फ्यूल्स, दोज आर विद अ साइंस बैकग्राउंड, दे नो इट प्रीटी वेल। हम जानते हैं कि जिस तरीके से ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस आर बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड by the temperatures which is being caused in the recent past, this is so catastrophic. हम जानते हैं कि अभी recently last 10 दिन पहले ही there was a huge bushfire in Australia. Likewise, earlier also 2 years back, this bushfire, the whole of Australia, this is burned and destroyed all the animals and the agriculture and trees and whatever. In the same way, I think, in a recent past and earlier also, like in California, like in many other places, this is all the things that are being destroyed while we are not keeping ourselves with the preservation. So poor governance, this is one of the reasons. And then in poor governance, ये जो emission का part है, emission of the carbon dioxide, carbon etc., इसके ऊपर कई देशों ने तो टैक्सेस लगाए हैं. They have implemented in 25 countries at least I have studied, like European Union मैंने बताया, Canada है, Singapore, Japan, Ukraine, Argentina है. They have levied these current taxes to check this emission और जिससे कार्बन वगैरह और या ग्रीन हाउसेस आ जाती है. देन फूड वेस्टेज का मैंने इस तरीके से बताया कि किस तरीके से एक स्टडी कहती है कि फूड वेस्ट एंड लॉस अकर्स एट डिफरेंट स्टेजेस इन डेवलपिंग एंड डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज. इट इज अमाउंटिंग टू अबाउट 40% ऑफ फूड वेस्टेज अकर्स, जो कि एट द पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट एंड processing levels, while in different countries 40% of food wastage occurs at the retail and consumers levels. This is a matter of great concern. Meticulously these are checked, then this will be a great I think sign that we can preserve our environment. Biodiversity loss इस पे बहुत आ जाता है. हमारा बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस का तो हम जानते हैं इंडिया के अंदर कितनी ज्यादा, बल्कि तो मैं अभी देख रहा था कि हमारे गिर फॉरेस्ट हैं या दूसरे हैं. इंडिया का ये पूरी दुनिया में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट कंट्री है, या पूरी दुनिया को ले लीजिए कि यहाँ पर जो है वाइल्ड लाइफ का जो है इस पे जो है इसका एक्सटिंक्शन जो है बड़ा तेजी से हो रहा है. In the recent past, I have studied about 500 species of the land animals. They are on the brink of the extinction. This is a very sorrow state of the state. Plastic pollution के बारे में हम जानते हैं. This is a very, very important thing because shockingly, and recently we have found in the science studies or the research, there is about 91% of all plastic that has been made is not recycled. It is going in the seas and the oceans and the different places. So this, considering the plastic takes away 400 years to decompose, you can realize. So biodegradable, non-biodegradable, the things are there. Deforestation का हम जानते हैं, इतनी तेजी से के deforestation हो रहा है, जिसका one of the main reasons is also agriculture. और agriculture भी चाहिए, तो it is very ironic. आखिरी में there are many things, in fact I can quote, which are causing and effect and putting a lot of alarming pollution in the environment is air pollution. एयर पॉल्यूशन को हम जानते हैं, बल्कि मैं आपके सामने एक छोटा सा, आप देख रहे हैं कि 2020 और 21 का यह करीबन सवा साल होने वाला है कि किस तरीके से जो हमारा चाइना से स्टार्ट हुआ और किस तरीके से कोविड-19 या कोरोना इस तरीके से फैला है कि लॉकडाउन हो गया। लॉकडाउन होने में सब बंद हो गए। ये ऐसी अजीब और गरीब स्थिति पैदा हो गई जिसपे कि हम तमाम लोग जो है, हमें चकमा आ गया है। चकमा मतलब सरप्राइजिंगली वी आर शॉकिंगली वी हैव टेकन अ बैक। मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, घर में बैठ के मैं तसव्वुर कर रहा था, आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग, और मुझे एक शायर ने बड़ी खूबसूरत नज्म लिखी है। उसने कहा, जब इतना भारी एटमॉस्फेयर हो गया कि सांस नहीं ली जा रही, ब्रीदिंग प्रॉब्लम इज देयर, आई कैनॉट मीट अदर्स, आई कैनॉट सी अदर्स, आई कैनॉट टच अदर्स। अरे सोशल डिस्टेंसेस तो हो ही नहीं सकता। आप फिजिकल डिस्टेंस जरूर रख सकते हैं, ये बड़ी गंदी टर्म है। सोशल डिस्टेंस तो बहुत खराब है, शारीरिक रख लीजिए आप, फिजिकल है। और 2 गज की दूरी बोल दी। चलिए, सांस लेना भी सजा लगता है। सुनिए कितनी खूबसूरत चीज है इस एनवायरनमेंट में, कि सांस लेना भी सजा लगता है, अब तो मरना ही रवां लगता है। और देखिए, सरे बाजार में यारों की तलाश, जो गुजरता है खफा लगता है।
बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब।
देखिए, सांस लेना भी सजा लगता है और अब तो मरना भी रवा लगता है। और सरे बाजार में यारों की तलाश, जो गुजरता है खफा लगता है। इतने बंद गए हैं।
सही
बल्कि एक और सुनिए आप।
जी जी, फरमाइए सर, अर्ज करिए सर।
फासले डिस्टेंसेस, फासले ऐसे भी होंगे, फासले ऐसे भी होंगे ये कभी सोचा ना था।
वाह वाह वाह, क्या बात।
फासले ऐसे भी होंगे ये कभी सोचा ना था, और सामने बैठा था मेरे और वो मेरा ना था।
वाह वाह, क्या बात है, वाह।
और वो की खुशबू की तरह फैला था मेरे चारों तरफ। वो की खुशबू की तरह फैला था मेरे चारसू, मैं उसे महसूस कर सकता था, छू सकता ना था। और आप सुनिए, बड़ी कमाल की चीज है, आपको बड़ी रेलेवेंट नजर आएगी। अब आप मास्क लगाते हैं, मास्क एक फैशन बन गया है
जी।
इस पर सुनिए, यूं चढ़ा रखे थे तन पर अजनबियत के गिलाफ, या कफन बोल दीजिए या मास्क बोल दीजिए
जी।
यूं चढ़ा रखे थे तन पर अजनबियत के गिलाफ, वरना कब एक दूसरे को हमने पहचाना ना था।
वेरी ट्रू।
और फासले ऐसे भी होंगे ये कभी सोचा ना था, और सामने बैठा था मेरे और वो मेरा ना था। तो दोस्तों, there are many things I can speak, many things. Finally, I would just like to say this is a very important, relevant subject that विजय लक्ष्मी विश्वनाथ दलवी कॉलेज has picked up. मैं इस पे सिर्फ यही बताना चाहूंगा आखिरी में कि through education, particularly like at the university level, Pabrekar साहब has been the NSS liaison officer. NSS के थ्रू जो है नेशनल सर्विस स्कीम, एनवायरमेंटल प्रोटेक्शन, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, health, hygiene, cleanliness, relevant. We have been doing several programs, but this is to be accelerated. और ये तो स्टूडेंट के साथ के हो गया, लेकिन नॉन स्टूडेंट जो कि ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन है, तो नेहरू युवक केंद्र संगठन NYKS के थ्रू हो रहा है। लेकिन खामोशी है, मैं बताना चाहूंगा, ये प्रॉपर काम जो होना चाहिए विगरसली, वो नहीं हो रहा है। आई कैन से बोल्डली बिकॉज आई हैव बीन देयर फॉर 35 years एक्टिवली इन दिस अफेयर्स। एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज बहुत काम करा है इस पे कि भाई ऐसे कंपटीशन कराया, क्विज कॉन्टेस्ट कराई, ग्रुप सॉन्ग्स करे, थिएटर में माइम, स्किट, फाइन आर्ट्स में पोस्टर मेकिंग वगैरह, इनके थ्रू आप जनरेट कीजिए। यूनिवर्सिटीज, कॉलेजेस, स्कूल, ये तमाम एनवायरमेंटल अवेयरनेस के लिए जो तमाम काम कर रहे हैं। और जो पढ़ाई नहीं कर रहे, मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़ के रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, मेरे जितने लोग यहाँ पर जुड़े हुए हैं, कि आप आंखें खोल के रखिए और कुछ दिल से निकालिए कि आपके गली मोहल्ले में आजू बाजू कोई ना कोई ऐसा एरिया होगा जहां आप गरीब बच्चे हैं, मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं, जो अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड है, उनको अवेयर कीजिए, उनकी हेल्प कीजिए। कम से कम बोल के जो आपने सीखा है कि क्लेanलीनेस रखनी है, आग नहीं जलानी है फालतू जिससे धुआं उठे, और साफ सफाई रखनी है। These are all contributing to the wholesome and healthy environment. With all these things, there are many things I wanted to speak, लेकिन मेरा शुक्रिया और आदाब एक बारी फिर से दलवी साहब और मेरे सारे दोस्तों को, those who are associated with this semi-virtual national conference on environment pollution, that let us have a brainstorming session throughout and cull up the best of points and make a strategy. And like Pabrekar Sahib has said, that after this conference, all the university and college must get together, put their heads, and let us discuss that how we contribute better this gigantic problem of environmental pollution. Thank you very, very much.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सैमसन डेविड सर। सर, आपने आपकी चीफ गेस्ट एड्रेस में शुरुआत में पर्यावरण समस्याओं की बात की। हम सबकी एक समुचे प्रयास की आवश्यकता है जो आज नहीं दिख रहे हैं, और उसकी वजह से ये समस्या दिन ब दिन बढ़ती रही है। आपने एक सहयोगी प्रयास होने की बात रखी। सर, आपने कोरोना पे शेरो शायरी के अंदाज से एक कविता भी सुनाई और इससे एक हर्ष का माहौल बन गया। सर, आपने आखिर शिक्षा का महत्व अधोरेखित किया। सर, आपका बहुत बहुत थैंक यू। हमें बहुत खुशी होती है कि आज के दिन हम सब में इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस देने वाले हैं हमारे सिंधुदुर्ग के सिंधुपुत्र आदरणीय प्रभाकर देसाई सर। सर, आपको शिक्षा का भीष्माचार्य कहा जाता है। सर, आपने 50 साल से ज्यादा साल शिक्षा क्षेत्र में सक्रिय योगदान दिया है। सर, आप डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडल के आदरणीय चेयरमैन हैं। सर, आप सुप्रसिद्ध बिजनेसमैन है। हमारे सिंधुदुर्ग के बच्चे बिजनेस में आगे बढ़े, ऐसे आप विचार रखते हैं और आप हमेशा इसके लिए प्रयत्न करते हैं। हमारे महाविद्यालय के मानद मार्ग निर्देशक आदरणीय दलवी सर जी ने महाविद्यालय में प्लेसमेंट सेल जब खोला और इसका इनॉग्रेशन करने की रिक्वेस्ट आपको की। सर, हमारे लिए ये बहुत सौभाग्य का दिन था जब आप अपने बिजी शेड्यूल से टाइम निकाल के 18 फरवरी 2019 के दिन महाविद्यालय में आए थे। आपने हमारे बच्चों को बहुत बढ़िया मार्गदर्शन किया, बिजनेस में आगे बढ़े, इसलिए आपने मार्गदर्शन किया। हमारा एक पहाड़ी इलाकों में बसा हुआ महाविद्यालय है। आप हमेशा डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडल का केवी पेंडारकर कॉलेज से हमसे जोड़ते हैं और आप हमें प्रेरित करते हैं कि हम आगे बढ़े। सर, आप हमें आज के कार्यक्रम का प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस देने वाले हैं, इससे हमें बहुत खुशी होती है। सर, मैं आपको विनती करता हूं कि आज के कार्यक्रम का आप प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस दें। श्री प्रभाकर जी देसाई, चेयरमैन डोंबिवली शिक्षण, ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडळ। सर,
मी प्रभाकर देसाई बोलतोय। माझं वय आहे 84। मी माझ्या वयाच्या 33व्या वर्षी डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडळ म्हणून एक संस्था स्थापन केली। माझ्याबरोबर 2 डॉक्टर होते, एक डॉक्टर यू प्रभाकर राव आणि दुसरे डॉक्टर व्ही एस उपासने। मी कोकणातून आलेलो आहे। कोकणमध्ये कुडाळ असतो एक विद्यार्थी। मी 12वीच्या परीक्षेला बसलो नव्हतो, ह्याचं मला दुःख होतं आणि मी शिकलो नाही ह्याचं दुःख होतं। जेव्हा मी मुंबईला आलो त्यावेळी मी कुली वेगळ्या प्रकारे काम करून इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये गेलो। इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये जाताना काही सालामध्ये 63 सालामध्ये मी डोंबिवलीला गेलो आणि डोंबिवलीला गेल्यानंतर मी 72 सालामध्ये डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडळाची स्थापना केली, ज्या ठिकाणी आज कॉलेज आहे, प्रभाकर इंटर स्कूल आहे, सिस्टम युनिव्हर्सिटी स्कूल आहे आणि हल्ली 1 महिन्यात पूर्वी महाराष्ट्रातलं एक मोठं ग्राउंड म्हणजे ठाणे डिस्ट्रिक्टलं एक मोठं क्रिकेट ग्राउंड एमएलएसून आम्हाला मिळालेलं आहे. त्यामुळे ज्याप्रमाणे शिक्षण देतो त्याचप्रमाणे मुलांना व्यायाम कला द्यायचा माझा विचार आहे. हे मी माझी प्रस्तावना करून मी माझ्या भाषणाकडे वळतो. रिस्पेक्टेड मिस्टर डेव्हिड साहेब, डॉक्टर प्रमोद पाबरेकर, फादर डिसोजा, डॉक्टर प्रशांत राव, सेक्रेटरी ऑफ द डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडळ, प्रिन्सिपल शिंदे, and all others dignitaries. I am happy to preside over this national function conference with the Domboli Shikshak Prasarak Mandal. Always supports such a venture for the first time. Pendarkar College, Dalvi College, and St. Xavier College and Sindhu Swadhyay Sastha are working together. Of the four, one college is from the rural area and one is a semi-urban college and one as an international grade college, while the other is a research department of university. RUSA has brought these four together and we were joined by Unifest family, which has been working with every university in India. No doubt, this conference is a great success of 60 participants from all over the India. I come from the Ratnagiri, original Ratnagiri district and Sindhudurg now at the age of 33, and our two, that's I already told in Marathi, I have two friends, one Mr. U. Prabhakar Rao and another Dr. V.S. Upasni, and we are Sacred Domboli Shikshan Prasarak Mandal. Difference in the atmosphere of the village. The college is डोंबिवली स्टेशन से 4 किलोमीटर लंबा है. कॉलेज का टोटल कॉलेज का एरिया है 1 लाख स्क्वायर फीट. दूसरा एक स्कूल है, उसका एरिया है प्रभाकर इंटर स्कूल, इसका है 60,000. सिस्टर निवेदिता स्कूल, इसका एरिया है 30,000 square meter. All these square meter, and our playground area is 28,000 square meter. Now I am thinking to give some concession to all the child who will come to my college. I give the 40% concession and I teach all the games only. Mr. Dalvi College is going very well in my Sindhur district. I congratulate and bless this work and today's conference. Sorry for trouble. Thanks all.
धन्यवाद सर. आप जब हमारे दळवी महाविद्यालय की विभिन्न सारी गतिविधियों में शरीक होते हैं तब हमें बहुत खुशी होती है. सर, आप हम जैसे छात्रों के लिए एक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है. सर, आपका जीवन प्रवास आपने हमें यहाँ बताया, हम हमारे सामने रखा. सर, हम बहुत अभिप्रेरित हुए और आपके विचारों से हम सभी बहुत अभिप्रेरित हुए और हम भी जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ेंगे और आप जैसा कार्य करेंगे ऐसा विश्वास मैं यहाँ व्यक्त करता हूँ. धन्यवाद सर, आपने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल से टाइम निकाला और हम सबके सामने प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस किया. हम आपके बहुत ऋणी हैं. आज के इस समारोह का अगला पन्ना है जो दिन भर ये समारोह चलेगा. इसका इनॉग्रेशन कार्यक्रम अभी चल रहा है. उसका एक पन्ना वोट ऑफ थैंक्स. हम सब में वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने के लिए डॉक्टर प्रशांत राव, रिनोड सर्जन एंड ऑनररी सेक्रेटरी डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडल डोंबिवली मौजूद है. सर, मैं आपको आज के कार्यक्रम में सभी शरीक हुए सभी अतिथियों का थैंक्स वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने का अनुरोध करता हूँ. डॉक्टर प्रशांत राव, रिनोड सर्जन एंड ऑनररी सेक्रेटरी डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडल डोंबिवली. सर.
Good morning to all of you. They say that something well begun is almost half done, and today's inaugural function has got off on a very good note. But it's not easy to get together a consortium of colleges like this, and also to get together so many people and to gel them together. And a lot of effort has gone into this. A lot of people need to be thanked for that. And this has all been possible under the aegis of RUSA. And we have Dr. Vijay Joshi, Chief Consultant of RUSA Maharashtra, and Dr. Pramod Pabrekar, Consultant RUSA. And I thank them both for being in attendance and also the help given by RUSA to start this. This mentorship mentee thing of colleges, especially combining something like a prestigious Xavier's University and College, which is urban, along with the semi-urban and rural like KB Pandarkar and Vishwanath, Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi colleges is a very unique thing. We should thank, I thank Dr. Keith D'Souza, father, is director and chairperson of Xavier's and Autonomous College, Mumbai. And also he started us on a very nice note with a quote from St. Francis Assisi. And I think that will set the tone for the rest of the function. I must thank also Dr. Samson David, Joint Secretary, Association of Indian Universities, and patron of the Unifest families. Without this Unifest families getting together, such a thing would not have been possible to get together so many participants in these times of a pandemic. Unfortunately, we had to make it also a semi attended and virtual, mainly a virtual conference because of the pandemic. And this had also been set in place last year itself by Derby College, where it was the first time it was completely conducted online. And they did this in a short while after the pandemic began. So I'm glad that this is continuing. Maybe this may send a trend for all future functions. Dr. Akbar Dalvi, who regaled us with the quotes from the Quran, was the coordinator of Sindhu Swadhyay Sanstha, Mumbai University, for giving his raison d'etre for this environmental protection, which is the need of the hour. And a lot of people think that this pandemic and especially this COVID virus is one of the causes of this, one of the effects of this environmental uh, protection that we have failed to give Mother Earth in the last few decades. And that may very well be the case, and we hope that it will change in the future to come. Honorary Chairman Prabhakar Desai, who has always been a father figure to me and a guiding force behind our institutes and college, KV Pendarkar College and Sister Nivedita, and a school that carries his name. And he will continue to guide us, I'm sure, in the future. And it's his vision. And I must thank Vinayak Dalvi for having the vision and putting together, having the indomitable energy to put all this together, get everybody on the same platform. And last but not least, I have to thank, of course, our honorary Pro VC was also with us, Ravindra Kulkarni, and I thank him for giving a time off for this function. And I must also thank all the participants. And now we are close to almost 100 participants. And it's very good that in this pandemic, they have made time to come and join this because as we all know, environmental protection is the need of the hour. And I'm sure with all our joint efforts, we will take care of, we'll take better care of Mother Earth in the future and prevent such pandemics from taking place. I thank you all once more. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this. I'm out of place among such stalwart academicians, but I do hope I'll learn a lot from this. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद सर। आप अपनी प्यारी भरी वाणी से हमें इस प्रोग्राम में जिस सभी जो मान्यवर गण थे उनको आपने थैंक यू दिया। थैंक यू सर। हम सब जिस मूवमेंट का बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे हैं वो है आज के कॉन्फ्रेंस का कीनोट स्पीच, विश्वनाथ समिट 2021 इन्वायरमेंटल पोल्यूशन कॉजेस, इफेक्ट, स्टेटस एंड रेमेडीज का कीनोट स्पीच देने वाली है कीनोट स्पीच डॉक्टर माधुरी पेजावर, फॉर्मर डीन, फैकल्टी ऑफ साइंस, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मुंबई, आप देने देने वाली है। मैम, मैं आपको आज 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 के इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का कीनोट स्पीच देने की रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ। डॉक्टर माधुरी पेजावर, फॉर्मर डीन, फैकल्टी ऑफ साइंस, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मुंबई। मैम।
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible. I will share my screen also so that you will be able to see the actual presentation. Just let me know whether my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Screen is
Yeah.
visible and you are audible. Very much clear.
Thank you very much. Right in the beginning, I will appreciate Darvi College and the management mainly because they are perfectly on time. When I got the invitation, along with that, I got a minute-to-minute program. And I'm really happy to say here that, yes, the minute-to-minute program is really, really getting followed. And the time management is the best. So I compliment on that. I have chosen the topic from the pollution part itself, like habitat destruction and its effects on the flora and fauna. In the beginning itself, I will like to give my gratitude. In the first place, I will like to thank the management of Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Darvi College, Talere, for inviting me as a keynote speaker in the national conference, of course, this Vishwanath Summit 2021, which is a great honor for me. I'm also thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, the management of Pendharkar College, Sindhu Swadhyay, and of course, the St. Xavier's College. I'm grateful to RUSA and the advisory committee of National Conference, and of course, my both the friends, Dr. Vijay Joshi and Dr. Pabrekar. I'm very much thankful to Dr. Sharat Mahajan, who is the in-charge principal of KV Pendharkar College, Akbar Dadvi, who is the coordinator of Sindhu Swadhyay, Rajesh Shinde, who is the principal of St. Xavier's College, who are very good friends of mine and are working together for all these years, which I can count more than 30 to 40 years together. How can I forget my great friend, Professor Vinayak Darvi, the founder of Vijayalakshmi Darvi College, the founder of Sindhu Swadhyay. I'm saying this because Sindhu Swadhyay was established when both of us were working in university, me as a dean and he as the chairman of Zoology Board of Studies. And last not but the least, the dear participants, the students attending this conference, and of course, my management, Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Thane. Now, a very, very general statements related to pollution we always hear. So what is a pollution is nothing but the introduction of the contaminants in the environment, which change the environment, and the contaminants in the impurity, which is of course undesirable element, which is there in that environment. And this can be a chemical substance, or it can be some particles or a particulate matter, or it can be any energy form like the noise or the heat or the light. And accordingly, the pollution we classify, according to the habitat or according to the pollutant, which is polluting the environment. And the major forms of pollution thus can be the chemical pollution, the dust pollution, the litter pollution, the particulate matter pollution. I mean, you just go on and on and on, and all these things are seen around us. So when the habitat destruction we talk about, the flora and fauna has adapted itself to various habitats. And when we talk about these pollutants infecting or contaminating our environment, which even David sir has talked about, and the other speakers also, like they are contaminating the aquatic environment, the high terrain, the low terrain, the desert, marshy, muddy, freshwater, seawater, creek water, whatever habitat you take are getting contaminated. And all these habitats do have living forms on them. That's more important. So whenever we get a rich biodiversity, large number of the species in that area, we say that this is having a rich area related to biodiversity. We also call it as the biodiversity hotspot, and biodiversity is studied in those areas. whether it is city or village. The natural resources are getting overexploited and they are getting damaged, which is resulting into the habitat loss. And due to that, we are able to see the barren lands, the hills, hillocks, due to cutting of the tree, due to the dried rivers, the green ponds which are seen. When I say green ponds, they are not good to see. The green ponds, the ecosystem which comprises various habitats and the species diversity of the area, which is interlinked, which is with the available resources. And therefore, the loss of habitat is the loss in number of the organisms there, number of the species there, which ultimately may get extinct either at a local level or at a global level, which is happening for a number of the species. And this is all because of the anthropological activities, the industrialization, modernization, all, all these are the words which all of us are very, very familiar. But because of that, the small isolated patches which are existing now, like the small patches of forests or the eutrophic lakes, creeks, estuaries, oceans, mountains, rather we are seen all around them and we need to protect them. We have lost the big area of the greenery and the good health of environment, but whatever is remaining, we need to protect them. So this is a normal scene which we see. And certain times I feel whether we have really become non-sensitive to such scenes, because we do see a lot of litter which is getting washed off from the creeks or from the ocean or from the river, and the river banks are fully filled with the plastic and all the dirt, all the litter around. We can see these dumping grounds where our animals are feeding on the leftover food material which is thrown in that, and we know the plastic pollution hazards where the animals are dying due to a lot of plastic in their stomach. Why do they eat plastic? Because there is something in that plastic bag which they want to eat and feed on. We can see these green color on all over the water bodies, whether it is small water body or big water body, everywhere we are able to see these plastic floating. We are able to see these green color muck which is there, and they are nothing but the algae which are developing, which are depriving the oxygen entering into the water, and due to that causing bad effects of pollution. Now, if we have to speak on every small part of this, it's not possible for me to finish in 15 minutes. So I'm just going to touch upon the topics which may make us sensitive to think about our surrounding. And a small area let us undertake, which is very near our college, which is near our housing society, or let us go and help the NGOs which are working to protect the environment. We can as well give one Sunday of a month for protecting our own environment if with my talk, we become sensitive related to that. So this is also one, always we see around, like when the lot of litter is there on the dumping ground, there are burns, either caused burns, intended burns, or automatic burns, but we are able to see these conditions. Oil spillage became more known to the people after the Iran-Iraq war, where a lot of oil wells were getting damaged, and we could see a lot of birds who are not able to fly because their feathers were sticky with the oil. So small things, they do affect the biodiversity around. If we go near the Nala, where it starts, the rivulets where it starts, we are able to see such dirty scenes there. And this water is coming from the mountains. And even there, where the water resources are starting, we are able to see such dirty things, and the same water flows to us further. Now, the ecosystems and biodiversity, when we talk about these living organisms which are there around, they play a lot of role, the central role in cycling all these major elements. But this, the part what is happening is these abiotic and biotic factors which were mentioned, they themselves, require a lot of animal interactions, plant interactions, or we can say living body interactions. When we talk about the living factors, the biotic factors interacting with abiotic factors, then only these cycles will continue. And these cycles can be carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle. And I mean, the way I said that we can talk about it, I'm just mentioning the same. So when the species diversity of any area, when we see more the species, it is considered as a good area. More species living together, the more species living together harmoniously, then it is considered as a good area for biodiversity. And most of the organisms have their specific habitat requirement. So automatically, for us to conserve that organism, we need to conserve the habitat. If we don't conserve the habitat, those organisms are going to get vanished. And there are certain indicators, which we call them as the indicators of environment. You might have, all of you have heard about the lichens, the butterflies, the birds, some of the insects, which are considered as indicator species. So when you go in a forest, and if you see that the trees are covered with lichens, we immediately say that this is a very good environment. If you see a lot of orchids in the forest, we say that this is having a very good environment. Weather is good, the water which is coming, that is the rains which are there, are good, the environment there is good oxygen in the air, and because of that these species are thriving. So these are called as the indicator species. The habitat loss, when it is happening, the pollution of water bodies like the lakes, the ponds, the air pollution, noise pollution, garbage litter pollution, I have already mentioned. These are the major problems which are leading to the environment degradation. And due to that, the way I said, that there is a habitat destruction, because of which large water bodies, creeks, estuaries, rivers, large hills, hillocks, all are getting damaged. And ultimately, whatever small patches are remaining, all these become the niche for the animals to live. We are not getting continuous, very large forest areas. We have learned about the Western Ghats. We have seen large mountains. Even those who are trekkers in Himalaya also, we are able to see that it's a horrible state of pollution. And now we say that even in the space, there is pollution. So all these left out patches, which become then the biodiversity spots where the animals are trying to adapt themselves, trying to leave themselves. Cities, big buildings, the big noise around us are not the habitat for the natural environments. And therefore, whichever small patches are left out, these animals, these plants are trying to adapt themselves and trying to live here. So mostly the problems which are related to the pollution are discussed at length. But just now, as I said by Dr. Pabrikar, after this, let there be a summit by RUSA, let there be a summit of all the participants, and let us try to do something at local level at every place of us. If there are 100 participants, if all 100 of us decide that near my house, I will see to it that these things are reduced. Let us jot down the things and let us start doing it instead of just talking about the different reasons of why these pollutions are occurring. I mean, why this habitat loss is occurring. So conservation of these niches in the planned manner is necessary for the conservation in those areas. And if planned properly, can focus on the objectives of these problems, and we can then guaranteedly get the profitability or solve this problem profitably, we can say. Of course, any NGOs are conducting environment awareness program, conservation programs and all. So when I say the habitat loss and the conservation part, which is the topic which I've taken, few of the examples, just few case studies I will take. The way I said that I have only 15 minutes for talk. So I will introduce you few names. I myself work with the organization called Haryali for last 25 years. This is our silver jubilee year which we are celebrating. Haryali was the organization which was formed by Mr. Poonam Singhvi. And you all will be surprised to know that Mr. Poonam Singhvi, he himself is a chartered accountant. But when he used to see such barren hills from his window, he used to always get disturbed. When he used to go for walk and all, when he used to see such barren hillocks, he always was getting disturbed. And he then founded Haryali organization. This Haryali organization is now associated with many, many, many colleges in Mumbai. Those who are from Mumbai might be knowing about it. Our many of the NSS volunteers and NCC volunteers of some colleges, we do participate in the work of Haryali. And what do they do? Wherever these small green patches are left out, they are doing the tripartite arrangement with the government. So there is a forest department, there is Haryali, and there is people participation. And these people now who are working for Haryali are floating population of about 2,500 to 4,000 volunteers per year, who will include all the students, participants, all the CEOs or various companies who want to do something again in the CSIR activities and things like that. So they do come. Awareness programs are conducted. You can see the lectures which are taken there. The sapling making is done. There are some areas which are taken from government. As I said, there is one first area which was developed was in Thane near Yeur Hills. Then we are having Rabare, which is now undertaken, and you won't believe 25 hectares of land has been taken, has been brought under the plantation. And you can see even the water bodies which are getting developed, because there is a complete planned activity. Wherever there are streams or rivulets or small nalas, bandharas are put, water is stored there, water is seen that it is remaining there for the entire year. Volunteers go, volunteers do the sapling plantation. And of course, along with that, they are doing the watering and cleaning the areas and things like that. So this is a case study, which is a successful case study. And it is not only Rabare one area I'm telling, there are many like behind IIT, near the Vihar Lake, near Tansa Lake, near Tikujiniwadi in Thane, near, I mean, many are there. Dindoshi is one of the area, I mean, Dombivli College people will know it is between Bhiwandi and Thane. All those places are taken. Munda Dongar is one. All those places are taken for plantation. So I appeal that college students, whoever wish to participate, they can. Other case studies also, like when I said that the butterflies, the lichens and all are the indicators. We did this in Yashwantraj Savan Mukta Vidyapit. One of my student, she developed the butterfly garden there. And you know, you can see the beautiful butterflies which are flying there around. Most of our colleges, we are having small areas where we can do the plantation. See to it that you do the plantation for the birds to come and drink the nectar, the birds to come and eat the berries there. So you plant the berry plants, you plant the nectar plants, you plant the plants which are the food plants for the butterfly larvae, plant the plants which are the nectar plants for the butterflies, and so on. Some small arrangements can be made. I mean, this is a big area we got in Yashwantraj Savan Mukta Vidyapit when Dr. Vedukar himself was the vice chancellor there. So he liked the idea and this butterfly garden was developed there. But otherwise, even in your colleges, you can have such small biodiversity hotspots, I will say, because you will love when you come into Bandodkar College, you will be able to see minimum 60 to 70 species of butterflies flying there. And we have identified 185 birds in our area because of the plantation and the care which is taken by Vidya Prasarak Mandal of our campus. So those who are from Mumbai or even from other areas, do come to our campus and see it. This is again a request because most of the college students and college teachers are participating in this. So such a small biodiversity hotspot can be made surely. When we talk about the soil pollution and the conservation, of course, the excessive use of insecticides
Hello, madam. Yes.
Yeah. So run wash from the tanneries and then the dyeing mills. Those I could see some of the people who have joined from Ulhasnagar, so they are able to see the Ulhas River and the Nala, which runs next to Ulhasnagar, which is sometimes red and sometimes green and sometimes purple and so on and so forth. So you know, all this is happening and spoiling the soil, we can say, because of the contaminants, and therefore clean up the polluted areas wherever possible is necessary for us. First of all, we don't put the contaminants in it. I will again like to mention one or two case studies here where Mahim Nature Park is known to everyone. In Mahim Nature Park, near the Meethi River, again the Meethi River disaster, all of us know in India. So in this Meethi River, when the disaster happened, after that it was seen that on either side, there was about 10 to 15 feet of litters, 10 to 15 feet high litter of nothing but the plastic. And because of that, the entire soil of that area was, totally damaged. Nothing was growing there. So in Mahim Nature Park, Bombay Municipal Corporation took the lead along with some NGOs there. And now Avinash Kubal is the one, Dr. Avinash Kubal, who is looking after Mahim Nature Park. So what they did was nothing but all these dirt which was there, part of it was removed, of course, because you can't remove 10 to 15 feet of a height of hip. So above that, the soil was, created because of biocomposting and all. Plantation was done. And now if you see, you will be able to see all greenery there in the patch of Mahim Nature Park. There are a lot of birds. There is Ayurvedic garden, there is Nakshatravan, and all that part is developed. So small patches also, we can still conserve, and we can, that's why I thought that I will give you the case studies which actually are done. Biodiversity Park in Thane also is a similar part. Those who are traveling from Thane to Kalwa, they cross the Kalwa Bridge. And on a left-hand side of the Kalwa Bridge is now the Biodiversity Park, which was taken up the initiative by the NGO Hope, with which I work. And even here, we found that it was a huge litter which was fallen there. Along with the other plants, we also did the plantation of mangroves there, because Thane Creek, is known for mangroves. And now you can see big trees of mangroves which are next to this Kalwa Bridge. Biocomposting and organic farming is the method which all of you from Tadere will be knowing. I don't think so that I have to talk more on it. Absolutely necessary to go for organic farming and the biocomposting at home wherever possible. Hello. Just a minute, my slides are not moving. Yeah. I will go a little fast. I don't know how much time is left. But when the water pollution we talk about, this was again a case study in Thane. Lot of fishes were found to be dead and they were floating on the lake. This is from Raila Devi. We were having 66 lakes in Thane, and now there are only 16 left. When we talk about lake, we feel that they are big water bodies, but it is not so. Many of you have heard that how the water bodies are reducing and depleting and things like that. But suddenly, because of the lot of pollution in that area, because of a lot of heat, the fishes started dying. When we did the study, we found out again that it was a lot of limna which was developed there, a lot of Eichhornia, a lot of Pistia. And you know that when we talk about the water body, all these what you are seeing is the biodiversity which is seen in that water body. There are zooplanktons, there are phytoplanktons, there are mollusks, and all these fishes do eat. So then cleaning up of the by the TMC was taken up, and these lakes were cleaned, and a lot of awareness programs were also done. Jidnyasa was one of the organization, again from Thane, which took over the lead, and Ganpati immersions and all we talked about, and Ganpati immersions now have been totally stopped, not only in Thane, in Pune, and in more or less all the Maharashtra. But this helped us to get our clean Masunda. So this is our Masunda Lake, which most of you know as Talaupali. Bioremedial measures were taken, cleaning of the lakes was undertaken. So again, this is, I thought that can be a case study. Creek estuaries and mangroves, when we talk about, again, I'm not going to talk in detail, but Bandodkar College is the college which took over the studies of mangroves in 1980. Does that mean that nobody was studying mangroves before that? Yes, they were. But we were the first one who started doing the study of the animals in the site, on the site. That is exactly what is happening in the creek. Till then, the research was isolate the animals and keep them in the tanks and study them. But we did start the study of actually studying the animals in their niches. And that is how from 1980, we are monitoring the Thane Creek 26-kilometer belt, where a lot of zooplankton, phytoplankton and all were studied. And of course, the mangroves was the further part where carbon sequestration from mangroves and all was studied. And you can see the effect of oil spillage. You might have heard that Mumbai and Uran pipeline had this spill of the oil on January 21, 2011. So this is a very recent study, and you will be able to see all the mangroves were covered by the oil. The fishes were dead because the oil spillage was there, and the saplings which were growing actually were full of the muck, which were the actual field observations. I mean, these are the figures which are available even on the Google. So many of you might have been familiar with this plastic pollution, which is happening in the creek, estuaries, lakes, everywhere. And on the right side, when I had visited Kashmir, this is also the condition of Dal Lake, with which we are very much familiar and very close to it. And this was a heartbreaking thing for us when we saw such condition of this beautiful lake. The last but not the least, the noise pollution. And I always feel that we think only of human race. Yes, it's horrible, unbearable noise pollution. Don't bang horns, no loudspeakers, please. Noise of the airplanes which are near the airport, traffic jams, vehicular noise, follow the decibel units, etc. Blah, 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 blah. We only talk and talk and talk. Nothing is happening related to the noise pollution. Even in our colleges, I am really tired to tell the students to speak in low volume. We just are not ready to speak in low volume, which is audible for the human being. But when we say that we think only of human being, why I say this? We have 2 hands and 10 fingers to close our ears. But what about the remaining earth? Can the animals do the same? No. Have seen the pets which are really getting troubled during Diwali, and they get scared. They go below some place and they are just closing their ear. It is just not possible for them to bear the noise. The noise pollution is also affecting the wildlife, and the pets react very aggressively in the houses where there is a lot of noise. So what about the wildlife? I mean, it's really a thing to be thought about. And the European robin has adjusted itself to sing at night, which is its mating call, which it is doing for the whole day. But when it is calling its mate by singing, the mate is not able to hear because of the noise pollution. So what adaptation he has done, he has started singing at night. And then on wildlife, we are having these horrible effects. The mating calls are not heard. You know that even the frogs, they are dependent on their mating calls. But the mating calls are not being able to hear by the mates because of such a horrible noise which is there around. The insects are not able to hear their mating calls. The hunting efficiency of bats is reducing because the bats are dependent on the resonance, which they are, the echo which they are getting, but they are not able to get the echo properly. The migrations are getting affected because of the noise. They are not getting the direction. And in all this, zebra finches was the study which was done. And in the zebra finches also, they found out that it is, because of the noise pollution, they have stopped, they are taking a lot of time even for consuming the food, for the foraging, because they are getting confused. They are not able to, communicate. And the traffic noise and the readings when they were taken, they took twice their usual amount of the time for picking up the new skills. The bird, when it is coming in the young age, and when the first time mating call is done, it is learning from the tutor. But the tutors are not able to teach the proper mating calls. Due to that, the male is not selected by the female, the male is not heard by the female, and due to that, the population of birds is reducing because mating calls are not heard, which is a horrible state of affairs, I feel. So the studies on chromosomes also was done, and similar to the human being, it is found that the telomeres are breaking, which also, according to some scientists, is cause because of the noise pollution. Now, since Sidhu Sandhya is also involved, I thought, and when I was talking with Vinayak Darvi, he was the one who opened my eyes for even this new thought when it is an underwater noise pollution. And he said, Madam, have you been ever any time the engine room in the submarine? I said, no. When it is in the moving condition, have you gone? I said, no, I have not gone. He said, you just go and see the horrible noise, which it is impossible for us to stay. And this noise is getting faced by the dolphins, the sharks, the planktons, the kraits, all the marine organisms are facing this noise. And it is about 800 species which are known to hunt, mate, navigate, and communicate by noise. And they are not able to do that because the noise created by shipping, the oil carriages, the naval sonar training, and the constructions have greatly expanded. Each seismic shot is able to produce 200 decibels underwater, which is equivalent to about 130 decibels in the atmosphere. So just imagine what horrible noise these animals must be facing. And because of that, they are getting misguided. Their actual noise is not being heard by them. And due to that, a lot of marine life is getting damaged. And this is what the actual condition is. You can see the survey vessel, you can see the low frequency sonar platforms, you can see the sonar energy, you can see the hydrophonic energy. This is a Google picture which I could get it. And there are certain actions which are taking place. So there is a chronic stress, according to Dr. Novak, where there is severe noise pollution. And due to that, National Oceanic and the Atmospheric Administration has taken this issue into consideration. RENA has taken the issue into consideration, and IMO also has published recently the MEPC circulars where they are talking about the noise pollution in the marine environment. I will not be able to talk a lot detail about it because I'm not the expert, but these are recent studies in 2017, 18, 19, where noise pollution is really taken seriously, especially in the oceanic conditions. So can we take such measures? I have just put the two dolphins there, putting the earphones on their ear. Is it possible for them to find the actual way? And can we then save the earth? I liked this cartoon. Less pollution is the best pollution. And the bear says, you very right. So thank you. They are thanking us because we know that you are sensitive towards us. This summit itself is very sensitive to pollution on the earth. And I hope that whoever has joined this summit will take some lessons from all the papers which are going to get presented, the talk which are going to happen today, and let us take some action, have an action plan for the pollution. Thank you very much for giving me time. I hope I have not crossed the time given to me, but there were certain things which I had to just touch upon. Thank you very much.
Pollution. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Thank you.
I extend my gratitude to Dr. Madhuri Pejawar ma'am, former Dean Faculty of Science, University of Mumbai, for scholarly speech. She has clearly set the accepted benchmark for this conference. Madam explained us in the keynote issue regarding to biodiversity and habitat loss and also conservation effort to be taken at local level. Our small human activity adversely affect on environmental pollution. But if we decided for conservation of biodiversity, our small or baby step at local level will improve ecological balance and also decrease habitat loss. Madam explained us with the help of various case studies that if we take collectively effort, we can decrease the pollution. At the last, ma'am explained less pollution is best solution. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
Now,
very much.
present. Thank you, ma'am. Now, presentation of the delegates will start shortly. Thank you.
This instruction for writing. I will members of link only. Respected Chairman,
Yeah, hello.
Reporter, and member of three links. Learn our three on these links.
Yeah, just inform me when can we start.
Hello. All track 3 participants have to be connected with the same links, and all other tracks have to join their respective links already shared on their tracks. Okay, thank you. So with the permission of respected Chairman Venkatraman sir, should we start our track?
Yeah, I think I'm ready. And if you can ensure that the participants are ready, and then if the presentations are also ready, then you can just inform me, then we will start.
Okay, sir. So before starting the presentation, let me give a small introduction of our chairman, Professor Dr. Venkatraman sir. Professor Dr. Venkatraman sir has been working as a full-time professor of physics and as a head of the Department of Physics for 20 years. He is also currently the Director of Students, Cultural Affairs and Programs of Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Vishwa Mahavidyalaya, deemed University, India. He was a researcher fellow at Materials Science and Engineering Department of City University of Hong Kong. He is a life member of Ultrasonic Society of India and Acoustical Society of India and senior member of SCI EI. He is also the executive council member of Thermophysical Society of India. He has acted as a reviewer for few international journals and has organized many national and international conferences. He is the editor of few international conference proceedings, and has authored 3 textbooks in physics for engineering students. He is the chairman of Board of Studies in Physics of SCSV MV deemed university and a member of Academic Council and Planning and Monitoring Board of SCSV MV. He has completed 3 projects on population education funded by UGC and presently the principal investigator of a DST-sponsored project. He is also a member of editorial board of few international journals. His research area includes ultrasonic studies on polymers and blends, nanofluids, thermophysical properties of liquids, photocatalysis, and energy physics clouds. So all presenters ready? Sir, Chairman sir, should we start presentations?
Yeah, if the
Yes,
first
sir.
participant is ready with the
Okay.
presentation.
As per the list, our first presenter is Dr. Jagrati Suroshe.
Okay.
I'm there. I'm sharing my presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
I
So,
request Dr. Jagrati Suroshe madam to present her research work.
I hope,
yeah.
sir, my slide is visible and I'm also audible. Am I right, sir?
Yeah, your slide is
Yes, ma'am.
visible, and before starting, I will just give few messages.
Yes,
like,
sir, yes.
so I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to me, and also I thank the Unifest family for this opportunity. And I request, we have 10 minutes time for each presentation, out of which 7 minutes shall be given for presentation, 7 to 8 minutes, and 2 to 3 minutes for discussion. So we can follow this particular timing because we have only around 7 papers in this track. So we will go ahead with this timing, and I wish all the participants best of luck. And let me request the first participant to start her topic on presentation on photocatalytic degradation of methyl orange using carbon-based composites with zinc oxide nanocrystallites. Ma'am, you can start.
Dr. Jagruti from DSPM's KV Pendarkar College, Dombivli, Thane, Maharashtra. First, I want to take the opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to present my research work. Thank you so much. And with this, I will start with my presentation. I hope I'm changing the slides, and is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So nowadays we know that all the researchers, their more focus is on the synthesis of hybrid nanomaterials due to their various applications in a various field, such as the drug delivery, catalysis, energy storage devices, separation technologies, and nowadays the rapid nowadays is tough and challenging to take a dice which consist of toxic materials. And for the purpose, the various materials were used as a photocatalyst. There are okay. Is there any issue? Okay. So, as we all know that zinc oxide is a very well-known photocatalyst. So here in our work, we also used a zinc oxide nanomaterial as a photocatalyst, as it is a wide band gap semiconductor, and it is previously also the many reports were available where they use a photocatalyst and they simply use that for a degradation of organic dyes from the wastewater. So here, along with the zinc oxide nanomaterials, we also synthesize some composite based on this zinc oxide material, and we also use that composites as well as zinc oxide nanomaterials for the degradation of organic dyes from the wastewater. So this is the presentation plan. So during my presentation, I'm going to discuss how we synthesize the zinc oxide nanomaterials and the complete characterization of nanoparticles as well as the nanocomposites. We synthesize the zinc oxide carbon spheres composite as well as the zinc oxide functionalized multi-wall carbon nanotube composites, and we simply use them as a photocatalyst so that we can degrade some organic dyes. Here we are going to discuss degradation of methyl orange. So this is the setup we used for the synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles as well as composite. We adopted the sorvothermal decomposition route for the synthesis of nanoparticles as well as composite purpose. We can see we carried out the synthesis in the inert atmosphere. So we reflux that material for 1 hour and we use ethylene glycol as a solvent. So this is the precursor which we synthesized in our laboratory. This is a single source precursors. So we synthesized a zinc chloride benzaldehyde semicarbazone complex, and we simply carried out the sorvothermal decomposition of this complex in presence of ethylene glycol for 1 hour. and the obtained powdered was washed with a methanol. Then it is properly dried and well characterized by all the characterization techniques. We characterize that powdered by XRD, ACM, EDAX, UV, then TEM. And then what we observed that from XRD, we got a hexagonal zinc oxide nanoparticles, and we also confirmed their phase by the matching with the JCPDS, and we also calculated their crystallite size using a Scherer's formula, which is observed to be 22 nanometer. You can see here the ACM images and the EDX of the synthesized zinc oxide nanomaterials, and we observed some agglomerization is there, okay, but it looks like a spherical shape of particles. And then we also recorded the EDX, and from EDX we found the ratio of zinc to oxygen is 1:1. We also took their TEM and their SAD pattern, and from ACM you can see agglomerization is there, but they somewhat spherical in their morphology. And SAD we confirmed the presence of zinc oxide nanoparticles. We also recorded the UV, and we got a lambda max 363 nanometer. We also calculated the average particle size from TM, which is found to be 25 nanometer. After successful synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles, we thought to use we thought to synthesize some composite, and we thought that can we have some carbon-based materials, and can we decorate these zinc oxide nanoparticles on this composite so that we can increase the photocatalytic ability of these zinc oxide nanomaterials due to the various advantages of carbon-based materials, so we can have some synergistic effect. So you can see we synthesized the zinc oxide carbon spheres composite. CSS stands for carbon spheres composite. Again, we adopted the same route, that is solvothermal decomposition method, and again we used a same solvent, that is ethylene glycol, and the reflux time was 1 hour. Then after synthesis of this zinc oxide CSS composite, we simply characterized them by all the characterization techniques. In our XRD, we got the reflections for zinc oxide nanomaterial as well as for the graphitic carbon, and that indicates that our composite is successfully synthesized. We also calculated the crystallite size, again using the Scherer formula for the zinc oxide nanoparticles in composite, and we simply compared this particle size with the bare zinc oxide nanoparticles. And what we observe that the zinc oxide nanoparticles in a composite is blue shifted compared to our bare zinc oxide nanoparticles. Here in SEM, you can see there is a decoration of zinc oxide nanoparticles on the carbon spheres. In TM, it is more clearly visible. When we recorded a UV, we got a 2 absorption band, the one at 279 nanometer and another is at 358 nanometer. So one which we observed at 279 nanometer, that indicates the presence of graphitic carbon, and the 358 nanometer, that indicates the presence of zinc oxide nanomaterials. And when we compared that with our bare zinc oxide nanoparticles, when we recorded a UV for only zinc oxide nanoparticle, that is bare zinc oxide nanoparticles, we have observed the absorption maximum at 363 nanometer. So here you can see from UV also they indicate that when we decorated the zinc oxide nanoparticles on the CSS, now they are blue shifted when we combine them with the carbon based materials. Okay. Here we can see in TM, it clearly shows the decoration of zinc oxide nanoparticles on the surface of carbon spheres. We also found the size of zinc oxide nanoparticles in a composite, which is found to be 19 nanometer. And again, we compared that with our bare zinc oxide nanoparticles. For bare zinc oxide nanoparticles, it was recorded around 25 nanometer. So from TM also, we can confirm that when we are having the zinc oxide nanoparticles on the surface of CSS, okay, their particle size is decreased compared to that of bare zinc oxide nanoparticles. Again from SAD, again we got the reflections for the zinc oxide as well as graphitic carbon. That again indicates that our composite is successfully synthesized. We also recorded the Raman, and you can see that when we found the ID upon IG ratio for CSS, it was found to be 0.76. But when we synthesize a composite, this ratio is decreased now, that is 0.62. So that indicates that there is some kind of interaction between these carbon spheres and these decorated zinc oxide nanoparticles. In similar way, now only instead of carbon spheres, we use a functionalized carbon nanotubes. So we synthesize the carbon nanotubes in our laboratory and we simply functionalize them using a concentrated nitric acid. And now we use that functionalized carbon nanotubes for the synthesis of composites. So again, we characterize these composites also we synthesize by a solvothermal decomposition method, again using a same solvent, ethylene glycol, and the reflux time was same. As we are going to have a comparison of all these materials, so all the parameters we kept same. So we again calculated the particle size, crystallite size from the XRD using a Scherer formula. And again, in this composite also we observed that when we decorated the zinc oxide nanoparticles on the surface of functionalized carbon nanotubes, okay, it get blue shifted compared to that of bare zinc oxide nanoparticles. And the observations were consistent from all the characterization technique. This we recorded from the XRD, same observations we recorded from a UV. Even you can see here the coating of zinc oxide nanoparticles on the surface of functionalized multipole carbon nanotubes. Okay. And from here also, TM also, we observe the same thing, that the particle size of our zinc oxide nanoparticles after decoration on the carbon nanotubes, okay, it decreased compared to that of bare zinc oxide nanoparticles. Again, Raman, we had a same observation that when we found out the ID upon IG ratio for the composite, it decreased compared to that of functionalized carbon nanotubes. After synthesizing zinc oxide nanoparticle, zinc oxide carbon sphere composite, and zinc oxide functionalized multiple carbon nanotube composite, we thought to use them as a photocatalyst for the degradation of organic dyes. And I think we all know that a photocatalysis is a process by which a semiconductor material absorbs a light of energy greater than or equal to its band gap, and it can cause a excitation of valence band electrons in the conduction band with the generation of holes in the valence band. Okay, so when it absorbs the light, okay, there is a creation of electrons and holes. Now these holes, they can combine with the OH minus ions from water and they can form OH radicals. Okay, and these H plus ions, they can react with the adsorbed water and again they can form OH radicals. So these OH radicals also help for the degradation of dyes. The electron can react with the adsorbed oxygen and they can form a superoxide radicals. These superoxide radicals, then OH hydroxyl radicals, they are very important for the photodegradation of organic dyes. Now you can see here that the electrons reacts with the adsorbed oxygen and H plus ions, and it can form a hydrogen peroxide, that is H2O2, and H2O2 also very important in order to carry the photocatalytic degradation of organic dyes. So simply we used the zinc oxide nanomaterials, zinc oxide carbon spheres, and zinc oxide FCNTs composite as a catalyst in order to carry the photodegradation of methyl orange. So first what we did, first we carried out the degradation of methyl orange without irradiation. Okay, we just had the solution. We have not irradiated under a UV lamp. Without irradiation, we observe this. When we irradiated for 1 hour, definitely we observed there is a decrease in absorbance. And when we employed our synthesized nanoparticles and our composites as a catalyst, we observed that there is a much decrease in absorbance. That indicates that the addition of catalyst, or these zinc oxide and the composites of zinc oxide, plays an important role in order to carry the photodegradation of methyl orange. When we compared all these three catalysts, what we observed that this zinc oxide FCNT shows a much decrease in absorbance. That means it is showing a good degradation efficiency compared to zinc oxide nanoparticles and zinc oxide CSS. Now we observe that both of our composites are showing a great degradation efficiency compared to zinc oxide nanoparticles that might be attributed to the large surface area provided by the carbon spheres and functionalized multi-wall carbon nanotubes. And as these composite is showing a better result, we just continued that composite in order to study the rest of the parameters. So second parameter, we studied that what will be the effect of irradiation time. If we are increasing the irradiation time, whether we will get a good degradation efficiency. So yes, as this composite was showing a better results, we simply choose that composite for the further study. And what we observed that with increase in irradiation time, you can see there is a decrease in absorbance. So by increasing the irradiation time, you can increase the percentage of degradation. We also did a kinetic study. Yes. I'm just
Jagriti ma'am, please, your time is up now. Please conclude in 2 minutes.
Yes. So we also did a kinetic study and we found the rate constant is 2.20 into 10 raised to minus 2 and a regression coefficient 0.9761. Then we also studied what will be the effect of catalyst loading. So you can observe as the amount of catalyst increases, okay, we are getting a good degradation efficiency. Then we studied, this is the very part that we studied the cyclic performance of this catalyst, okay, for 4 cycles. And what we observed in first cycle, we got a efficiency 80.65 and in 4th cycle 70.17. So it acts as a good catalyst for the photodegradation of methyl orange. So I would like to conclude that we successfully synthesized the zinc oxide nanoparticles and their composites. We observed that there is a significant increase in the photocatalytic efficiency and we can use these as a photocatalyst. I just wish to acknowledge my research guide, Dr. S.S. Garze, Pendarkar College, for giving me opportunity to present, all the organizers of this Vishwanath Summit 2021. Last but never least, God and my family. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you for your nice presentation. So due to lack of time, I think we can, if we can have one question if anybody is interested to ask. Questions from audience. Okay. So if there are no questions, I have only one question. Let me ask and try to conclude. Like there are a lot of studies that have been taken place for the reduction of methyl orange, and then so your study shows that after 2 hours, that is 120 minutes, the absorbance drastically reduces almost to nil value. So have you compared in the literature, like there are so many other studies, even with 60 minutes exposure or with 90 minutes exposure, they are able to reduce methyl orange. So
Yes,
how
sir.
do
Yes,
you
sir.
substantiate that your work is very novel?
Sir, I think many things are there that whenever we are using, definitely the particle size is, I think that is the most important parameter. I think we are already working on that. Can we get a less particle size so that we can have we can use a less amount of catalyst and we can have a very good results. So we are already working on that, sir. That as I just explained in my presentation that we got a 22 nanometer particle size. If we can decrease the particle size by using some techniques, and then I think we can achieve the more degradation efficiency even we are using a small amount of catalyst. So I think we are already working on that, sir.
Okay, because you can try in that line that even you need not go up to 120 minutes. If you can form like you can degrade it quickly, and that may be
Yes.
better. And yeah, thank you for your nice presentation. And
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Yeah, so we can move to the next presenter.
Okay, sir. Now I request Ms. Sonia Benjamin ma'am to present her research work.
So I'll just share my screen. 1 second. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, I'll just share my screen. Okay. Can I start? Hello?
Yeah, you can start.
Yes.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present a paper on dissolved oxygen as a criteria to assess the health of Thane Creek. As we all know, water is one of the most basic necessities of life. And for knowing the importance of the proper management of any water body, it is necessary to know about the physiochemical parameters of water, as they indicate the status of metabolic processes. And out of all these physicochemical parameters, dissolved oxygen is of paramount importance, as it maintains the aerobic metabolism, and it is very essential for the survival of flora and fauna.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yes.
Have you shared the screen, PPT?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, just.
No, ma'am, we can't see you.
No, yeah.
No?
Just I think you have to share a screen.
Now is it visible?
Yes,
I've shared the screen?
yes.
Yeah, fine.
Okay,
You can
now it's fine.
continue.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Should I continue or should I start again?
No, you can continue.
Okay. My God.
Hello.
Is there? Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
What happened?
I think ma'am's
She got disconnected, I think.
Yes. Can we start with the next one? Can we call next one? I think her device is dead. Hello, sir.
I think you can call the next participant and then.
Yes, sir.
At the end, she can present. Yeah.
Yes. Now I request Miss Prajakta Sarkare madam to present her research. Hello, Prajakta ma'am.
Yes, sir. Just let me share my screen.
Okay. Ma'am, if you are not able to share, then I can share from here, from my side. Okay.
Now, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, all of you. I am Prajakta Sarkare from Department of Environmental Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I'm here for a paper presentation on removal of heavy metal from aqueous solution using low-cost adsorbents. So as we all know that nowadays quality of drinking water or quality of surface water as well as the groundwater resources is getting depleted due to the various human activities like industrialization, urbanization, then discharge of various effluents from industries to water bodies. So there are the contamination of water due to the various pollutants, and the heavy metal is one of them. So the presence of heavy metal in groundwater and surface water has become a major environmental issue. And heavy metals are excessively released into the environment due to the rapid industrialization, and that have created a major global concern. Physiological functioning of all living organisms requires a limited amount of heavy metals, such as the iron is there, then cobalt. However, this metal exceeds the maximum limits that becomes a toxic. And this heavy metal toxicity can show the adverse effect on human health, and also it can cause various diseases and long-lasting effects on human health. So generally, for heavy metal removal, there are the various techniques or the conventional methods such as chemical precipitation, then reverse osmosis, solvent extraction, electrical reduction, ion exchange, etc. But all these techniques requires skilled manpower, then fuel, electricity, chemicals, equipments. So all these methods are so expensive. So bioadsorption is promising method for the removal of heavy metals, and it is a simple method and low cost method. So every year, a large amount of rice husk is produced, as rice is a crop harvested all over the world, and it consists cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, and it is rich in silica. So the present study was to find out effectiveness of less expensive material, and that could be used as an adsorbent for removal of chromium and lead from aqueous solution. So research problem. So in the large number of developed, underdeveloped and developing countries, there is a scarcity of safe drinking water due to the degradation of water quality. So heavy metal contamination in global, ground as well as surface water is a serious problem all over the globe. Heavy metal contaminated water in low or high concentration can cause various health problems. And different methods like ion exchange, RO, solvent extraction, electrochemical reduction are used to remove the heavy metals from water. And this requires chemicals, fuels, electricity, maintenance, knowledge for handling the chemicals and equipments, and which are not available in remote areas. So need of this research is to designing a simple household setup for water filtration, as adsorption is a good method or technique for purification of water, which can work without electricity, chemicals or fuels. So in methodology, in collection and preparation of adsorbent, so as I selected the rice husk as adsorbent. So rice husk was collected from local rice mills. Then firstly, that was washed with the tap water and then with the distilled water to remove all the impurities from their surface. So after that, rice husk was dried in an oven at 100 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. And this prepared adsorbent was stored in an airtight container for further use. In experimental setup, I was selected a batch method. So batch method was used for this experiment, and adsorption study was carried out in a 250 ml of conical flask to study the effect of various parameters like adsorbent dosage, contact time, and conditions. So 100 ml of aqueous solution of selected metal was equilibrated with varying adsorbent dosage from 1 gram to 3 gram, and contact time provided was 3 hours. So after which the solution was filtered through Wortmann's filter paper number 42, and this filtered solution was tested for a metal concentration. So for working condition, there was this batch experiment was performed in 2 different conditions. First one was at a room temperature for maintaining a stable condition, and second one was at a shaking condition for 120 RPM. An analytical method used for determination of metal concentration was by using the atomic absorption spectrophotometer, and the metal removal efficiency of rice husk was calculated by using the formula, that is a percentage removal is equal to initial CO minus CF divided by CO into 100, where CO is equal to initial concentration of adsorbate and CF is equal to final concentration of adsorbate. So these are the results in which I have for the chromium and for PB, this 2 heavy metal aqueous solution of these 2 heavy metals was taken in a conical flask. About 100 ml of aqueous solution was taken, and the various from 1 gram to 3 gram adsorbent doses was given to that aqueous solution. So for 1 gram of when 1 gram of chromium was added into the 100 ml of chromium solution at a stable condition, the removal efficiency of rice husk was 93.45%, while at a shaking condition that was 94.66%. For 2 gram of adsorbent dosage for chromium aqueous solution at a stable condition, the removal efficiency was 95.12%, while for shaking condition that was 95.97%. Then for 3 gram of rice husk at a stable condition, the removal efficiency of rice husk was 96.07%, while for shaking condition that was 97.83%. Same like chromium, for lead also I was taken 100 ml of aqueous solution, and 3 different doses was provided from 1 gram to 3 gram. So for 1 gram of rice husk as adsorbent for a PB. At a stable condition, the removal efficiency of rice husk was 70.75%, and while for shaking condition, that was 74.64%. Then for 2 gram, that was 71.75%, and for shaking condition, that was 75.02%. For 3 gram of adsorbent, that was 73.95%, and while for shaking condition, that was 75.33%. So in heavy metal removal by use of the rice husk as adsorbent for chromium and for a lead. So for chromium, that was in between the efficiency was in between the 93 to 98%, and for lead, that was in between the 70 to 75%. So for the chromium and lead removal by using the rice husk at two different conditions, like for a stable condition and one is for a shaking condition. So the shaking condition is more efficient than the stable condition. Then these graphs are showing the effect of adsorbent dosage. As from 1 gram to 3 gram, as the dosage increases, the removal efficiency also got increased. So from 1 gram to 3 gram dosage of rice husk as adsorbent for chromium removal. For 1 gram, the removal efficiency was about a 93%, while for 3 gram, that was a 96%. And also for a lead, at a 1 gram, the removal efficiency was at a 70%, while for a 3 gram, that was a 73%.
Ma'am, you can go for conclusion, final.
Okay. So in this study, rice husk has shown its potential to be a bioadsorbent material in solving the wastewater pollution as a low-cost adsorbent. So the use of rice husk might help to overcome heavy metal contamination in groundwater as well as from surface water. And the rice husk is an efficient adsorbent for the removal of selected heavy metals that is just chromium and lead. The removal efficiency increases with quantity of dosage from 1 gram to the 3 gram. So 3 gram is optimum quantity for the removal of both the heavy metals. So rice husk is more efficient for removal of the chromium than lead. Hence, finally, I would like to conclude that rice husk is a low cost and potent adsorbent material for water treatment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, fine. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. We can have one question from the participant if anybody is interested to interact. Okay. So I have
sir,
two
there is a
questions.
question, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Okay. This is Anish Chaudhary. I'm actually reporter here, but it's quite interesting topic that Prajakta, did you file a patent for the same?
Sorry?
Did you file a patent for the same?
No.
Okay. Please do it that, and you can take as a project under DSQ also there.
Okay, I'll see.
Anish sir,
Yes, sir.
Can I speak?
Yes, sir.
Once you publish or read paper like this, you cannot file a patent. This has to be done before you do any kind of publication. Now this is in a public domain.
Yes,
So she lost
yes,
the
sir.
opportunity.
Yeah. That's what that actually. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your interactions. I thought of asking two questions, but I think due to lack of time, let me confine to one small question. I have a small clarification. So there is no significant increase in the detection of heavy metals between stable condition and shaking condition. Actually, just 1% increase is there, or just 2% increase is there. So what is the significance? Why did you select 120 RPM as a standard one for shaking condition? And then how did you arrive at that value so that we can go for some increased removal of heavy metals? So how do you justify? There is no significant difference between stable and shaking condition. That is my opinion. Just 2 or 3% increase is there. That to some significant increase is there in chromium, but not with lead. So can we? What is your opinion on this particular information?
So you want to ask that for stable condition and shaking condition, there is a only
There
less
is
difference is there.
a very, very, very less. Just 1% increase is there. So can you say that we can go with stable condition only because you are doing some experiment under shaky condition, but still you are not getting any enhanced
Yes,
detection?
there is not such great difference between the readings
Yeah.
of stable condition and shaking condition.
Yeah.
Also in shaking condition, we are utilizing our electricity for
Yeah.
that providing shaking. So
You can try to. Yeah,
stable
yeah.
condition will be a low cost.
Okay. And also like if you want to go for shaking conditions, like that RPM selection you can think of. And I would like to ask, like there are so many heavy metals, and then your focus is on removal of chromium or lead. Like why? How do you account for this one? Why you have selected this particular project for the removal of chromium or lead alone? And yeah.
I have selected those heavy metals depending on the toxicity. So these heavy metals, lead and chromium, comes under the high toxicity metals. So I have selected these two.
Compared to others. Okay, fine. So anyway, thank you very much for your nice presentation. You have a long way to go. I think it's still you have to continue your work and do under different conditions. So I think it's a nice presentation, and thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. So the organizers can call the next participant. Yeah.
Yes. Now I would request Dr. Pallavi Bhosle ma'am to present her research. Pallavi Bhosle ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please present.
Can you see my presentation?
No.
1 minute. Now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Pallavi Bhosle, working as an assistant professor in Department of Environmental Science, Shivaji University. So today I'm going to explain about the my work related to press mud. So application of processed press mud as a compost and its effect on water holding capacity of soil. So all of you know, in India, sugar industry with 400 sugar mills rank as a second major agro industry. The cane sugar industry has several co-products like press mud, molasses, paint wash. Press mud is produced during clarification of sugar cane. Sugarcane juice, when 1 ton of cane crush give rise 36 to 40 kg of press mud. Press mud is a soft, spongy, amorphous, and dark brown material containing sugar, fiber, coagulated colloids, including cane wax, albuminides, inorganic salts, soil particles. Press mud is a good source of organic matter, NPK, and important micronutrients, and has established its importance in improving fertility, productivity, and other physical properties of agriculture soil. Press mud acts as a fertilizer, but due to presence of wax, if press mud is directly applied to soil as manure, the wax present might deteriorate the physical properties of the soil. Mainly in case of press mud, on an average 50% of wax is present. But this concentration of wax is depends upon the climatic condition and type of type of sugarcane. If a fresh press mud applied to the soil directly from the factory, it has the tendency to burn the plant, and as a result of a rapid decomposition of a new sugarcane press mud, which liberate heat and ammonia in a high concentration. So the aim of present study is to determine the water holding capacity of soil by using wax containing press mud and de-wax press mud and its compost, which would help to give idea which press mud increases the water holding capacity. So all of you know the flow chart means what is the procedure for production of sugar in a sugar industry. So mainly there are three byproducts released: sugar, cane bagasse, press mud, and molasses. Out of which means lot of sugar cane wax is enter into the press mud, and so the concentration of wax is increases, means present in the press mud, which press mud is used as a compost the most of the agriculture field. So for that we have select four sugar factories from different area of Kolhapur district. So Kumbi Kasari Sahakari Sakhar Karkhana, Chhatrapati Shahu Sakhar Karkhana, Chhatrapati Rajaram, and Asurle Purle for collection of sugar press mud. So after that, after collecting sugar press mud, we have removed the wax present in that press mud. So for that, the Soxhlet extractor having 500 ml round bottom flask capacity was used to extract this wax. Toluene, benzene, acetone, and methanol like a solvent we have used to extract. After that, after recovery the solvent, the soil mass containing wax mixture is purified by isopropyl alcohol. So this is extracted wax, this is the press mud, and this is de-wax press mud. After taking de-wax press mud and normal take physicochemical parameters of press mud and then the water holding capacity also. Analysis of water holding capacity of soil by using different percentage of press mud. For that, we choose press mud, then de-wax press mud, then composted de-wax press mud, and composted de-wax press mud. So for composting, like windrose method, like in a sugar factory, such type of composting we have done. And after that means in case of checking a percentage, means water holding capacity of normal press mud and de-wax press mud on soil, we have also checked the water holding capacity on a soil planted with the spinach plant. So spinach plant also used to check the water holding capacity of soil, so that we have take a combinations like 5 combinations like no any treatment T0, then soil plus wax press mud, then soil plus de-wax press mud, then composted wax press mud plus soil, and last one is the composted de-wax press mud and soil. So all the treated and treated plant were kept in a shed and irrigated routinely and maintained. So this is the water holding capacity what we have checked from a different sugar factory press mud. So this is the average 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, and 50% of press mud like use, and so we check the water holding capacity. So soil plus wax press mud, soil plus de-wax press mud. So different percentage of that wax press mud, de-wax press mud, composted wax press mud, and composted de-wax press mud we have taken and checked the water holding capacity. So we observed that in case of the soil plus de-wax press mud shows the more water holding capacity, and also in case of composted de-wax press mud also shows a much more water holding capacity as compared to the wax content press mud. So this is the bar graph, and this is the means here we get a detailed idea. That means in a graph 3, mostly means soil plus dewax press mud shows the more water holding capacity as compared to other combinations. Here we means in on a same on a surface graph, it is observed that the soil plus dewax press mud shows the much water holding capacity than that of the other combinations. In case of the spinach plant grown soil, the treatment on T2 means soil plus dewax press mud shows much more water holding capacity than that of the other combinations. So these are the combination where the T2 shows a good water holding capacity than other. Also in case of the soil plus composted dewax press mud is also shows not means shows a good water holding capacity than that of the other treatment. So in case of the conclusion, I said that means press mud is a byproduct of sugar industry. These waste products are used as a fertilizer in agriculture field. But the presence of sugarcane wax in the press mud deteriorate the physical property of the soil, and therefore the extraction of wax is necessary. Presence of wax in press mud deteriorate the permeability, aeration, and affect the water holding capacity of soil. The press mud from 4 sugar factory was analyzed for different percentage of the to check water holding capacity. The result of present study suggests that the extraction of wax from press mud improves the physical structure and quality of press mud and helps to increase the water holding capacity. After the application of composted dewax press mud, it was found that the soil water holding capacity gets significantly increases. Also, the dewax press mud also gives a good result and help to increase the water holding capacity. So, application of such organic abatement could promote and improve the agro ecosystem and act as a promising organic manure. At the same time, can recycle and organic waste for sugar industry. In other hand, the press mud act as a good source of sugarcane wax. These wax act as a potentially valuable product in national and international market. So these are the research publications. These are the reference. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice presentation. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, okay, ma'am. This dewaxed removal of wax, it is not enhancing the output. A very less percentage of increase in the water holding capacity is there. So, is there any other method which can comparatively improve the water holding capacity, or whether the dewaxing procedure should have, whether the procedure has to be enhanced? What do you think on that?
Actually, means in case of the whatever the wax percentage present in the press mud, so the water holding capacity means there is no much differentiation. But if the sugar press mud, if added continuously, means repeatedly, then the water logging or means the deterioration of soil problem is takes place. So that's why means this result is not for only one or two application, but if you add repeatedly the same type of means wax containing press mud into on a soil, so there may be a problem of water logging or water all these problems created. So that's why there is a necessary to remove it this wax and use means make better by addition of some microorganism or by composting it. So it will help to means there is two means getting wax one means so it will help to means getting wax, which is very important for
Yeah, ma'am,
means
I can understand your reply. But I was asking, like, you are removing the wax. How do you ensure that the wax is perfectly removed? That's what I was just asking, so that water logging capacity can be improved. So you can think in that angle. Is there any scientific measurement like approach to ensure that the wax is completely removed, so that you can just think in that angle, ma'am? That
Okay.
also, if you can show some slides, or if you can scientifically prove, I think that may also add value to your work.
Yes, yes, sir. Means in case when we extract the wax, that time we calculate means how much wax extracted from the press mud, and also
Yeah.
we check the physico-chemical parameters of that wax, means the saponification value, iodine value, acidic value of that wax, whether this wax
Okay.
is or not, and also we check the percentage, means how many percent of wax released from that press mud.
Okay. Yeah, okay, ma'am. Yeah, I think that was the details were enough, and thank you very much for your nice presentation. And thank you, and let us move on to the next presenter.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Father Arun Jose sir to present his work. Arun Jose sir.
Okay. Shall I share the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I think you can see the slides, right?
No, I think
No,
Pallavi
sir.
ma'am has to leave.
Okay, I think she's not stopped shared.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Hello, Pallavi ma'am. Please stop
Yes, sir.
sharing.
I'm unable to stop it. I can't see this one. 1 minute.
Stop sharing your screen.
Yes, yes, sir. One minute, sir. कसं करायचं? इथं. काय झालं काय माहिती. इथं डायरेक्ट स्टॉप शेअरिंग. काय झालं?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yes. Father Arun Jose sir, we can see your screen. Yes.
Okay, fine. So, first of all, let me tell you, it's very honored, and I'm very much privileged to present my own studies over here in this consortium. I'm thankful to that. So I'm Father Arun. Presently now I'm working as an associate professor in one of our colleges in Kerala. My main study is an effect of ELF EMF on plant growth. ELF EMF means is extreme low frequency electromagnetic field on plant growth. Mainly I'm focusing on this early developmental stages of the plant. My model organism was moong dal. My mentor was Dr. Prashant. And this is the way, this is an overview of my presentation, which is going to be staged over here. So that as an introductory part, let me tell you this ELF is an extremely low frequency electromagnetic field. In the spectrum, we can see this field in the range of 3 to 300 hertz. Naturally, we have the source, and artificially we can have this. And an external device also can create this kind of sources. For the natural source, obviously, we know that it's an solar light. And the second one is geomagnetic field, GM, what we are telling that. And the third one is thunderstorm and all. But in artificial way, when we are giving a kind of external device to support or to create this kind of extreme low frequency electromagnetic field, there we have examples like power grid lines and the domestic distribution lines. Then medical device like medical imaging devices and home appliances, what we are using in this houses and all. One of the main idea of this extremely frequency electromagnetic field or electric magnetic field is we are always under this kind of current situation. Like the electromagnetic field is always get exposed to this earth and world. So the effects are short term and long term. No, as I already told you, my model organism is moong dal, the Vigna radiata. Why I have taken this one is it's very much prominent and very much popular to a cultivation in India, like in an agrarian country like India. It's very much popular and it's easily available and very inexpensive. And its growth pattern and cycle is very short. It germinates only in 2 3 days, and fast growth also will be providing. The materials what I have been using for this explorative study, mainly it's an explorative study. These are the devices being provided at mechanical support and technical support for this one. Actually, we have used Helmholtz coil instrument. It's a customized one we have already done in our college for the lab project programs. It's a Helmholtz coil which is given in the center. It's a customized one giving extreme low frequency electromagnetic field. And this device, sorry, the extremely low frequency magnetic field being distributed will be analyzed and observed using the other device called Gauss meter. Then the power supply was provided with a DC voltage supply maximum up to 15 volt. The methodology what we have followed in this pattern of the studies, 1 hour before this experiment, the exposure system, the Helmholtz coil, the exposure system was switched on at least for an 1 hour experience for more to avoid kind of technical disabilities or heating process and all those. After that, already been soaked seeds, moong seeds that soaked in the distilled water got exposed to different intensities, 7 different intensities and 2 different time periods that I will be discussing in the next slide. After exposure, we had transferred this exposed test seeds and unexposed control seeds to a cotton battery plate that you can see on the left side of an upper figure. After that, we were monitoring the growth of this moong dal for 4 days, 96 hours, 96 hours. After that, we had taken the observation of this growth parameters. 3 growth parameters we have already been monitoring. The aim, as I told you, it's completely an explorative study on the effect of extreme low frequency electromagnetic field on moong seeds. Then the study, mainly we were talking about this, or mainly we were focusing on the early developmental stages parameters like germination rate, shoot length, and root length. The objective or the intensity what we were maintained in this project is between 775 microtesla to 8,800 microtesla. 8,800 microtesla means 8.8 millitesla. The time period we used to expose the seeds is 30 minutes and 60 minutes. All these test was duplicated. When we come back to this result part, okay, when we come back to the result part, you can see that first we have checked the germination rate, whether there is any kind of effect on this ELF EM on the germination rate. The germination rate we have divided into 2 parts, like 24, we have monitored the germination rate 24 hours after the exposure. Then we have already one more monitoring has been done after 48 hours of exposure. So in these two kind of monitoring, what we have seen is it was weekly showing a positive trend in many of the intensities. Especially you can see that 24 hours one, you can see that 775 microtesla, 2175 microtesla, 3275 microtesla, 4650 microtesla. Almost all the microteslas, like except maybe 7700 microtesla, will be showing a little kind of almost same to the control one. But in both ways, for 24 after 24 hours of exposure and 48 hours of exposure, we have seen, or it's been found like a kind of positive trend for 30 minutes of exposure. Exposed seeds are going enhanced germination rate. The same trend is being already seen in some other pioneer effort. For example, Sabu et al. Experiment has been done in 2018. They were also showing this kind of enhanced seed germination. And Riri Prihatari, their pioneer attempt also had showing this kind of germination rate is an enhanced way. But what we have seen later that the two-way ANOVA, the statistical analysis was what we have done with this kind of result, what we have seen, might not be much enough or to give a kind of very significant result. So even though it was showing kind of positive trend, the statistical tools what we have used, especially two-way ANOVA and those this result was not prominent or not enough to give a very positive trend in statistical analysis, especially on this germination rate. Now we come back to this another parameters. After 96 hours, we are monitoring these two parameters, shoot length and root length. For the shoot length, when we are looking back to the shoot length, the shoot length, they were showing a positive trend. Actually, in all these varying seven varying intensities with exposure time 30 minutes and 60 minutes. The shoot length actually it was showing a very positive trend in 775, 2175, and even 5975, and even 7700, and in 8800 Tesla also. It was slightly weakly, but very positive trend was showing, and even the statistical analysis that we have done after this one also showing a positive trend for the shoot length. But we haven't seen any kind of positive correlation or kind of positive significant result as an effect of ELF EMF on the root length. That was the main difference what we have seen. Now, as a part of summary, what we have seen, as I told you, moon scenes were exposed to 7 various intensities for 30 minutes and 60 minutes, and 3 growth parameters like germination rate, shoot length, and root length were monitored, and results were recorded. And we have seen a very significant effect of ELF EMF in shoot length among other parameters, especially the seeds or the plants which has grown from the exposed seeds. So only we have seen a very significant positive trend as an effect of ELF EMF only in the shoot length, other than germination rate and root length. So these main 7 intensities also were very much prominent in this kind of condition. The limitations, when we come back to this project study's limitation, as I told you, is an explorative study. We had begun from a kind of scratches. So what the limitation, what we have seen as an inadequate replicates, I have already told it's an only duplicates we could do. Then the variation in the temperature, throughout the study, that span of project study, we have experienced a kind of variation in the temperature between winter and summer. Then the dormancy of the seeds were a little bit different among the batches. Even that's what I meant by source variation. The seeds, what we have taken from 2 batches, so that may be, we hope that that could be also possible factor, like a limitation factor in our studies. So what we are looking forward as a proposed future works is we have to do more experiment for generating more replication and maintaining a specific temperature condition during the experiment. I would like to give thanks to my mentor and my faculty from Department of Life Science and Biochemistry and Department of Physics for all the academic and technical support, departments of St. Aloysius College for all the supports, and very especially Mr. Melvin Fernandez for all the technical support. These are the reference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your nice presentation for that. And any questions from the audience?
Yes, Honorable Chairman, with your kind permission, I have to ask Father Arun Joseph.
Yeah, you can proceed, please.
He has studied the electromagnetic effects on the germination of seeds.
Yeah.
And sometimes the difference is there, sometimes the difference is not there. I know this magnetic field effect of magnetic field as far as the electromagnetic field is concerned, as well as the magnetic field is, permanent magnetic field is concerned. I also studied the magnetic effects on the plants, especially the paddy. What I'm interested in asking you, sir, as you studied the length of the roots and shoots, what you shown as the analysis, is there content you studied as far as the protein is concerned, or any
No,
other?
it's only the length we have studied. Because of our time constraints, we could not do that kind of biochemical or protein estimation process. We have only limited with this shoot length and root length. We were doing it in physical measurement scale.
So, but what my advice to you,
yes.
if you study about that these parameters, definitely it will support your research as far as the how the enhancement of growth is there once the seeds exposed to magnetic field. and that will definitely help. So how the magnetic field is responsible for increasing the growth with
Yes,
the
yes.
with these parameters also.
Yes, yes, yes.
So different.
Actually, some of the reference we have already seen, like in literature review, we have seen that this magnetic effect or electromagnetic effect is been working like an auxin like effect on the plants, triggering the biochemical effect. So we have seen that, and even we were about to do that kind of biochemical testing, like protein estimation, all, but the time constraint were limiting us to this kind of parameters. Actually, what we were doing. Mainly, these kind of electromagnetic field is focusing on electrophysiological properties of these seeds and plants.
Okay, for future studies, if possible, you can go
Sure,
for
sir.
this.
Sure, sir. We are hopefully looking for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thanks for your
Chairman, sir.
valuable suggestion.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. So I have a small basic doubt. So as you suggested, as you told, it's an explorative study. So
Yes.
what was the motivation behind the use of extreme low frequency, and what is the problem with that particular seed, and why did you select to analyze the effect of extreme low frequency?
Okay.
And what has happened, suppose if you use at a low frequency range? So can you tell me the motivation behind this? Like, what is your
Sure, sir.
aim?
Yes, yes. The basic aim was mainly I had read some couple of the paper news. Actually, even I was also working in the medical field also. A couple of years before, there was an extensive study showing that there was an increased medical expenses these recent years after means maybe last 10 decades. And even they were showing some sort of cues for this kind of expensive medical expenses only because of this food habit. And when we were looking for this food habit, I have come across some of the couple of reasons. And among that, one reason was the chemical fertilizers and the adult food adulteries was using while they were giving for the crop and giving for the agricultural land and all those things. So they were using extensive amount of so much of fertilizers, and what do we call chemical and enhancers also. So I thought that if this kind of electromagnetic field effect is giving some sort of booming effect, like as I told you, magnetotropism, it's been already referred as an auxin-like effect on the plants, on the seeds, that would be a paradigm shift. It could be a possible paradigm shift in the agricultural industry if we are using this effect in the right direction with more explorative studies. We could make use of it as a very good industrial application to give kind of seeds which could be enhanced, which could be with the enhanced growth parameters to the people. Then the first question you talk about that why did I select extreme low frequency? Because of this, the geomagnetic field has a very important and pivotal role on all the seeds and its germination and all its early developmental growth studies. What is the range of geomagnetic field in equator? If I'm not mistaken, it's maximum up to 70 microtesla, and in the poles, it's in 30 microtesla, or other way around. I'm a little mistaken.
Okay.
So So we were looking for that one, whether we are giving a kind of little bit higher increased value, not much increased one than the geomagnetic field. If what will happen if we are giving a kind of little bit higher magnetic field other than the geomagnetic field? If we are giving a very high amount, I don't know how. That's what I told you. It's an explorative. For the next step, we can do with a higher intensities.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I think you were mentioning up to 300 hertz, correct?
Yeah, the range.
The range is up to 3000 hertz. That's around 3 kilohertz. So you can also work on that range. Okay, fine. I think thank you very much for your nice presentation and also your remarks on the questions raised. So thank you very much, and
thank you, sir. Thank you.
let us move on to the next presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Now I would request Miss Mohini Bamne ma'am to present her work.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Allow me to present my screen. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the screen is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. The name of my topic is impact of pollution on the physico-chemical characteristic of seawater in Ratnagiri coastal area. So Ratnagiri is one of the most important coastal districts of Maharashtra. Forms a part of and for their fish landing centers. Here we have totally 45 fish processing industries and Mirkarwara jetty, where all the waste material were released openly into the ocean. Also, some rivers are connected to this ocean and collect huge amount of organic waste and agricultural, poultry waste, pesticides, and also fertilizers, etc. material, which directly mixed with the ocean water. So in this topic, we select, we collect water samples from 3 different stations and analyze them for the our study. First station is Ratnagiri Mirkarwada jetty, where the municipal sewage of town and waste of fishing vessels directly enters to the ocean. Second one is a Karla estuary. It's a estuarine plain. And third one is a Sakhartar. It is also a fish landing center, but without any industry nearby the landing center. All the samples were collected and temperature is recorded on the site, and other biochemical parameters were analyzed as per the standard methods like salinity, pH, dissolved oxygen, inorganic phosphate, nitrate, silicate, and ammonia were recorded for 2 years from January 2018 to January 2020, and the results are like this. So this is the chart of, this is the diagram of rainfall. Rainfall. We all know that 4 to 5 months are considered as a rainy season in Konkan or overall in Maharashtra. So the rainfall is varied from 0 to 0.0 to 456.5 mm during 2018-19, and for the rest of year it is 0.0 to 334.2 mm. Then this is the same for all the stations because we collected sample from the same district. Then temperature is also same for the almost same for all the stations, and it is not so much fluctuating. It is between 24 degrees Celsius to 32.3 or Celsius, and both the parameters are not showing major different. But in case of pH, the pH is ranging from the 7.1 to 8.26. Then let's talk about the salinity. Salinity ranges varies from the 10.5 parts per thousand to 39.2 parts per thousand. Actually, all parts are showed almost similar type of salinity, but more or less in summer and monsoon season. Next one is the dissolved oxygen concentration. So oxygen concentration varied from greater than 1 ml per liter to 5.281 ml per liter, and minimum during August 2019 at station 1 and maximum in February 2020 for the station 3. And the station 3 was that landing center which is not nearby any industries. Then next one is the nitrate concentration. It is varied from the 0.007 micromole per liter to 5.132 micromole per liter, and minimum nitrate concentration was recorded in August 2019 at station 3 and maximum during January 2020 at station 1. The next one is a silicate. It was varied from 1.041 micromole per liter to 13.132 micromole per liter, and the minimum was recorded in February 2020 at station 3, and maximum was recorded during March 2019 at station 2. Next one is an inorganic phosphate. It ranges from 0.090 micromole per liter to 7.084 micromole per liter, and the maximum concentration was recorded in June 2018 at station 2, and minimum was recorded in October 2018 at station 1. And last parameter is ammonia. The ammonium concentration varied from 0.705 micromoles per liter to 37.309 micromoles per liter, and the minimum ammonium concentration was recorded during September 2018 at station 3, and maximum during March 2019 at station 1. This is about the results, and the final conclusion of this paper is it shows the changes in water physicochemical properties due to the monsoon and directly discharge of effluents from surrounding environment, and we should practice appropriate management strategies of waste to ensure the sustainable development and management of coastal area and their useful resources. So we should decrease the release of effluents directly into the ocean, and we should process it first and then we can release it into the ocean, so that the physicochemical parameters will not be goes beyond their limit. These are my references, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from audience? We can limit to one question. Yeah, ma'am. So I let me have. I have one clarification. There are so many physicochemical characteristics that can be studied for a seawater.
Yes, sir.
And like you have taken only very few characteristics. Even that hardness can be studied. Conductivity of the water. Those parameters may also help to analyze the impact of pollutants. And so, do you have any plan to?
Yes, sir. Of course, we are planning for the further studies, but unfortunately, in 2020 there is a lockdown period start, and we stopped studying for these parameters. So we are planning for this.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. So you can focus on, there are a few other parameters which you can also try to study, and you can also try to analyze, like you are telling the impact of pollution on these characteristics. So what are the normal characteristics as reported in literature, and what is the impact of pollution? How much percentage is the impact?
Normally
so those kind
observing,
of
right? Huh?
that
Right.
comparison shall also be made for showing or proving the effectiveness of your study.
Yes, sir.
So
Actually,
you
sir,
can,
I don't want to give any excuse, but yesterday I have got discharged from the hospital because of COVID-19, and
fine,
it was
fine,
very
fine.
short period for me to prepare the presentation.
This is just a suggestion for your future
Yes,
work.
sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
it.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, and hopefully we wish you all the best for your speed recovery also. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Thank you so much.
thank you very much, and let us invite the next presenter.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Now, I would request our last participant, Miss Sonia Benjamin, ma'am, to present her research.
Yes, just a second. Yeah, I'll just share my screen.
Please share, ma'am.
Please share.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
So, are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll just start. Okay. So I'm here to present a good afternoon. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm here to present a paper on the dissolved oxygen as criteria to assess the health of Thane Creek. So as we know that water is one of the most vital resource necessary for all the living organisms, as well as yes, living organisms, and it is one of the basic necessities of life. And for the proper management of any water body, it's very important to know the physiochemical parameters, as they indicate the status of metabolic processes of various marine organisms, and they also significantly influence the aquatic life. Out of all the physicochemical parameters, dissolved oxygen is of paramount importance, as it maintains the aerobic metabolism in the marine organisms. And dissolved oxygen is used as an indicator for water quality, pollution, and as well as primary productivity. So the study area. So the study area for our study is the Thane Creek. So the Thane Creek is 26 kilometers in length, and it is Asia's largest creek. And as you can see, to the north is the Ulhas River, and to the south you can see the Arabian Sea. Mumbai city lies on the east bank, whereas Navi Mumbai lies on the west bank. And both the banks have mangroves, and biodiversity is also quite varied. And you have the bird biodiversity. We have more than 150 species present here. And among the birds, flamingo is one of the greatest major attractions of the creek, and both lesser and greater flamingos are found in Thane Creek, and lesser flamingos are the more dominant one. Thane Creek already enjoys the status of being an important bird area. It was designated in 2004, and recently it has been designated as a flamingo sanctuary, bird sanctuary in 2015. Okay, next, materials and methods. So throughout the length of the creek, we have collected water from 19 locations, which covers the entire creek. And it was collected during the neap and spring tides from November 2015 to February 2016. And the protocols adopted were as per standard methods. Parameters like temperature, light penetration, and pH was estimated on the field itself, whereas DO was fixed on the field, as you can see in the image here, and was analyzed along with total dissolved solids and salinity in the lab. Next. So results and discussion. As you can see that we have analyzed various parameters like temperature, light penetration, total suspended solids, pH, salinity, and dissolved oxygen. So temperature, where the average was 22 degrees Celsius, whereas the light penetration ranged between 18 to 64. The light penetration was more towards the seaward side, and which could be due to various factors like the incidence of light, the visibility, and total suspended solids was uniform throughout both the tides during the neap and spring tides. And pH was 7, and it was lower near the riverine end, which could be due to the mixing of the sewage and other effluents. And coming to dissolved oxygen, the dissolved oxygen ranged from 0.41 mg per liter to 10.16 mg per liter throughout the stations. But on an average, it was, even because of such a wide fluctuation, it was 2.81 mg per liter, which indicates hypoxic conditions. And when you compare the present data with the previous available data, past studies, you can see that there is a gradual decline in the DO levels. Like in 1975, the DO was 6.79 mg per liter, whereas in 1980, it came to 5.2, 1985, 4, and after that you can see it has come down to 2, and in our study 2016 it has come to 2.8, which is again indicates the deterioration of the creek. And for during our study, the DO was increasing towards the river, towards the sea end, which indicates like because of the large volume of water, as well as the width of the creek is more towards the mouth. And according to the study, we can conclude that there has been a gradual deteriorating in the creek due to accumulation of pollutants, and dissolved oxygen can be used as a best indicator with the health of the ecosystem. And most of the studies have indicated that the DO levels were hypoxic, and which indicates a poor condition of the creek. And we hope that with the declaration of the creek as a sanctuary, it should help in reducing the pollutant load and provide a diverse habitat for the flora and fauna of the creek. These are my references, and these are my acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Vasudevan, APCCF of the Mangrove Cell, for funding our study. Also the management, principal and zoology department of VPM's B.N. Bandurkar College of Science, Thane, as well as Mr. Praveen Kohli for providing his board during the study, and as well as for helping us in our collection of samples and other biodiversity studies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a nice presentation. We can have one question from the audience. Okay, so there are no questions from the participants. Let me ask one clarification. So you have studied various parameters like salinity, pH, temperature, or so many other light penetration effect, everything. Yes. But why did you frame your topic as the effect of dissolved oxygen for the analysis of health or monitoring the health status of this particular? So, and you were actually telling that even though you have analyzed various parameters, dissolved oxygen is the best criteria to evaluate. So how do you justify this particular statement, and which result has given you or tempted you to conclude that dissolved oxygen study is the best criteria?
Okay. Like I said, for any proper management of any water body, all the physicochemical parameters are important. But since we're talking about pollution, so in that angle, dissolved oxygen indicates the water quality. So depending upon that, we come to know what the current situation is about the water body. And as you can see, our study has indicated that the conditions are deteriorating and the pH levels are going low. And if you've seen the comparison here, this comparison, like in 1975 it was much higher, and now it has come down to 2. So all the results like previous studies done have indicated that DO levels below 3 are hypoxic. And so since most of the metabolic activities of aquatic organisms depend on DO, so that plays an important role in the aquatic ecosystem. So that is very important, and that's why we have presented our paper based on dissolved oxygen as a parameter for indicating the health of the ecosystem. Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, you can just have a look on your deviations. The deviation is vast as far as the values are concerned. Yes. So with having more deviation, it may be difficult for you to conclude with the data that you have obtained. So you have to minimize the error. So that part you can just focus, and then I think the results may be fruitful. And I think thank you very much for your nice presentation and confident presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So organizers, I think over to organizers. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are done with all the participants from our group, our track 3.
Okay. So I think we can formally conclude this one.
Yes, we can conclude our technical sessions.
Yeah. So thank you very much to all the participants for your wonderful and confident presentation. And thank you, you have taken a right conference to present your views, and I hope you had some fruitful discussions for improving your research work. So I thank the participants for their active participation. I thank the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I am also very thankful to all participants who present their great research work.
Yeah.
Also thankful to Chairman Dr. Venkatraman sir, who chaired the track very nicely, and the rapporteur Anish Chaudhary sir on behalf of all 6 institutions. Thank you everyone. Now I would request Mr. Naresh Shetty sir to introduce our students who are going to represent Dalvi College activities. Naresh Shetty sir, please.
धन्यवाद सर। मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी का विजयलक्ष्मी विश्वनाथ महाविद्यालय 2014 में इसकी नींव रखी गई। आज हमारे महाविद्यालय का ये 7वां साल है। इस 7 साल में प्रगति की और हमने जो हमारी यात्रा शुरू की है, उस यात्रा के बारे में हमारे दोनों छात्र गौरेश अहिरे और छात्रा साक्षी भोगटे हमको प्रेजेंटेशन पेश करने वाले हैं। मैं दोनों को प्रेजेंटेशन पेश करने का अनुरोध करता हूं, साक्षी और गौरेश। पहले हम स्क्रीन शेयर करते हैं।
नवीन आहे ना? हां, नवीन आताच बटन आहे ना? आता आहे बटन. हाँ.
नमस्कार। मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी का विजयलक्ष्मी विश्वनाथ दळवी महाविद्यालय, केवी पेंढारकर कॉलेज, सेंट जेवियर कॉलेज, सिंधु स्वाध्याय संस्था और यूनिटेड द्वारा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं दळवी महाविद्यालय
Hello. Hello. Naresh Shetty, sir. Are you there? Hello. तो एक्झिट झाला. हो. Hello. Hello, Gauresh. Please present. Hello.
और करे सर.
Hello.
Yeah, please coordinate with them actually.
There is some technical issue we are solving, sir.
Okay. No.
नमस्कार। मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी का विजयालक्ष्मी विश्वनाथ दळवी महाविद्यालय, केवी पेंढारकर कॉलेज, सेंट जेवियर कॉलेज, सिंधु स्वाध्याय संस्था और यूनिफेस द्वारा एनवायरमेंटल पोल्यूशन इस विषय पर आयोजित नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं दळवी महाविद्यालय की छात्रा साक्षी भुगटे
और मैं दळवी महाविद्यालय का छात्र गौरेश आहरे आप सभी अतिथियों को आदरपूर्वक प्रणाम करते हैं। आज हमें दोनों को, आप सभी महनीय अतिथियों को हमारे विजयालक्ष्मी विश्वनाथ दळवी महाविद्यालय की पिछले 7 सालों से जो कामयाबी की ओर सफल यात्रा चल रही है, इस बारे में बताते हुए हमें बड़ा ही गर्व होता है।
आप स्क्रीन पर हमारे दळवी महाविद्यालय की भविष्य में तैयार होने वाली छवि देख रहे हैं। उच्च शिक्षा में गुणात्मक सुधार लाने के लिए केंद्र सरकार ने शिक्षा में जिन जिलों में उच्च शिक्षा स्तर के औसत से कम है, उन जिलों में मॉडल डिग्री कॉलेज शुरू करने का प्रस्ताव रखा था।
हमारे सौभाग्य से इस योजना के तहत 14 जुलाई 2014 को हमारे सिंधुदुर्ग जिले के तळेरे गांव में विजयालक्ष्मी विश्वनाथ दळवी महाविद्यालय की स्थापना की गई और यह महाविद्यालय का 7वां साल है।
हमारे कॉलेज की विशेषताएं हैं। हमारा महाविद्यालय मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी का कॉन्स्टिट्यूट कॉलेज है। हमारा महाविद्यालय राष्ट्रीय उच्च स्तर शिक्षा अभियान यानी कि रूसा और महाराष्ट्र सरकार के द्वारा अनुदानित किया गया है। हमारा महाविद्यालय ग्रामीण और पहाड़ी इलाकों में बसा है।
हमारे सभी अध्यापक समर्पित भाव से काम करते हैं। हमारे महाविद्यालय में 7 सालों से 7 नए कोर्स शुरू किए गए हैं। यह जिले का पहला और इकलौता महाविद्यालय है जिस महाविद्यालय में पत्रकारिता का अध्ययन होता है। हमारे महाविद्यालय में छात्रों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए E-क्यूब यानी कि एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का फॉर्मूला तैयार किया है, जिसके बारे में हम आगे बताएंगे। विद्यालय में एकेडमिक और एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलम उपक्रमों को बहुत बढ़िया प्रदर्शन है। महाविद्यालय में बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र के साथ मिलकर MOU भी किया है। छात्रों के मन से अंग्रेजी का डर खत्म करने के लिए ग्रोमिंग इंग्लिश के लेक्चर लिए जाते हैं।
महाविद्यालय में 5 प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज और 2 ट्रेडिशनल कोर्सेज हैं। महाविद्यालय जब शुरू हुआ तब सबसे पहले कोर्स बैचलर ऑफ मैनेजमेंट स्टडीज मतलब BMS 2014 को शुरू किया गया। उसके बाद 2015 को बैचलर ऑफ साइंस इन इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी मतलब BSCIT ये कोर्स शुरू हुआ। उसके बाद 2016 को BMM मतलब बैचलर ऑफ मास मीडिया ये कोर्स शुरू हुआ। उसके बाद 2017 को बैचलर ऑफ कॉमर्स इन अकाउंटिंग एंड फाइनेंस मतलब BAF ये कोर्स शुरू किया गया। उसके बाद बैचलर ऑफ बैंकिंग एंड इंश्योरेंस मतलब BBI ये 2018 को शुरू किया गया। उसके बाद 2019 को बैचलर ऑफ आर्ट्स मतलब BA ये कोर्स शुरू किया गया और इस साल बैचलर ऑफ कॉमर्स मतलब BCom ये कोर्स शुरू किया गया। हमारे मानद मार्गनिर्देशक आदरणीय विनायक दळवी सर का ऐसा संकल्प है कि हर साल हमें नया कोर्स शुरू करें, जिसके तहत हमने पहले 7 साल में 7 कोर्स शुरू किए हैं और आने वाले साल भी हम नया कोर्स शुरू करने जाएंगे।
हमारे विद्यालय में NSS यानी कि नेशनल कैडेट क्रॉप, NSS यानी कि नेशनल सर्विस स्कीम और DLLE यानी कि डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ लॉन्ग लाइफ लर्निंग एंड एक्सटेंशन कार्यस्थ है।
महाविद्यालय में नेशनल कैडेट्स क्रैप्स यानी कि NCC के 2 यूनिट कार्यान्वित है और इसमें 72 कैडेट प्रशिक्षित हो रहे हैं। आप स्क्रीन पर NCC के ट्रेनिंग की छवियां देख रहे हैं।
NSS में नेशनल सर्विस स्कीम, NSS में नेशनल सर्विस स्कीम यानी कि NSS के 3 यूनिट्स है और इसमें 251 स्वयंसेवक सहयोग दे रहे हैं। आप स्क्रीन पर NSS एक्टिविटी की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। NSS के उपक्रम में पानी रोकने के लिए जो कार्य किया उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं। इसके साथ साथ सेंद्रीय खाद निर्मित का प्रोजेक्ट हमारे कॉलेज में एनएसएस यूनिट ने शुरू किया, उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही आप विभिन्न प्रशिक्षण प्रोग्राम और हमारे एनएसएस की सभी छात्रों की छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं। महाविद्यालय में डीएलएलई का यूनिट भी सक्रिय है। डीएलएलई यूनिट कमाओ और सीखो इस पंक्ति पर आधारित है। हमारे महाविद्यालय में छात्रों को शिक्षा के साथ जीवन के अनुदान देने का काम डीएलएलई यूनिट से करते हैं।
आवाज नहीं थी सर, आवाज नहीं थी।
येतोय आवाज, व्यवस्थित येतोय, डोंट वरी, गो अहेड।
सर येतोय आवाज, सर येतोय। आप अब स्क्रीन पे डीएलएलई का छात्र फूल बेचते हुए देख सकते हैं। समाज में जनजागृति करने के लिए डीएलएलई के छात्र पथनाट्य करते हुए उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं। छात्रों ने उड़ान फेस्टिवल में जो कामयाबी हासिल की,
सगळं व्यवस्थित ऐकायला येत आहे, डोंट वरी, गो अहेड, सगळं ऐकू आलंय।
ओके सर। समाज में जनजागृति करने के लिए डीएलएलई के छात्र पथनाट्य करते हैं, उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं। छात्रों ने उड़ान फेस्टिवल में जो कामयाबी हासिल की, उसकी भी तस्वीर आप स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं। डीएलएलई के तरफ से प्रशिक्षण प्रोग्राम भी किए जाते हैं, उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं।
हमारे सौभाग्य की बात है कि जो मानद मार्ग निर्देशक हमें प्राप्त हुए हैं वो है हमारे आदरणीय प्रोफेसर विनायक दळवी सर। सर की वजह से सिर्फ 7 सालों में ऐसे स्पेशल मोमेंट हासिल किए जो हासिल करने के लिए लोगों को कई साल लगते हैं। आदरणीय दळवी सर का यह सपना है कि सिंधुदुर्ग जिला पानी समस्या से मुक्त हो, इसलिए उन्होंने वाटरमैन ऑफ इंडिया डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह को महाविद्यालय में आने का न्योता दिया था। सर का न्योता स्वीकार करके राजेंद्र सिंह महाविद्यालय में पधारे थे। ये हमारे लिए संस्मरणीय दिन था। उसकी छवियां आप स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं। 18 अगस्त 2018 को सिंधु स्वाध्याय संस्था और वीवी दळवी कॉलेज दोनों ने मिलकर एक्वीफर मैनेजमेंट ये सेमिनार आयोजित किया था। इस सेमिनार में सिंधुदुर्ग जिले के पानी समस्या के बारे में चर्चा हुई। सिंधुदुर्ग जिले के 1000 जल सैनिक इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित थे।
हमारे मानक मार्ग निर्देशक आदरणीय दळवी सर का यह सपना है कि हमारे स्टूडेंट को इंटरनेशनल लेवल का एजुकेशन मिले, इसलिए हमारे स्टूडेंट को उन्होंने ऑस्ट्रेलिया के चीफ मिनिस्टर और वेस्टर्न ऑस्ट्रेलिया के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर से मिलाया था। आप अब स्क्रीन पर हमारे महाविद्यालय ने पश्चिम ऑस्ट्रेलिया के शिक्षा मंत्री के साथ जो मीटिंग की थी उसकी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। भविष्य में हमारा महाविद्यालय की दिशा के बारे में ऑस्ट्रेलिया के शिक्षा मंत्री ने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातों को रखा था। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के शिक्षा मंत्री और चीफ मिनिस्टर ने हमारे छात्रों की विभिन्न गतिविधियों की बहुत प्रशंसा की और अध्यापकों से बातचीत की।
अब आप स्क्रीन पर भारत की पहली वर्चुअल रिसर्च पेपर कॉन्फ्रेंस की छवियां देख रहे हैं। हमारा महाविद्यालय पहाड़ी इलाकों में बसा है और ग्रामीण विभाग में आता है, फिर भी हम किसी से कम नहीं हैं। हमारे आदर्श और महाविद्यालय के मानक मार्ग निर्देशक आदरणीय प्रोफेसर विनायक दळवी सर ने भारत की पहली ऑनलाइन रिसर्च कॉन्फ्रेंस हम कर सकते हैं ऐसा विश्वास अध्यापकों को दिया और इसके बदौलत हमने भारत की पहली वर्चुअल रिसर्च कॉन्फ्रेंस सफल की। उसकी भी छवियां आप स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं।
हमारे महाविद्यालय के छात्र अफसर बने, इसलिए हमारा महाविद्यालय कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जामिनेशन गाइडेंस सेंटर चलाता है। हमारे लिए यह गर्व की बात थी जब 3 जून 2018 को हमारे मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर सुहाजी पेडनेकर सर और महाराष्ट्र के तत्कालीन चीफ सेक्रेटरी सुमित जी मलिक सर के उपस्थिति में कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जामिनेशन गाइडेंस सेंटर की शुरुआत हुई। इस दिन सम्मानीय सुमित जी मलिक सर ने हमारे बच्चों को मार्गदर्शन करके उसका हौसला बढ़ाया था। उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं। हमारा महाविद्यालय ऐसा महाविद्यालय है कि जिस महाविद्यालय में हर रोज कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जामिनेशन के विनामूल्य लेक्चर का आयोजन होता है, जिसमें हमारे छात्र दिलचस्पी लेके पढ़ते हैं।
आप अब स्क्रीन पर हमारे महाविद्यालय ने बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र के साथ छात्रों को ट्रेनिंग देने का जो MOU किया है उसकी छवियां देख रहे हैं। इसके तहत हमारे छात्र बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र में जाकर ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं। बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र के ऑफिसर हमारे महाविद्यालय में आकर छात्रों को मार्गदर्शन करते हैं। उसकी भी छवियां आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं।
अब आप स्क्रीन पर हमारे महाविद्यालय की प्लेसमेंट सेल का आरंभ समारंभ की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। 18 फरवरी 2019 को डोंबिवली शिक्षण प्रसारक मंडल के चेयरमैन और बिजनेसमैन आदरणीय प्रभाकर जी देसाई सर ने प्लेसमेंट सेल का इनॉग्रेशन किया। हम हर साल छात्रों को प्लेसमेंट सेल से अच्छी रोजगार की उपलब्धता होने के लिए प्रयास करते हैं।
हमारे महाविद्यालय की मानद मार्गनिर्देशक आदरणीय विनायक दळवी सर के मार्गदर्शन से हमारे कॉलेज का एनुअल प्रोग्राम कैलेंडर तैयार किया गया है और इसके तहत हर साल तय की गई तारीख को प्रोग्राम्स का आयोजन किया जाता है। आदरणीय दळवी सर ने पहले से ही कौन सा प्रोग्राम किस दिन को होगा ये तय किया है और इसका ये लाभ है कि बच्चे उस प्रोग्राम की तैयारी पहले से ही कर सकते हैं और उस दिन वो प्रोग्राम होता है, जैसे कि 1 फरवरी को विजयलक्ष्मी एक्सपो और 14 जुलाई को फाउंडेशन डे, उसके बाद 15 अगस्त को सतीश कथमाला। ऐसे प्रोग्राम की तैयारी हम पहले से ही कर सकते हैं। आप स्क्रीन पे कैलेंडर देख रहे हैं।
हमारे एनुअल एक्टिविटीज की शुरुआत हम ब्लड डोनेशन कैंप लेके करते हैं। विद्यालय के छात्र ब्लड डोनेट करके समाज सेवा के संकल्प से अपने शिक्षा की सफर शुरू करते हैं। उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं।
हमारे महाविद्यालय में 11 जुलाई को गार्गी दिवस और चाणक्य दिवस मनाया जाता है। इस दिन प्रथम वर्ष लड़कियों की IQ टेस्ट और प्रथम वर्ष लड़कों की एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट की जाती है। इसमें जो छात्रा अव्वल आते हैं उसे गार्गी ऑफ द ईयर और चाणक्य ऑफ द ईयर से नवाजा जाता है। इस टेस्ट के जरिए जिन छात्रों को अधिक मार्गदर्शन की आवश्यकता है उनके लिए लेक्चर्स का प्रबंध किया जाता है। जिन छात्रों का हाई IQ होता है उनके लिए लर्नर स्पेस प्रोग्राम का आयोजन किया जाता है। महाविद्यालय के सभी नए छात्रों के लिए फ्रेशर्स पार्टी का आयोजन किया जाता है और उनका स्वागत किया जाता है।
महाविद्यालय में हर 12 और 13 जुलाई को इंट्रा और इंटर कॉलेजिएट कल्चरल कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया जाता है। इस स्पर्धाओं में विद्यालय के तथा अन्य विद्यालयों के छात्र हिस्सा लेते हैं। इसकी वजह से छात्रों को अपना हुनर दिखाने का अवसर मिल जाता है।
चौदह जुलाई 2014 को विजयलक्ष्मी विश्वनाथ दळवी महाविद्यालय की स्थापना हुई। इस वजह से हर साल 2014 को स्थापना दिवस बड़े उत्साह से मनाया जाता है। हमारा स्थापना दिवस विजुगिशु नाम से मनाया जाता है। विजुगिशु मतलब दुनिया दुनिया जीतने का ख्वाब। प्यार से, ज्ञान से और हमारे कला गुणों से हम सभी छात्र दुनिया जीते, ऐसा हमारे मानद मार्गनिर्देशक विनायक दळवी सर का सपना है। 11 जुलाई से शुरू होने वाला समारोह की सांगता जुलाई की सांगता इस दिन छात्रों के लिए विभिन्न सारी प्रतियोगिताएं होती है। उसकी छवियां आप स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं।
हर साल 15 जुलाई को हमारे महाविद्यालय में जिला स्तरीय कल्चरल वर्कशॉप का आयोजन किया जाता है। इसमें छात्रों को फाइन आर्ट, फोल्क डांस, थिएटर आदि की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, जिसका फायदा आने वाले युवा महोत्सव में होता है।
मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी के द्वारा हर साल युवा महोत्सव का आयोजन किया जाता है, जिसमें महाविद्यालय के छात्र हिस्सा लेते हैं। कई छात्रों ने जोन लेवल और यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पर सफलता प्राप्त की है।
हर साल 15 अगस्त को सारे शहीद हुतात्माओं को याद करते हुए महाविद्यालय में सतीश कथामाला का आयोजन किया जाता है। इसमें शहीद हुतात्माओं के जीवन पर इंटर कॉलेजिएट स्टोरी टेलिंग कॉम्पिटिशन का आयोजन किया जाता है। उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं।
हर साल 11 सितंबर को महाविद्यालय में तज्ञ व्यक्तियों को आमंत्रित कर विभिन्न धर्मों के विचारों के बारे में मार्गदर्शन किया जाता है। इसका यह उद्देश्य है कि सभी धर्म हमारे बच्चों को मिले, क्योंकि सभी धर्म मानवता पे आधारित है, लेकिन धर्म की शिक्षा सही ढंग से बच्चों को न मिलने के कारण समाज में एक धर्म के लोग दूसरे धर्म के लोगों से लड़ते हुए पाए जाते हैं। इसीलिए हमारा महाविद्यालय विवेक दिन का आयोजन करता है और अंडरस्टैंडिंग रिलीजन, ये हमारा इस विवेक दिन का उद्देश्य है।
2 अक्टूबर को महात्मा गांधी जी और लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी के जन्मदिन के अवसर पर नो एडिक्शन नो एब्यूज और ग्राम स्वच्छता प्रोग्राम का आयोजन किया जाता है। व्यसन मुक्ति के लिए महाविद्यालय में सभी छात्र नो एडिक्शन नो एब्यूज की प्रतिज्ञा करते हैं और गांव में जाकर स्वच्छता करते हैं।
हर साल 19 अक्टूबर को इंटर कॉलेजिएट कुकिंग एंड लैटन मेकिंग कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया जाता है। कुकिंग कंपटीशन में जो छात्र अव्वल आता है उसे कैप्टन कुक अवार्ड से नवाजा जाता है। छात्रों ने बनाए हुए विभिन्न आकाशदीयों को बेचकर उन पैसों को तथा कुकिंग कंपटीशन से बने हुए चीज़ों को दिव्यांग पाठशाला में दिए जाते हैं।
ये प्रोग्राम जो हम करते हैं, इसको दलवी डब्बा आइस पाइस नाम से नाम दिया है। दिवाली तो सबका मनपसंद त्योहार है। हमारा महाविद्यालय हर साल दिवाली मनाता है, लेकिन दिव्यांग छात्रों के साथ। महाविद्यालय के छात्र दिव्यांग बच्चों के स्कूल जाते हैं, उनके साथ खेलकर दिवाली मनाते हैं। कैप्टन्स डे कंपटीशन में जमा होने वाली खान पान की सामग्री तथा आकाशदीयों को दिव्यांग बालकों के लिए काम करने वाले संस्था के लिए दिए जाते हैं। इसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं।
भारत का कारोबार संविधान में सूचित किए गए नियमों के अनुसार चलता है। हर साल 26 नवंबर को संविधान दिवस के अवसर पर छात्रों के लिए लेक्चर ऑन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया का प्रबंध किया जाता है। संविधान में लिखे हुए सभी मूल्यों को छात्रों तक पहुंचाना यह संविधान दिन मनाने का उद्देश्य है।
चौदह से 16 दिसंबर तक महाविद्यालय में विभिन्न खेल प्रतियोगिताएं आयोजित की जाती है। छात्र खेल में अपना हुनर दिखाते हैं, जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं राइफल शूटिंग, वॉलीबॉल, रनिंग, कबड्डी, क्रिकेट। ये आप स्पोर्ट की छवियां देख रहे हैं।
सत्रह दिसंबर को महाविद्यालय में विश्व विजयोत्सव मनाया जाता है। विश्व विजयोत्सव में देसी खेलों को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर ले जाने के लिए हम प्रयास करते हैं। इस दिन इंट्रा और इंटर कॉलेजिएट खेलों का आयोजन किया जाता है। पिछले साल हमने कबड्डी और खो खो दिखाए थे और इस साल हमने योगा कंपटीशन दिखाया है। उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं।
17 और 24 दिसंबर तक हमारे महाविद्यालय में जिला स्तर के छात्रों के लिए स्पोर्ट कोचिंग कैंप का आयोजन किया जाता है, जिसका उद्देश्य जिले के सभी छात्रों के लिए खेल का ट्रेनिंग देना होता है। हमारे गांव के बच्चे खेलों में नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर खेले, ये इस स्पोर्ट वीक का उद्देश्य है।
23 जनवरी को नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस के जन्म दिवस के अवसर पर महाविद्यालय में सुभाष दिवस मनाया जाता है। इस दिन महाविद्यालय में जिला स्तर पर एनसीसी के छात्रों की परेड कंपटीशन होती है। महाविद्यालय में ब्लड डोनेशन कैंप का भी आयोजन किया जाता है। 24 और 25 जनवरी को महाविद्यालय में कॉलेज डेज का आयोजन किया जाता है, जिसमें साड़ी डे, ट्रेडिशनल डे, टाई डे आदि होते हैं।
छब्बीस जनवरी को गणतंत्र दिवस पर हमारे महाविद्यालय में बड़े धूमधाम से मनाया जाता है। इस दिन हमारे महाविद्यालय में एनुअल गैदरिंग और प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेरेमनी होती है। इसकी तस्वीर आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं।
एक फरवरी को, जैसे कि हमने पहले कहा, हमारा महाविद्यालय ई-क्यूब इस संकल्पना पर आधारित छात्रों का विकास करने के लिए काम करता है। इसमें ई-क्यूब यानी कि एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। इस दिन महाविद्यालय में विजयलक्ष्मी एक्सपो आयोजित किया जाता है। एजुकेशन के लिए 12वीं के छात्रों का आईक्यू टेस्ट होता है और उस पर आधारित उनको मार्गदर्शन होता है। महाविद्यालय के अंतिम वर्ष के छात्रों के लिए कैंपस इंटरव्यू का आयोजन किया जाता है और छात्रों में उद्योजकता बढ़े, इसलिए उद्योजकता पर आधारित ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम का आयोजन किया जाता है। इसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं।
उन्नीस फरवरी को शिव जयंती उत्सव महाविद्यालय में मनाया जाता है। शिव जयंती का उत्सव हम स्व संरक्षण से महिला सबलीकरण का इस थीम पर मनाते हैं। हमारे छात्रों के लिए साल भर में सेल्फ डिफेंस की डेमो ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है और शिव जयंती के अवसर पर सेल्फ डिफेंस की डेमो दी जाती है। उसकी तस्वीर आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं। सेल्फ डिफेंस की डेमो दिखाते हुए आप स्क्रीन देख रहे हैं। 14 अप्रैल को भारत रत्न डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर जी के जन्म दिवस का आयोजन महाविद्यालय में किया जाता है। 24 घंटे हमारे पुस्तकालय छात्र और शिक्षकों के लिए खुले रहते हैं और पुस्तक वाचन होता है। सर चलिए सर।
हमारे महाविद्यालय के मानक मार्गनिर्देशक आदरणीय विनायक जी दड़वी सर ने संपूर्ण जिले के पानी की समस्या ध्यान में रखते हुए वाटर कंजर्वेशन प्रोजेक्ट महाविद्यालय में शुरू किया है। इस प्रोजेक्ट में हमारा महाविद्यालय पिछले 3 साल से कार्य कर रहा है। इस कार्यक्रम के लिए महाविद्यालय ने वाटर कंजर्वेशन का मॉडल भी तैयार किया है, जो आप स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं। हमारे महाविद्यालय में हर साल 22 मई को महाविद्यालय के पूर्व छात्रों का मिलान होता है। ये छात्र एक दूसरे से मिलते हैं और अपने अनुभवों का साझा करते हैं।
हमारे महाविद्यालय के एनुअल कैलेंडर को देखा। इसके अलावा महाविद्यालय में विभिन्न प्रतियोगिताएं होती है। आप स्क्रीन पर IT फेस्ट BMS तक्षक देख रहे हैं। महाविद्यालय में हर डिपार्टमेंट अपनी ओर से प्रतियोगिताएं आयोजित करता है। हर साल छात्रों के लिए इंडस्ट्रियल विजिट का भी आयोजन किया जाता है। उसकी छवि आप स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं। हमारे महाविद्यालय का दूसरा ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है फ्रूटफुल वे टू बायोडाइवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट। इसके तहत हम मुंबई गोवा महामार्ग के दोनों तरफ कोकन की स्थानिक फलों की प्रजातियां लगाते हैं और इसमें पूरा रास्ता हरा भरा होगा और संपूर्ण होगा, यह हमारा लक्ष्य है।
हमें बहुत खुशी होती है कि 3.5 एकड़ में हमारे महाविद्यालय की 6 हॉस्टल और स्टाफ क्वार्टर बन रहे हैं, जिनका कार्य शुरू हुआ है और वह जल्द ही बनकर पूरा होगा।
हमें यह बताते हुए खुशी होती है कि महाविद्यालय से 2 किलोमीटर दूरी पर हमारे महाविद्यालय का स्पोर्ट पैवेलियन बन रहा है। इस स्पोर्ट पैवेलियन 4 एकड़ में बनेगा और मानद मार्ग निर्देशक आदरणीय विनायक दड़वी सर जमीन डोनेट करेंगे। इस तरह का स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स के लिए पहली बार हो रहा है। इस स्पोर्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स में फुटबॉल ग्राउंड होगा और ओलंपिक जैसा स्विमिंग पूल बनेगा। ये इस स्पोर्ट पैवेलियन की विशेषताएं हैं। आपने हमारे कॉलेज का प्रेजेंटेशन देखा, इसलिए हम सभी अतिथियों का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
साक्षी और गौरेश ने हमारे महाविद्यालय का प्रेजेंटेशन सादर किया, जो आपने अभी देखा। मैं आप सबका धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और हम अगले हमारा जो नेक्स्ट सेशन है वो पैनल डिस्कशन का सेशन है। उसके और हम अब बढ़ते हैं। धन्यवाद सर। धन्यवाद।
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, madam. Mahajan here.
Hello. Hello,
Namaskar.
sir.
Yeah.
Namaskar. Panelists join झालेत का
Joshi sir
सगळे?
is yet to join.
Ha.
Raut sir is
It's
already there, I think.
already there, and even Mukherjee madam,
Dr. Mukherjee.
she was on track 1.
Yeah.
So I think so she will join.
So let us wait for a few
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah, we'll wait for them.
Hello, sir. Vijay Joshi sir has joined now.
Should I start, or Mukherjee madam has also not joined?
Madam, please start. Sir has Vijay Joshi sir has recently joined.
Okay, so should I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today is a very historic day, I feel. Vishwanath Summit has done a great job on this auspicious day of Holi, when our life is full of colors. The Vishwanath Summit has given us so much enriching talks about various researchers about the environmental and the environmental pollution which we all are facing. So I would like to start with a quote from Jacques Cousteau. Water and air are the two essential fluids on which life depends, and that has become a global garbage can. It is very true. So today we had talks from different areas, from phytoremediation to bioremediation, economic aspects, management aspects, zoology, botany, and then several pollution indicators. Well, how to solve the problems, what are the problems, what are the case studies, and even the advanced technologies. I think it was unmuted. So today we have among us the stalwarts and the experts in this field with us to have a panel discussion on the important relevant topics. So I would like to welcome today Dr. Vijay Joshi, consultant to RUSA and the government of Maharashtra, then Professor R.P.D. Rao, the former Dean, Faculty of Science, and HOD of the Environmental Science Department of Shivaji University, and Dr. B.T. Mukherjee. She's an associate professor at KV Pendarkar College. I extend a warm welcome to all the three panel discussion people who are here today, and I hope all the participants will have a great time. We would like to hear their inputs as well as their opinion about the different papers which were put forward by the researchers. So I welcome the panelists. Dr. Vijay Joshi, Dr. Raut, and Dr. Mukherjee. I hope they are there on the screen.
Yes, I am there.
Yeah,
Dr.
hello,
Rao.
sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm there on there.
Yeah, so we will be starting, I think, first with Dr. Vijay Joshi. Sir, please be free to start the session.
Thank you very much, madam. It was great to have this Vishwanath Summit. And as in the opening remark, Bela madam has mentioned, I think it has given a feast to all of us by various papers. I think there is an alarmist kind of an approach alarmist kind of an approach towards the pollution and pollution control. And there is an approach which is a sustainable approach in the human civilization, where I think we take a very calculated approach, the approach with on the basis of a statistics, on the basis of a data, the approach which is very, very positive. So there are two kinds of approaches. One is the approach which is very positive, an approach which is alarmist. If we see these 45 odd papers which are circulated to us, I think, and if you take this as a microcosmos of the researchers, we will find that now the people are trying to write about the solutions of the pollution more than the impact of the pollution. So I think if you see the number of papers uh, which are there, which are giving us a certain solutions, and number of papers which are talking about an impact of pollution, I think they are conversely proportional. More solutions have been given in these papers if you take it as a microcosmos of the researchers. So I think we need to appreciate the impressive environmental progress the human civilization has made, and this impressive progress has been made because of these positive researchers who are trying to give us certain solutions to the problems which already exist. And I think if we see, there are two papers which are on the basis of the pandemic. One is talking about the impact on a wildlife of this pandemic, and conversely, so in many articles it has been said that the nature is rebooting itself because of a less human intervention. But after 27 article review, this particular review article talks about how it has adversely impacted to the wildlife population which are dependent on human interaction. At the same time, the other paper which was on the pandemic was about the disposal of mass. And I also feel that though we have gotten wonderful SOPs which are existing in the biomedical West, I think we need to have certain SOPs, which I think is a requirement for how you can easily dispose this biomedical waste which has come in our house in terms of mass. So I think if you see, I think this kind of an SOP is a requirement, and this paper deals with how to dispose this mask which we are using during this pandemic. So there are very relevant papers which are pandemic. We, I think, would have loved to see more papers which are more relevant to this current status of pandemic. But there are only two papers which have come in around the 45. Now, if we see a gap finder, which is website which is being created by Rosalind, we'll find that we have an extreme kind of an argument over the pollution and impact of pollution. And if you see there are certain questions which are based on the sustainable developmental goal, and the gap finder keep on asking us to give the answer for these kind of questions. I think many times we have this alarmist view about the current status of this sustainable developmental goals. And we many times go wrong, though I think many of these our sustainable goals we are trying to reach. For example, what is the share of a plastic waste in the world which end up in ocean? And I think if you see the kind of a percentages which are given, which is just a 6%. And I think many good things have happened in the past. So I think this particular 45 papers also talk about carbon credit, carbon credit trade, and social cost of carbon credit, converting biomass to wealth, the composting, microbe. I think I was very much impressed by the paper, which is very different, about a microfuel cell for the waste water management, which is a totally different approach, which I could see in this paper. Bioremediation, bioabsorption. There are paper which are keep on giving about a nanocrystal, so that a solution using the nanocrystal for the pollution. I think the interesting paper about the plastic road, Uh, a person who is named Mr. Joshi, who is a pioneer in the plastic road, which has been awarded a Nobel Prize level prize in Australia. I think this paper is also talking about how to use plastic to construct the road. Then low cost absorbent, there are papers on bioindicators, which are very, very interesting. One paper which talks about how these bioindicators can be used for marine water pollution. And I think that was a very interesting paper. How to create an ethanol. There are papers which are relating to giving a description on biodiversity in the lakes and at different parts of the ecosystem, and impact of a pandemic, as I mentioned, on the wild animals and pandemic appropriate behavior papers. Of course, there are certain papers which are general papers which talks about impact of heavy metals, heavy metal pollution on various aspects, development of fish or histopathological changes in gills and liver of certain animals, uh, impact on seed germination. There are a few papers which talks about how to impact. Uh, at the same time, there are some papers which are talking about impact on organic pollutants. So the organic toxicity on a genetic material or anti-fertility, oil spill, these are the papers which talks about how the pollution has its effect on a various ecosystem studies. So in all, I think there is a very rich, diverse array of a paper. And I was amazed, and it was a good sign that the researchers, they are trying to find more solution than creating an alarmist approach to this very issue and very the problems, current problems of the pollution. I think, Madam, this is my opening remark of the overview of 45 odd papers which have come. The points which I'm trying to make is the microcosmos of these researchers are finding, instead of an alarmist approach, to a sustainable development approach and very, very positive approach towards giving solutions. And there are certain papers which are of a very high quality. I congratulate the college who is it's one of the model college. So no, this is, I think we establish model degree colleges, but then unfortunately they are only named as a model degree colleges. But this college in Tarele, which is trying to become a model for other colleges by hosting this kind of a mammoth event with the help of a collaboration with one of the best organization in the country, Xavier's College, and of course, Pendharkar College, so that this kind of an collaborative efforts will enhance the quality of our model degree colleges, and their approaches will change. That is what we feel. So this mentee-mentor scheme, which RUSA proposed, I think this is a one effort which I must appreciate, and I must appreciate the college, all the lecturers in the college and those who are involved in this entire activity. The way they conducted themselves is phenomenal. A place like Tarele, and for their first total virtual, then semi-virtual, and hopefully in coming days we will meet face to face for a similar kind of an interaction. So congratulations to all who are involved in this entire project. Congratulations to my very close friend who is phenomenally driving force between this amalgamation of all these institutions, Vinayak Dalvi sir, Sharad Mahajan sir, then Shinde sir, who has joined hand from the Xavier's principal, and at the same time, those all young teachers from Tareri College, which is a part of a University of Mumbai. I appreciate their effort, and thank you for giving me a chance to review these papers. Though I have received these papers very late, in fact yesterday, but I could spend some time reading all the papers to give you an overview. Thank you. These are my opening remarks about the papers presented.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the papers reflect that we can divide it into three areas. First is a very positive approach, that is solution to pollution. Second thing is they have given case studies, made you aware where the problems are. And third is technological new technologies and how it can be used to rectify the environmental problems. So this has been covered. Sir has given us a total insight of all the papers which are there and which are going to benefit the participants here. And benefit in the way I feel that these problems which are highlighted can be a major issues where startups can be started. The young generation, the participants can think on these lines to start a startup. Now, I would like the participants to have any questions to sir. Or should we have the question
I
session
think
at the end?
we should have a question answer session in the end,
At
madam.
the end. Okay. Sir. So now I request Dr. Raut sir to start his presentation or give his views and inputs regarding the papers and his own personal views about the content.
Thank you very much, madam. See, to start with, good afternoon to all the participants, organizers, and those who are attending this particular conference. To start with, the pollution of resources like soil, water, and air is leading to harm not only human beings, but also other creatures, living creatures on the Mother Earth. Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Darby College, Talere, District Sindhudurg, in collaboration with Pendharkar College, Dombivli, Sindhu Swadhyay Samstha, Mumbai, and Mentor St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, has organized a yearly conference that is Vishwanath Summit 2021. The theme which has been taken for this yearly event is the environmental pollution, the causes, effects, status, and remedies, which is apt to the current global scenario which we are facing today. The enthusiastic participants have submitted around 43 research papers touching the burning issues of environmental pollution and also discussed about causes, status, and suggested remedies about this. As Joshi sir aptly said, that the participants, they have touched all the different areas of this pollution and the status of pollution as well as the causes of pollution and the remedies which have been given by them. The papers submitted by the researchers are of high standard and are touching every aspect of environmental pollution. It has included the pollution of water bodies like rivers, estuaries, and sea. Some of the papers are also discussed about the bioindicators of water pollution, including studies on some algae as well as the bivalve species. Toxicity by heavy metals, chemicals, and pesticides is also tried by some authors. They have studied what impact these heavy metals and other things they will be causing to the living creatures. That has been studied. They also studied how contaminated water affects aquatic flora and fauna. It's been studied by experimentation like bioremediation, bioaccumulation, and their impact on the biota. Now, as we can say, today's burning problem of air pollution is also being discussed by the participants. Pollution of air by increasing release of greenhouse gases into the environment by man-made as well as the natural resources sources is the root cause of global warming, which is leading to the climate change, which we are experiencing in the form of frequent droughts, heavy rains, flood, storms, etc., etc. The candidates have studied various methods to measure air pollution, their source apportionment, and genotoxicity caused in the organisms is an eye-opener to the society. They have also suggested some remedies, including reduced release of methane-like gases from the biogas plants, as well as use of public vehicles to reduce load of the pollutants. Now, as we know, every city as well as villages are facing problem of solid waste. The candidates have given justice to this by studying problems at city level as well as at the village level or the rural level to reduce solid waste as well as to use it as compost to gardens and fields. One of the problem of sugar industries which has been faced more in Western Maharashtra is the press mud. The problem is being discussed in the paper by one of the researcher and given an amicable solution for it. That is a very important thing what we people we are living in Western Maharashtra we are facing. And lastly, the best part of the Vishwanath Summit is the inclusion of industries and NGOs in the mitigation of the environmental pollution. It also been discussed by the candidates, taking example of Tata Group of companies. Whenever we talk and guide people not to pollute, they will definitely ask you what is my benefit, and that is also been discussed as cost of carbon. That is very important, as well as the people, those who are growing trees, the carbon credits, where people will understand the benefit of not polluting our environment, where the success of the Vishwanath Summit it is lying. Now, at the end of this, all the participants, they have taken pains to cover up different areas of the environmental pollution. They have set many experiments to study how the pollution it is affecting. But at the end, what we can say, the outcome of this particular summit, which has been conducted by Dalvi College, is everybody of us, we should think globally, we should act locally, and we should practice personally. Then only our Mother Earth, the pollution, we can escape from the pollution. Otherwise, the problems like this climate change, global warming, and the greenhouse effect is going to harm our population, not only the human population, but the biodiversity. At the outset, I can congratulate all the participants for their good presentations, because some of the presentation I attended, and the good presentations they have been given by the candidates, participants. Now, even the chairmen, they also given good suggestions to the candidates. So I congratulate them all, the college administration, all the young faculty, and particularly Dr. Vinayak Dalvi sir. He has taken a pen to conduct this particular Vishwanath Summit very successfully. So again, I congratulate all, and I'll thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir has highlighted the problems faced by Mother Earth and how are the different areas where we need to trend upon, like solid waste management and the important role played by the industries and the NGOs. Thank you, sir. We'll come back to you again. Now I request Dr. Mukherjee to just come and start her inputs, give her inputs and the informations or whatever she has felt about the papers which were presented in all the 4 tracks. Dr. Mukherjee.
Good afternoon, all of you. Yeah, it's really great to be here. And I thank the organizers, basically Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College, KV Pendakar College, the Mentor College, Xavier's College, and RUSA, as well as Unifest Group and others for giving me this opportunity. Starting with the inaugural session and the keynote address by Pejar Madam, it was really an eye-opener, and followed by the presentations made and the papers that I could go through. I really found papers are really of good standard, definitely, and a lot of work has been done. And I agree with again Joshi sir and others that instead of being alarmist, people have given, the students, scientists have given solutions. Yeah, that is very, very important. Lot of things touched upon, ranging practically every aspect of the pollution, different pollutions that are taking place. Yes, one point I thought of something. There are 2 papers on pandemic, yeah. But then one thing that I was looking into, and that is the use of sanitizers. Now, these sanitizers are containing a volatile organic liquid, basically ethanol or 2-propanol, isopropyl alcohol being used. And I was just doing a small calculation, and we are now something about 6.5 billion people. And even if I take a modest value that 50% of the population, they are using these sanitizers, and that to just a small amount, 10 ml per day, and last 1 year. So my calculation says that we have used 11.325 billion liters of volatile organic liquid. It's a very, very huge amount. I repeat, 11.325, just as modest calculation, assuming, again my calculation based on assumption, that is only half of the population, because I am sure many people are not in a position to use so much, and of course many people don't need because of far off places, though it has spread to practically every part of the world, still assuming. So if it can be much more than that. Now, what about the pollution level created? Hopefully, ethanol and 2-propanol not going to cause too much of an issue. Yeah. And bioretention is also much, much less. Ethanol is very much biodegradable, not an issue. But still, we'll have to face some problem in near future. I'm not being alarmist. I'm just trying to put my observation that it is such a huge amount of volatile organic liquids which are released. We may use just on our hands, etc. So some amount of it has been absorbed by the skin, though not much. The MSDS of these do not portray much of too dangerous things. Still, inhaling and all this do cause problem, but not in the amount that we have been using. But when we take the total utility use of these is really a problem. Some also have commented upon the use of nuclear energy. Yes, as of now, I don't see much of an option rather than using nuclear energy. But we have to look into from the beginning, the first known nuclear explosion to Hiroshima, Nagasaki, come down to Chernobyl or Fukushima Daiichi. We really have issues. We really have issues in some parts of India also. Yeah, the mining of the nuclear fission material, the area, villages, last week only it has been reported in Arunachal Pradesh, we have good reservoir of uranium. Now, when we do the mining of nuclear material, the entire village stands to become radioactive. It has been proved in Jaduguda. You can make a search of it. Too much issue over there. On the contrary, we do have strong reserve of thorium in India, especially in South India, which is easily available. So we should make use of that. That is one point to be looked into. Yeah, some person, one paper was there on use of nanocatalyst, zinc oxide nanoparticles. Really good paper, and a lot of work has been done in that. There is a drawback. Drawback is nano is big, but then synthesis of this nanoparticle in large quantity is really a problem. This is one aspect. Then vehicular pollution. Vehicular pollution, I don't think will be a pollution in near future. It can be eliminated. We have moved from CNG to all this, but we are moving to electric vehicle as well as hydrogen. Yeah, this is one aspect. Hydrogen, use of hydrogen as a source of energy or carrier of energy, to be more precise. And we now have last week itself aeroplane being flown using hydrogen gas. In Germany, entire train is being run on hydrogen. There is hybrid engines already available and are marketed. So in near future, we can replace this all petroleum products by hydrogen driven cars and everything. This is really innovation, but only one point remains in that hydrogen use is the storage, how to carry hydrogen large quantity in the car and other small vehicles. That's a problem that we are working on. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is funding a lot of projects in this area. Even Government of India has taken a definite step in this direction. There is something more really which has caused explosion in last 1 year, like even our small kids from whom we used to take care of the cell phones, we are now forced to give them. This is one area, yeah. Especially the towers, the cell phone towers that are installed, the experimentation has already revealed that nearly 1 watt of electricity is flowing in the air constantly due to these towers. I again argue with myself only that if it is going to be really so bad, it is really bad, then since 2000 we are using cell phones and a lot of things would have happened. But that those days we had very few cell phone towers, but the density of these towers are actually increasing, and we need to be concerned about that also, what exactly is going to happen, because 1 watt of electric current flowing in the air is not good enough. Energy source, solar energy definitely is usable, but we are always talking about green chemistry and all these aspects. Now, green chemistry, how green is really green chemistry? Yeah, there are a lot of issues, controversies in that also, because we are not talking much of the upstream and downstream pollution caused by green chemistry. I mean to say that, yeah, electric vehicles are now available in the market. True, not much a big issue in that. But the question is the source of the electrical energy that we are going to use. If we can look around and find a lot of thermal new electrical energy plants, and what is the condition about around that thermal energy plant, we can very well look into our nearest one at Dahanu from here, and the entire Chiku belt is on the verge of collapsing. So we have to think of the fly ash. We have to think of the other energy pollution that is taking place. So we have to think there should be no upstream pollution, there should be no downstream pollution. I can use something very good, but after that I use and discard it, and that causes pollution. So that downstream pollution has to also to be controlled. Yeah, we also have come across a long way, really long way, in having a lot of chemical processes which are now can be really called as green. One best example is converting glucose into adipic acid, yeah, just in 2 steps. Whereas earlier it used to be prepared from benzene, which is highly carcinogenic, converting benzene into cyclohexane, to cyclohexanol, cyclohexanone, and then to adipic acid. Lot of pollution, yeah, and highly carcinogenic material. So how do you deal with this? Yeah, then another is the pesticide pollution. Candidates have put forward a lot of papers and asked for use of organic fertilizers. Yeah, indiscriminate use of fertilizers, organic fertilizers. And long ago there, I think, yeah, 1962, yeah, Rachel Carlos had given the book Silent Spring, which actually shown us the devastating effect of DDT, how DDT, which was released in the agricultural field, was draining into the Mississippi River, and then the fish accumulating in the tissues, the residue of DDT, which then was consumed by the kingfisher. And the ultimate use was the thickness of the eggshells of this kingfisher became thinner and thinner, so thinner that during hatching, the bird would sit on the egg and it would collapse. So there is really a biogeochemical cycle with a lot of genotoxicity also involved in that. So all these things has been looked into, and pollutions at different levels, rivers, we all know. Plastic, I will say, it is the greatest gift of science to mankind. Am I wrong to say that? I will not say no, I'm not wrong. But the human being, we have misused plastic, and we are paying for that now. So we have to minimize the use and rather I'll say misuse of plastic. If you say a stent which is made of a polymer rather than a metal, is not that going to be more acceptable to the body? Obviously. Okay, so so many things are there. We have to think of different solutions, and again recycling is something where we are not considering the use of energy for that recycling. The moment I talk of energy, to say generate that energy, we have done some pollution. created some pollution. So we have to think of reusing in a way without much recycling procedures. So these are my things that I would like to place over here, and I thank all the organizing members and the body. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have highlighted so many points. So the time allotted to us for discussion will be less, I think.
Okay.
Because I think participants might be just vouching to ask you questions. At least I am
Sure.
vouching to ask several questions here. So
Yeah.
I keep the panel open now for the participants to ask their questions, and we have a good discussion over all those things which are in our mind. So I welcome the participants. One by one, you can just ask the questions, whichever panelist you want to. Yes, any questions? Or sir, one thing I would like to ask you is the trend of recycle and reuse, which you just mentioned.
Yes.
Is it feasible in certain areas? Because it has again led to pollution. So can you throw some light on some specific place where recycle and reuse is really of use to us, the mankind?
Yeah, recycling is a very good option rather, or we may say reuse in a different way. One of the paper has given us a very good idea, and that is actually being already done, and that is in construction of roads, because here we will not be melting or heating or doing anything with the plastic. The plastic will be collected back and it will be shredded into small pieces, and it will be mixed with the coal tar. It will be dissolving, it will melt and dissolve in that. And the advantage of that is the road quality will be very, very much better, definitely. Because when we talk of asphalt road or these coal tar roads, not the concrete ones, which is now being done, in these, the smoothness is not as good as expected in the cement concrete roads. The outcome is that during rainfall, the water seeps through these and the soil under these gets loosened up. And then we have so much of craters, not potholes, we'll call them as craters. And the road gets spoiled, we have to rebuild it, so many things are there. A lot of course, not going by this thing that the road construction is of very good quality, it is not at all places. But in spite of all this, if we mix up this plastic material, the smoothness of the road will be definitely there, and these micro holes can be plugged. And this is one area where we can definitely look into. Then paver blocks. These are in Pune itself, one of the factory has started with producing paver blocks directly from the plastics. And yes, one more utility is, of course, there is consumption of energy. That is, these are melted. One more very innovative idea has come into light, and that is converting this plastic back to their, what should we say, monomers. Plastic basically is a polymer. For small molecules, they are combined together by different methodologies and chemical reactions to form huge molecules. So these small molecules called as monomers. Now these monomers, if we can break down the plastic into smaller parts, not exactly to the level of the monomer, because some of the monomers are very, very small, not usable, but then to the level of carbon 8 to carbon 16, then we can use those in the liquid form as a fuel directly. And it can be as a furnace fuel, that too without much option, without much hesitation, without much hesitation, we can use as a furnace oil. But some of the research already have proved that they are to the similar level of petrol. So these are some options we have.
Thank you, sir. You've really given us a nice insight.
But then there are several countries who keep on working on a circular economy.
Yeah.
If you see Spain, Italy, there are many countries which I think basically in the beginning of the production itself, they talk about the circular economy. And I think there are several examples of circular economy which have been published. Why to go far? I think there is a classic example of our RA milk. we used to take those bottles to the booth. We used to return those bottles, and we used to collect the bottles from the new bottles in milk in a new bottle. I think this is a perfect and circular economy
Yes.
example. So I think we need to find out several such circular economy example where which are practical, which are useful to reduce the pollution. So I think reusing it will require energy, as sir rightly pointed out. But there are certain classic example. If you think
Yes.
at the point of production itself, how it
Right.
can be worked within circular economy. So I think there are countries which are practicing this circular economy very efficiently, in my opinion.
Bella ma'am.
uh,
Yes.
just a minute.
Bella ma'am.
Yes, sir.
No. Yes. Continue, sir. Continue.
Continue.
Can I speak?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir. You can
Yes.
continue.
Okay. See, there is one idea nowadays in the field of environmental science, that is of zero discharge. If you consider any sugar factory or any industry, they are having this concept of zero discharge. So what they do, they have this ETPs, and they run these ETPs efficiently. They put RO, that is reverse osmosis, and they reuse this water. Whatever water they are using, the same water they are recycling, and they are using again for the system. So that is one of the concepts that can be possibly used by the industries. Whereas at the village level as well as at the municipal corporation level, the management of municipal solid waste, it is also this idea of recycling, it is possible there, where there is a separation of this solid waste at the generation level, at source. We can say the wet solid waste and the dry solid waste, it can be separated, and then it can be sent to the solid waste site, MSW site, or the dumping site, where there will be separation of this, and the one which can be used for the bio fertilizers, it can be used, whereas the other one, it can be used for the roads, it can be used as the RDF, it can be used for the generation of the energy for the various different plants. That way also, recycling, it can be possible in the environment to reduce the pollution.
Yes, sir. Very good solution to it. Now, regarding this, the industries and CSR responsibilities. Currently, the CPCP has closed down many industries because of this effluent problem. So, as scientists or researchers, and to motivate the young generation, don't you feel that we should have some tie-up with the CETPs of the MIDCs where we can give solutions to some of the problems? Because industries, though they are manufacturing, they are trying to put the effluent plant, but it is not feasible. The RO is equally good technique, but cost-wise, it is not feasible. So there, I think we all in this forum, we can really come together with so many scientists around to give solution to the CETP units which are facing problems and are closing down the units. That is just a view. Now, regarding industry, as a CSR responsibility, how can colleges or universities, can we have some sort of a body which can come together, and the students will also get some areas of working which can be actually put to practicable studies. Just lab and pilot studies, I don't think so are going to help us, but actually it has to be come into an application mode. So even, can you all throw some light on these areas where the students here or the researchers here can really get motivated to do good work? That is to solve the problem of pollution.
See, this CETP, they are working on a cooperative basis. Sometimes they will be run by the government, that is Maharashtra Pradushan Niyantran Mandal, that is MPCB, or Pollution Control Board, or sometimes that particular organization, industrial organization, it is running this. The first problem of this industries or CETPs is to bring waste towards the CETP. I can give you a very good example from my area. You must have heard about the Manchester of our country, that is Itselkaranchi, where lot many textile units they are there, and these units they are releasing the dyes into the river. They also have this CTP. They also have the pipeline to bring this effluents of the sizing industries towards the CTP. But for all this, there is a charge. And these industries, they don't want to give the charge. Where the colleges as well as universities, they can contribute is to find out whether these industries, they are really sending their influence towards the CETP. That is one thing. And the second thing, these CETPs, they are run on a cooperative basis. The laboratories there, they may work, they may not work. But if the students, they have been involved in this activity, definitely the analysis of the parameters, it will be possibly very good. The real-time data, it will be available, and definitely whatever the release from the CETP into the river or the water bodies, it will be checked, and there will be a control on this. That can be possible.
Thank you, sir. I think you have given a really solution to all of us.
Madam,
Now the current, yes, sir.
the same thing which you mentioned, our students, that's what you mentioned, and sir has very rightly pointed out, we can use our students to run the CETPs. The problem lies, we all have environmental science department, postgraduate environmental science department, researchers, they can come up with a good solution. I think I can tell you my experience running an environmental science department. And we said that we are not going to give you a profession, but we are going to give you passion. But this always on 24/7 excitement kind of a new generation don't want to do a drudgery kind of a work which keeps on making them same thing again and again and again. Without knowing what kind of an impact they can create by holding one such plant, how much they are going to contribute for reducing the pollution. So the question is, how can we make our students, which are always on 24/7 excitement kind of a mode, to profession to passion? So how can we create a passionate environmentalist who are ready to give their time and have a patience to do a drudgery work which are going to contribute for the pollution control? And I think that's the key, how to convert them from the profession to passion. And I think that's the thing which as an academician we keep on always bothers us, because they want fat salaries, they know the science, they're excited about knowing the science. When it comes to practicing science, the kind of patience which are required to practice science is always an issue. And I think we have done this kind of an experiment, right? The projects are being given to environmental science students that they're expected to go and run this particular units. And our experience is they're very excited after 3 months or 2 months, they get very excited about it. And slowly, I think their enthusiasm dies down. So how to create a passionate environmentalist? That's the question in front of all academicians.
Might the CSR, whatever responsibilities are there for the industry, the colleges can have some tie-ups with 1 or 2 industries, and then they can allow the college students can participate, and slowly it will be a mutual symbiotic relation where students will also be paid, or they can also be interested to develop and prepare patents. So I think this only can help us to grow further. Now, as I said initially, water and air are 2 essential fluids for life. Now, as we all have gone through this pandemic, which is more about a biological warfare. War only was going on. Future, they have predicted that it will be war for waters. Now, as we all have seen that though rains are there for 4 to 5 months, but as March comes, the taps are going dry. Because there is no proper system, the groundwater level is slowly depleting. And this is all because of effluent, sewage, which are released. So can you suggest what are the measures which can be taken to protect our groundwaters? So because of this major pollution, affected is groundwater as well as air. So I think first we can harp on this point of water. How can it be remain for us, which is potable for us?
In this, can I contribute? There was a project that interlinking of rivers to be made. But when I looked into this issue, one very fundamental thing which is being overlooked is the depth of the river. The dredging of the rivers necessary to maintain the depth. What is happening is the soil erosion and everything is filling up the river. And if you anybody just go near Varanasi and all those areas, you will find island in the midst of the Ganga river. Now that is very, very what should I say, not a good sight as such. It's a very yellow mass of land in the middle of the Ganga river. Now what has happened is, with the period of time and desiltation, that is soil erosion taking place, these rivers are getting filled up with soil and sand, and because of that the water holding capacity of these rivers are coming down and down. And the moment there is even a small amount of heavy rain, it's flooding. And one such experiment has been conducted in the Koshi River in Bihar, where the river was dredged out and the water holding capacity increased, and then very negligible amount of flooding has been reported after that, except last year there was really some severe rainfall taking place. Otherwise, lot of efforts has been done. So this is one thing, and because of which the water is there, rainfall is there. We are reporting more than normal rainfall, but then where it is draining out, all in the sea. And so if we can dredge out and increase water holding capacity of the rivers, that can be a solution. Again, I don't say it is easy job.
So while listening to the calculation of Chatterjee sir about sanitizer, I also started calculating how much hand washing is being taking place by each one of us, and how much alkaline water is being drained in the water bodies. That is
Exactly.
also can be one of the area where we can probe, because I
And,
think we have been asked to wash hands very frequently with a soap. So you can just imagine kind of.
And we'll find the effect after 5 to 6 years, not immediately.
Not immediately, right?
Yeah, Madam Bella Navar, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Yes, sir.
Yes, your water conservation, I have to mention here before going for the industrial effluents, and especially to Vijay Joshi sir, I will interested to interact with him. So that water conservation, you see, Srimati Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College, they all the while they take the waterman to there, and they started the project water conservation, and successfully the borewell which was dry, I practically myself also visited, and that borewell starts getting the water because of that water conservation, what the bunds and all that. The students itself, the NSS and NCC students and the all college students, they did that job, and successfully the water level is increased. And you know, in Konkan, I belongs to Konkan, and there the cashew and mango crops is gone declining year by year everywhere, apart from the other agricultural products. So the water conservation is very important, and I think that one is the model not only for that college but entire Sindhudurg district and the Konkan area. So this is what I mentioned, that how the Dalvi sir used to accept the challenges, and he touched the issues which are very sensitive. Now I will come to the this one. Again, I am very happy to mention I belongs to Konkan, and Vijay Joshi sir knows me. I am from the Vashishti River, near to Vashishti River. My river native is there. 30 years back, you know, the small fishermen, they used to catch the fish, and the fish was available in large quantity. And not only there, but that fish is available in my tiffin, and my colleagues used to enjoy in the college, you know, while the lunch is there. But now, if I visit my native, forget about that getting the fish. The small fishermen, they are totally exhausted, and especially, you know, the industrial effluents from the Lote Parshuram industry. How the gravity of the pollution, how much the intensity you can see. Now the fishermen, they are affected. The local people, the fish eaters, they are affected. So source of food is affected, and it is true. When I used to be there with the Vinayak Darvi sir to the Sindhudurg, I used to enjoy the fish. That one is different. But again, that decline of fish is on higher side, and due to this pollution, how we have to overcome this situation and the problem. Joshi sir, please, you can highlight or other panelists
I
also?
think
Because all the
It is
expertise.
very difficult. Last 40 years, people are trying level best, but I don't think we are just doing the research work only for ourselves, not for the society.
Yeah.
Acha, Iragi sir is Dr. Iragi sir is.
Yes,
I
Dr.
think.
Iragi sir is saying that there has
Type
to
of
be
research work is going on.
right. Sir is saying that there has to be a relevance to the research, not for on the basis of the curiosity. But to answer your question, sir, I know this Vishwanath Summit, which was happened last year. This is the second edition of Vishwanath Summit, and this was about the water.
Yeah.
And I think why the motivation level of students there in Konkan were excited by this Vishwanath Summit is because that it is a relevance to their livelihood. The water table there, if it goes down, and conservation of water, if they believe that this is going to change the way they live, probably their motivation levels are very high. And I understand what you're saying, how they could made a change by the effort of an NSS students all around by this Vishwanath Summit. And I hope this Vishwanath Summit also will make a similar kind of impact on an aspect of pollutions. And you may get a fish after some times when you go to your native place, because I think that change will happen. I'm very much a hopelessly optimistic person. I'm optimistic person, and I believe in the youngsters. But then the way they are motivated during the Vishwanath Summit, because there are relevance of what they are trying to do, that was, I think, far more important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, very true. I think all of you have really highlighted the problems we are facing.
One problem. Just I want to ask.
Iragi sir.
See, last 40 years we are doing a lot of research in different angles in India in connection with the collaboration of foreign and this and that. But what is the outcome? Where is the in cement concrete jungle to absorb water, rainwater? Then there is a question of storage of water and etc. How many people are working on the real project that nowadays fish are polluted? It's very difficult to eat the fish. But how many people, researchers are working on such type of fish to find out their parasite and find out their toxicity level? I remember Bhopal time, Dr. Jogrekar, Dean of AM Hospital, he said in Institute of Science, he was the in charge of that. So that time he said that lots of toxic work is going on in that Mumbai and their colleges, but I have not seen a single research or not a single research thesis related to human beings, toxicity in relation to human beings. So what is the solution?
Thank you, sir, for your addressing this issue and answering along with the panelists.
Yeah.
I have the habit to discuss.
No, sir, no. No, as an expert, you are taken in part in the interaction.
No,
you are responding.
what happened? Nowadays we have to insist the youngster. He want to do the research.
True.
Our Joshis are always used to support for the research. Come on, do it. But there are how many staff as well as students. So that should be wiped out first.
So the question which is being raised is about contextual research, the research with a real problem and real solutions. Instead of a research which keeps on accumulating data, what you're going to do with this data, whether there's a context to what you're trying to do. And I think the motivation level was very high during the last Vishwanath Summit because there was a context of water scarcity.
Yeah, true, sir.
So how to create this contextual approach to the research? That's I think the question which has been raised.
Yeah, very true. Thank you.
In application-based research is more into the thing. Now the funding agencies, what I have observed, they are also very much making sure that the projects are application-based. They require you to have some basic work already done, then only for academic purpose, or they will give you funds only for your project which will be applicable, which will be taken up by industries, or which you can have a patent and they will directly transfer it to industries. And so therefore such research steps are being taken by the government, and I'm hoping within 5 to 7 years we will have good research which will have application based. So students will also feel motivated, not just getting a degree, doing some research, submitting a project. That is not will not be the end of the research nowadays, at least what I am being observing. Now, the last question I would like to raise is, nowadays you may not have a roof on your head, but you have a mobile in your hand. You are aware of it. E-waste. The most important problem facing Earth now is e-waste, because disposal of e-waste is not easy. Sewage you can control. The municipalities will put the sewage treatment plant. The industries will be stopped with release of effluent, but we cannot stop the e-waste, because with online and everything going online from schools to colleges, you can imagine the amount of e-waste generated. People using the new models of mobile in a year, young generation are using 2 to 3 models. We may not use, but they are using it. Every house has a desktop, every house has a laptop, whether it might be a bungalow or it might be a small shed. So e-waste, how to tackle it? It's a very big question mark. If the panelists can throw some light.
So the one answer is always which one in, two out. If you're getting one e-gazette inside your house, two should go out, and you should find out a recycling service, because we keep on accumulating it. No, we have all those old cables and old mobile phones, and we keep on. I think Indians are very fond of keeping things for themselves. No, there are so many old things. So one solution I feel is one in, two out. The second solution is find out and recycle service, and make it an habit every year, twice, to give e-waste to this official recycle service, which instead of giving it to kabadis, official recycle service. And I think in this area, the Pejawar madam, who was our expert in the morning, the college has done an excellent job in collecting this e-waste at the college every twice in a year. I think there are many colleges now taken that route, which can be a very good exercise in my opinion.
It's really good to collect it, but then how do we make use of that? And
I think, sir, Pejawar madam has found out the agencies which keeps on recycling it and giving it to these agencies, and that's why I've said that find out and recycling service which is authentic and which keeps on recycling it authentically.
See, I can tell you, there is a act, Recycling Act, E-Waste Recycling Act 2016. Under that, there are so many vendors nowadays, and to these vendors, not the household e-waste will be given, that it may go to the people, those who are coming to your house or on the road, but the organizations like colleges, universities, industries, they can give their e-waste to these vendors, which can be recycled. That is one of the way we can reduce this e-waste in the environment.
And another thing is keep your data safe, because I think many times you have data on various devices and you want to keep the devices because you want to keep those photos and data safe. So probably collating data and then clearing that particular gazette is one of the solutions which is being professed.
My actual concern was that when we definitely some verified groups will collect all these material and they will do the recycling and maybe even redistribution, not an issue. But then question is that the models are becoming outdated and unusable. And then what we do with those, even if it is collected through proper channels and all these things done, we have to get rid of these electrochemical materials, which are basically poisonous. There are a lot of cadmium into this. Of course, lithium ion battery is a problem. Earlier, we had problem with the lead cells, which have definitely brought down a lot of pollution caused due to it. But still, the Western countries are basically exporting their EOS to India. This is an unfortunate part. the ship carrying e-waste from US to India for its disposal. We know what is happening at Alang Airport, the shipbuilding yard, the asbestos problem. The similar problem is also there with the e-waste. And this plastic material used to prepare the bodies, if we degenerate those, they are releasing highly toxic gases. This is what we have also experimented and found out. And these gases, if you inhale, you really will be going to the hospital. So it was to that extent. So therefore, my question was that e-waste is a problem to be addressed, not that easy.
Not easy.
So now lastly, do you all suggest that solar energy and hydrogen can be lessening a lot of our headaches? Solar energy as well as electricity run vehicles and using of hydrogens,
Yeah,
safety
there are,
gadgets. Do you feel that is a solution? Some part.
So yeah, solar energy right now we are using silicon chips, silicon solar panel. It has limitations, and its manufacturing is not that pollution free. This is one. We have moved on to carbon solar cells. There is a problem in carbon solar cell. We're trying to come out of that its life is not too long. This is one issue, but definitely we can take care of the carbon solar cells, and because its generation electricity production will be more. This is one point. Secondly, hydrogen energy. We have the hydrogen fuel cell ready. We have the distribution channel for the hydrogen to the fuel cell ready. What only thing lacking right now is the storage of hydrogen gas. Again, one will say how to have the hydrogen gas. Yes, I'm not talking of electrolysis of water. We already have certain materials, bacterial decomposition to synthesize hydrogen from water. So that will be energy free. Then this hydrogen can be stored into a small container. And what we are looking forward actually is, even I'm also working on that area, that is right now the drawback of hydrogen is if I have a cylinder of hydrogen, it cannot run for too long. There are a lot of different materials being used, but carbon nanomaterial is one aspect where we can store hydrogen. And in a simple layman's language, I can say is that what we are looking forward is to store in one cylinder hydrogen gas, which otherwise would have been filled into 4 cylinders. Because carrying a cylinder of hydrogen in the car is going to consume a lot of energy, and the space, the mass, volume. So therefore, we are trying to create certain material where we can store hydrogen, large quantity of hydrogen in a small container, and thereby can simply do away with the LPG or CNG cylinder. And already we do have vehicles running on hydrogen, and hydrogen, please take from me, is fuel of the future. Immediately I like that question. Hydrogen is highly explosive. Mind well, the LPG cylinder that you are using in your house is more dangerous than hydrogen cylinder for the reason I'll give you actual reason, that when LPG concentration is just 1%, it catches fire in the air, whereas hydrogen has to have 4% concentration. There's one aspect. And LPG is very, very heavy, whereas hydrogen is the lightest element. So it disperses very easily. So there are a lot of advantages of using hydrogen as the fuel, and it's going to be the fuel of future.
So I think sir has enumerated a lot of technologies and enhancing these technologies, the way the hydrogen, the way the energy is being stored and utilized. There has to be a critical mass in order to have it. So
Yes.
I think again I'm going to give an example of a gap finder, and if you see the statistics, the cost of this energy, once it comes down, I think it becomes very usable energy. Right now the cost of solar energy is very high.
Exactly.
Though efficiency of the solar energy is being improved multifold now. There are countries which keeps on having printed solar panels, and I think the efficiency has gone up.
Right.
If we have to take the statistics, if the cost of this production of the solar energy comes down, then the cost of the prevalent energy resources, probably we are in and we will be using. And sir has in the beginning said that vehicular pollution is going to be a dream of past. because I think we will be using more electrical vehicles and stuff like that. But at the same breast, he talked about the towers, and I think how this mobile towers are polluting and what will happen to the mobile tower. And if I have to believe Musk, with his experiment of Starlink, where there will be a satellites beaming you the mobile waves, I think probably that will reduce the concentration of the towers which we have. And it has been used by many countries like now, and the effort is called as Starlink, and it is a satellite internet scheme where there will be hovering satellites all over, which can keep on beaming the connectivity to the remotest part of the world. I think the question again will come that what will happen to these satellites if there's a West which will be created into
in the space.
So I think every solution which will come will throw you another problems. But I think I believe in the indomitable spirit of human, and we will surpass all the issues which will come in our way by giving this. So we kept on talking about when we used to teach about that ozone hole. But then there are few mad scientists who wanted to plug that ozone hole, and which is being depleted now. So I have a strong feeling, and especially scientists, in spite the entire world is fighting, and all the leaders, they were fighting about the COVID-19 solution. The scientists which are conflicting nations, they were exchanging notes. So I believe in scientists, even when they were creating bomb. So I think this community will keep on hand-holding each other and come up with the solutions which this humanity wanted. So Starlink is one solution for your tower pollution, which is going to come in future. So the cost of the solar energy is coming down, and when it reaches the critical mass, probably that will be the great answer for the energy store and energy use.
Raut sir, anything you would like to put across?
No, see, I can say that what these two panelists, they have said, it is true. When you talk about energy, the solar panels, we are not producing in our country. So if you want to bring the another question is of the space where we can keep it. So all these problems, they are there. So hydrogen is also having some problems. So even though these problems, they are there, in future, I feel these two technologies, that is the solar energy and this hydrogen energy, they will be coming out in a very big way, which will suffice our energy of this planet.
I think the panel discussion was very much interesting. All of you have covered all the factors which were really been discussed even in the papers, and given us the insights and the solutions to the problems. And I hope the participants have gained a lot from this session. Any questions from the participants? So I think can we...
Bela madam, you have asked so many questions on their behalf.
Others have no
there are no questions left to be asked.
So I think I can wind up with a quote from Evo Morales. Sooner or later, we will have to recognize that Earth has rights to live without pollution. What mankind should know is that human beings cannot live without Mother Earth, but the planet can live without us. So I think pandemic has really showed us our place. We were literally caged in the house, and the environment levels have also gone good. And therefore, we should know where our place is, and we should take care of Mother Earth. And I hope all the young generations will support this factors or which problems which are facing. So I thanks a lot to all the panel members, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Mukherjee, and Dr. Rao, for giving us an extensive and very interesting discussion on a very vibrant topic which is facing us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think the next program will be scheduled now. Mahajan, sir,
Thank you very much.
can take it up. Thank you, sir.
Sir, unmute your mic.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We are waiting for the register sahib to join. All others have joined. So let us wait for a few minutes.
Mahajan sir,
Oh, sir.
a request. The panel discussion is already concluded, but even then, someone wants to interact. Time can be used for that.
It can be used, and
Yeah.
one can have a tea for few minutes, and then we shall begin. It's a matter of few minutes to start. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, sir.
So I must place on record the efforts which are taken by Vijaya Lakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College, and especially the person who was comparing Mr. Shetty. I think he started speaking fluently in English and Hindi, and he has covered a lot. And I must congratulate Dalvi sir for mentoring this, because he was not involved in the activities which once it started. My compliments to young teachers who have conducted this so well.
With your sir, what you mentioned, I do agree with you, and with that I have to continue. Even Mahajan sir, has Dr. Mahajan sir also taken good efforts under the guidance of Vinayak Dalvi sir, and he handled the things very well. And I think today is the outcome of the conference and good academic treat we are getting because of all these people. So it is very true that 5 institutions come together, blended very well, nicely, and putting things in order right from the morning inaugural to now the valedictory. Still, we
Yes,
have to
yes.
wait for the
I
valedictory.
endorse your views, sir. But
Yeah.
I think Dr. Sharad Mahajan is a seasoned hand, and the Vijaya Lakshmi Vishwanath College is a new budding college in the interior part of Konkan, and I think probably it is coming up as a wonderful model college, which will have some good example for other model colleges under the mentorship of Dr. Darvi. I don't, sorry, not Dr. Darvi, Mr. Darvi.
Yeah.
And I wish that they implement different kind of a courses, and it really becomes model in coming days. And thank you very much, Xavier's College, for mentoring them very nicely. And thanks to Dr. Shinde, who was always there and come forward to mentor this particular college. And it, in a true sense, the RUSA Mentee Mentor Scheme, this is the first kind of an effort which was being made. Thank you.
Very true, sir. Because you see that St. Xavier College is the first autonomous college and the top college as far as our country, India, is concerned. And the second is Vijaya Lakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College. Now, this one is hilly region, one is in Bombay, other one is Dombivli, Unifest, then our Sindhu Swadhyay Sosta. So all these, different types of this one. Variations come together, and they took this challenge and delivered very nicely so far. This is what he achieved. And as far as the Dalvi sir is concerned, he gives the opportunity. Rightly, you mentioned that the comparing of the today's program, immediately he used to catch whosoever words deliver in English and Hindi, and nicely he managed. So it is ultimately the beauty of this today's event and program.
Yes, sir. I fully agree with both of you. There's a full, if you see the enthusiasm and energy level of Vishwanath VV Dalvi College faculty members, young members, and the energy level since morning is so high, very nicely conducted under the leadership of Dalvi sir and Mahajan sir. So excellent teamwork. And I thank Joshi sir and Rusa Maharashtra for giving us this opportunity to get involved in mentor and mentee scheme. Thank you, sir. as Mahajan sir has said, have cup of tea, I'm going to have my cup of tea.
Thank you, sir. In virtual manner.
Yes. No, I'm drinking in real tea. Why virtual?
Yeah, tea has strong antioxidants, tannin, and they counter attack the oxidizing agents, which are basically pollutants.
Joshi sir is not happy with this. Sir, you're muted.
You to have a half cup of tea.
Okay.
But half I am going to have.
Okay. Yeah, that will make it 1 plus half plus half, right? Yeah.
महाजन सर.
Yes, sir.
दळवी सर आहेत काय? विनायक दळवी सर आहेत काय?
सर आहेत.
हा.
सरांची परवानगीने मग चालू करतो म्हटल्यास, कारण रजिस्ट्रार साहेब जॉईन व्हायचे आहेत. मोबाईल जरा स्विच ऑफ आहे. ही मस्ट बी टॅकलिंग सम एमर्जन्सीज.
अच्छा.
You can wait for 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, 2 to 3 minutes. Please bear with me.
We'll wait.
Joshi sir, you said, I think Dalvi sir here said certain things that we can make use of this time. One point that keeps reminding me and actually pricks me every time, not reminding me rather.
No, welcome, sir. Please, please.
We have so much of flora and fauna basically, and this Himalayan region along with the Karakoram belt full of medicinal plants. And what I have also found is that the Western people come into India, carry this, and then they extract active moiety out of these, and then also patent. Luckily for us, Raghunath Marselkar sir was there to prevent the patenting of haldi as well as basmati and all these things. But should we not have a regulation or an act on the lines of Australian Biodiversity Act, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Act? We do have what should I say, Forest Act and so many acts, all environmental acts. But what is important in Australian Act is that if you make use of anything obtained in the geographical region of Australia and find something which can be patented, the patent will be of Australian government, not of yours. This is where we have to take some solid stand. And if somebody can knowledgeable, definitely throw light on this, because there are certain plants which have become extinct in Himalayan region because they are highly energy. If you eat those leaves, you get so much of energy that you don't have to eat the foods. But all these are now totally extinct. And something we need to do on this at a legal level also.
Sir, there is already a biodiversity board, state level board and the district level boards, Gram Panchayat level boards. And there are laws in place. They are placed properly. In fact, if you have to collect, even for your research, you need a permission of a biodiversity board, state biodiversity board. In biodiversity board, there are groups of scientists, plant scientists, animal scientists. There are teams. So if you apply, the paper goes to them. There is a meeting, regular monthly meetings, and your paper, your material is discussed. We check. I myself is there. I'm there in the plant study group.
Okay.
And there is a fine. Of course, what happens is at the implementation level, in the interior areas, how the cutting takes place, the tree cutting takes place, that cannot be monitored. But as far as the medicinal plant and its extracts and the patents, now it's very difficult. I cannot send a single herbarium specimen to any other country without the permission of the biodiversity board. Why I'm doing it, for what I'm doing it, who are the beneficiary. Suppose all these things are from local forest areas, say Western Ghat area. So who are the local beneficiaries? Are they getting any part financial benefit from this?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you all dignitaries. We are now beginning with the valedictory function. Respected Registrar Sahib may join in between. Good evening to one and all. This is the time now to start with the session 4 of this whole day exercise of Vishwanath Summit 2020-21. I, Dr. Sharad Mahajan, Principal, Dombivli Section Prasarak Mandal, KV Pendarkar College, Dombivli, extend warm greetings to all on this auspicious occasion of valedictory function, that is fourth and the last part of Vishwanath Summit 2020-21. National conference theme is on environmental pollution, as you all know it. Friends, it is a great pleasure indeed to have an opportunity to work in collaboration with VV Dalvi College, Talere, Sindhudurg, our mentoring college, St. Xavier's, Autonomous College, Mumbai, Unifest family from New Delhi, Sindhu Swadhyay Sanstha, Mumbai University, with the support of ideology of RUSA, Maharashtra. Our guiding force of this event, Vishwanath Summit 2020-21, Professor Vinayak Dalvi sir, has been sowing the seeds of collective wisdom amongst all of us in last 2 months. The theme of the national conference came from motto of Vishwanath Summit, that is prosperity of global wellness. Environment is our global home, global house we can say. Environment shall be protected, preserved and conserve it as more as we can. I'm happy to share with you all guests and dignitaries on virtual dais that more than 60 research papers from all over India have been received by us. They were divided into 4 parallel tracks for the presentation today. These papers are peer reviewed and also will be published in ISBN certified book by the team of Vishwanath Summit in coming future. Friends, today we are very fortunate to have with us as a chief guest of the valedictory function, who, Registrar Sahib, who will preside over the function, Dr. Baliram Gaikwad sir. We have also got guest of honor, Dr. Suryakant Eragi sir, a very senior scientist from animal science, and all other dignitaries, senior consultant Boprekar sir, chief consultant Dr. Joshi sir, principal Dr. Rajendra Sinde sir from our mentoring college. So I welcome you all on behalf of all these 5 groups of the team. As I said, Unifest family, SS Talere College, sorry, VV Talere College and all others. Let us now begin with the function. I would now like to request Principal Dr. Rajendra Sinde sir to welcome all the guests formally. Dr. Sinde sir.
Thank you, Mahajan sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, delegates, participants, and organizers. To quote Charles Darwin, it is the long history of humankind that those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. Unquote. It seems most unbelievable that a year ago in March, we were faced with a lockdown and we started exploring the online medium for the continuation of our work activities in an extended term. Administrator, faculty, and students had to upskill and adapt in order to work from home. And we all did. For some, it was a very steep learning curve, but we supported each other, empathized with each other, made some mistakes along, and learn from each experience. Even on the home front, families needed to find ways to share responsibilities, time, space, and bandwidth in order to in order for us to function. I believe we learned to not just survive but thrive as well. Despite the paradigm shift that was required to run college online, we stayed true to our values of providing learning experiences both in and beyond the classroom for the development of professional innovation, personal integration, and social inclusion. For instance, special training given to the faculty to prepare the material, or even today's conference, is a good example of this kind of activities. Under the aegis of RUSA, support from Unifest and Sindhu Swadhyay Sanstha, this Vishwanath Summit 2021 National Conference on Environmental Pollution, Causes, Effects, Status and Remedies is further evidence of collaborative effort for the dissemination of knowledge and sharing of ideas. I'm very happy to put on the record how various institutions or groups from varied geographical regions have come up together in these collaborative efforts. Vijaya Lakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College, Talire, in collaboration with Pendharkar College of Arts, Commerce and Science, and mentored by St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, have been working together to curate such a wonderful and a diverse line of speakers and researchers from national level. I must appreciate the efforts of all those who have organized this event, especially Professor Dalvi, and also all the participants who have chosen to engage with this experience. Henry Ford said, if everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. I welcome all the guests, delegates, participants for this valedictory function. We are eager to listen from all the participants what they have deliberated and learned today. I would like to end with our common phrase said by Jesuit priests. You heard Father Keith today morning, and it's a very common line. God bless our efforts. Welcome again. Thank you. Thank you, Mahajan sir.
Thank you, sir. Uh, may God bless all of us for the global wellness, and we shall achieve prosperity through the global wellness. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite to share the experience of participant, Dr. Ranjita Chatterjee, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, PDEA's Professor Ramkrishna More, ACS College, Akurdi, Pune. Dr. Ranjita Chatterjee, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Respected dignitaries, eminent personalities from Government of Maharashtra, RUSA, Unifest family, and all other institutions, the organizers from KV Pendharkar College, VV Dalvi College, and St. Xavier's College, and all my co-participants. A very good evening to all of you. Myself, Dr. Ranjita Chatterjee, Assistant Professor in Zoology from Professor Ramkrishna More, ACS College, Akuri, Pune. I'm also here to represent the Unifest family, the organization founded by Dr. Samson David. It's my prime privilege to share my experience today about the semi-virtual National Conference on Environmental Pollution under Vishwanath Summit 2021. Well, let me tell you, I was really glad when Dr. Samson David sir asked me whether I'd like to represent the Unifest family in the national conference. I immediately gave my consent and also felt honored when I was given the responsibility of the PR and social media committee. I'm really thankful to Dr. Vinayak Delvi sir for believing on me by giving me the responsibility. So from the very beginning, and seeing the organizers continuously taking the painstaking efforts and being always on tour to make this event successful and flawless. I also tried my best to invite more and more participants and papers from various researchers from all the corners of the nation. But today, we have seen, as we know, that it's our festival Holi. I was in a little dilemma and doubt whether people would be able to join and attend the event. But to my surprise, there was overwhelming response. In spite of Holi festival, people have attended and joined this conference from all over the country. From morning, we all have joined the conference virtually through Zoom links. During the inaugural function, we have got the opportunity to hear from all the high-profile personalities like Father Kid D'Souza, Captain Akbar Dalvi sir, Dr. Pramod Pablikar sir, Dr. Samson David sir, Sri Prabhakar Desai sir, and finally Dr. Madhuri Pejawar madam. Then the technical session started on parallel tracks and we have split it, and we have seen that all the presentations went flawlessly and without any interruption. And thanks to the technicalities, the technical personalities for all these things. After that, the panel discussion was there. Just now it has been ended, in which the panelists have enlightened our knowledge through their valuable visions and views. It was indeed a very interesting and informative session. Well, this is a semi-virtual conference, and hence we had to opt for virtual presentation. But somehow, somewhere, we really do miss the physical presentation. See, when we think or say about conference, it does not only mean presenting the research works and publishing the papers. Rather, it is much more than that. Conference is what I feel is meeting people, researchers, scientists, sharing views and making collaboration and contacts. It is a bridge between the budding researchers and the eminent scientists, actually. Finally, it was really a pleasant experience for me to be a part and to witness this semi-virtual national conference. I must say that this is a very, very successful and very well organized conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjita ma'am, for your, appreciation of the arrangement of the conference and all that, although it is virtual in manner. But what I would like to admit here is that arrangement of these online conferences is actually more challenging than this physical arrangement. And ours is semi-virtual type of national conference. And it is indeed a very great pleasure to see you all from all the corners of the India, starting from Delhi, then Varanasi, then Pune, Punjab. Okay, we are really, overwhelmed from your response, madam. Thank you for your good words. Now, I would like to go ahead with this slogan. मानव ने विकास करते करते जरूर तरक्की कर ली है। मानव ने विकास करते करते जरूर तरक्की कर ली है। तीव्र प्रदूषण के कारण झील और नदियों की नैसर्गिक शक्तियां खोई है। नैसर्गिक शक्तियां खोई है। हमें इस पर सोचना होगा और हमने पैनल डिस्कशन में अच्छा सोचा है। हमें बहुत आउटपुट मिले हैं। हमें बहुत गाइडलाइंस अच्छी सी मिली है। तो वही गाइडलाइंस लेके हमारे साथ अभी प्रेजेंट करने के लिए आ रहे हैं प्रोफेसर हेमंत महाडिक। नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू request him to give the final draft here and present that final draft of recommendations from the panel discussion. Professor Hemant Mahdik, sir.
Thank you, Mahajan, sir. I, Hemant Subhash Mahadik, Assistant Professor from Dalvi College. मैं अब हमारे जो विद्वत पैनलिस्ट हैं उन्होंने जो कुछ रिकमेंडेशंस दिए हैं आज का जो कार्यक्रम है विश्वनाथ समिट 2021, उसके अंडर जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स पैनलिस्ट ने जो कुछ सजेशंस दिए हैं, मैं उनको आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूँगा। इसके लिए मुझे स्क्रीन शेयर करने की अनुमति दीजिए। मैं अभी स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहा हूँ। हमारे आज के कॉन्फ्रेंस की जो थीम थी एनवायरमेंटल पोल्यूशन, causes, effects, status and remedies. In that, the background, first one is as early as in 1962, Rachel Carson in her book titled Silent Spring had shown the mirror to the world concerning the destruction caused by the use of DDT and its effect on the kingfisher eggshell thickness. A perfect example of biogeochemical cycle, including toxicity. Number two, pollution is an undesirable change in the surrounding due to human activities. Pollution explosion, uncontrolled deforestation, extensive urbanization, and rapid industrialization has resulted in the undesirable change in the quality of the environment. The various components of ecosystems like life supporting abiotic factors like water, air, soil, etc. Have been spoiled. It has ultimately caused ill effects on biotic factors like microbial forms, plants, and animals as representative forms of different trophic levels. Number three, so polluted are some of the rivers based on which the adjoining area was named are now referred to as Nalla. It's long overdue to take notice of the severity of the claims made by the scientific world towards the extent of pollution caused to the nature by numerous activities of mankind. Severe concern over fish and other animal processing industries located near the seashore. Pollution due to the tanneries near the rivers are equally well known, especially in the Gangetic plains. Then number four, uh, while satisfying the increasing demands of populated human societies, it seems that overuse of technology has added more non-biodegradable pesticides, insecticides, plastic and greenhouse gases, methane, foron, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and lead oxide, and innumerable heavy metal compounds. Number five, the use of organic fertilizer should be encouraged and reduce the rampant use of chemical fertilizers which cause various levels of toxicity. Number six, the world has come long way since the first known nuclear test conducted at the Long Island, USA, and unforgettable explosions at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At Chernobyl and Fukushima, Daiichi keep reminding the disasters in waiting. At the same time, atomic energy seems to be indispensable, at least in near future, to cater to the growing energy demands. Number seven, microbial technology, genetic engineering have created threat of environmental disasters. The controversial HIV, and today's Wuhan coronavirus are foremost examples to highlight this. At the same time, we should not underestimate the positive contributions of genetic engineering. The problem caused by the use of excretion of steroids and oral contraceptive are rarely talked about. Number 8, vehicular pollution not only emits unwanted gases due to incomplete combustion of fuel, but also produces intolerable sounds, subsequently affects mental health of exposed community. Only mentoring of the SPM levels without corrective measures seems hollow attitude. Number 9, industries release effluent to large water bodies, making water non-potable for living biota. Number 10, polluted water used for irrigation of agriculture land circulates the xenobiotics from primary trophic levels to higher trophic levels. Various heavy metals get bioconcentrated, causing oxidative damages to vital organs due to release of free radicals called oxidizing agents. Uh, in the background, last is effect of petroleum industry extraction, transportation, and uses. The asbestos industry are the forefront of population. Next, on the basis of variety of research papers presented by the research scholars, following recommendations are made. Number 1, awareness wall status and future. Mass media shall post the ill effects of pollution regularly to create awareness about the pollution. All the components of atmosphere shall be well preserved through individual attention. Number 2, uh, prophylaxis. Prevention is always better than cure. We need to prevent both spoiling environment as well as probable changes in aquatic organisms. It is suggested to use natural water filters to get good quality drinking water. Use of antioxidants to counterattack the free radicals in the tissues. Balanced diet, including antioxidants like citrus fruits, shall be included as the best measure to prevent malignancy due to pollution. Recongestion of roads to limit vehicular pollution and avoid respiratory and other toxic effects. Number 3, remedies. Extensive research shows that vitamin C is cost effective and an excellent antioxidant, binding with free radicals, as vitamin C is water soluble, it does accumulate more than the physiological requirements. The bound salts of free radicals with vitamin C is easily eliminated along with the urine. It repairs tissue damages and plays both preventive and curative role in the biochemical alterations in the cells. Tannin, caffeine are very useful agents to relieve animals from oxidative stress. Number 4, strict legislation. Pollution Control Board shall be strict in effective implementation of regulations to control pollution of various types. Not only industrial and vehicular pollution, but it's time to think of regulating strictly the household appliances. The manufacturing of refrigerators and air conditioners should be monitored to minimize the energy consumptions at the user's level. Management of solid waste, especially the agro waste, total ban on burning of agro waste, and simultaneous promotion of various proposals for effective use of agro waste, their use in purification as press muds inter alia. Need for conservation of remedial plants, medicinal plants, we must, like Australia, frame adequate law in safeguarding and retaining the flora and fauna present in India and also the such materials. Number fifth and last recommendation is recycling of waste. Municipal corporations have not been successful in eradication of plastic. It is advisable to recycle it using an appropriate technology. Biodegradable waste is easily converted into green manure by using vermiculture. Natural methods of biodegradation should be promoted under state government or local government schemes of research. Uh, Out of the box solutions. Out of the box solutions are number one, apparently futuristic proposal like microbial fuel cell utilizing chemical pollutants in wastewater and convert to electrical energy through respiration by microbial inhabitants of wastewater are very much feasible. Number two, the world moving towards nanotechnology practically in every sphere of life. Degradation of various dyes and other toxic materials using different nanomaterial based catalysts is definitely welcome, and added advantage is the quantity required in most cases is very small and also recoverable and reusable. Number three, an aptly practical suggestion to reduce plastic pollution and solid waste management. The waste plastics can be economically recycled and reused in road construction. It will give a better finishing, thereby increase the life of the road constructed otherwise. Uh, then last one is number four, explore possibilities of natural bioindicators like bioluminescent um, dinoflagellate to much larger animals to the advantage. Aquatic animals like bivalves and other molluscs can be used as markers in estimating the content of pollution in water bodies. Uh, Thank you very much for giving me such opportunity to present the experts' suggestions and recommendations. Thank you very much to our mentor, Sri Vinayak Ji Dalvi sir, who gave me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Hemant Madik, sir, for taking efforts to read out the recommendations. Recommendations had background, and background explains all of us the status of the environment nowadays, that we shall improve it, we shall protect it, and recommendations, out of box solutions which are given, they are clearly indicating that at least we shall prevent it, or if it is not preventive, then we shall try to cure it by using vitamin C or other citrus fruits, because vitamin C does not accumulate more than the requirement in the body, and that is, I think, it is a good measure to get rid of these ill effects of the pollution, because ill effects of the pollutions are not a very temporary, they are becoming chronic after bioaccumulation, and they are proliferating, they are causing the proliferation of the cancerous cells. So vitamin C, like ingredient, is present in the 2 rupees lemon, and let us try to have it daily, because it has no side effects as it is water soluble. Thank you, Marik sir, for your important time, and you have read out it smoothly. Now let us move ahead in the program. We have got now a very hardcore scientist with us, Dr. Eragi sir, Dr. Suryakant Eragi sir. He has published 150 papers in his career.
350.
300. Okay, sorry.
350.
Bapre. Thank
I
you
don't
so
know.
much, sir. We are very fortunate to have a personality like you in the valedictory function to encourage all the participants that much extensive research could be conducted by the guide and the students as well. So you have acted like a great mentor to the researchers, and we are referring you, sir. Your activities are being referred by all of us as a learners.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So, sir is, let
Hello.
me introduce you, sir.
No,
Doctor,
no need of interest.
okay, sir. Sir, I would request you to guide all of us now on this occasion.
Thank you very much,
Dr.
Mahajan sir.
Suryakant.
And the main pillar, Dr. Vinayak Dalvi, I don't know where is he. He's a gold man. He's using the gold, but that is for others, not for himself. So I think that is what the entire panel discussion, it's very good, and almost all the points are covered. I don't think anything is left behind. Doshi sir, others, Raut, and all the people are discussed very nicely from the heart, and therefore this is very good relations with the Dalvi, and therefore all the panel discussion and the recommendations afterward, nothing is remaining with me. But one thing I tell you, our time there was no pollution, but our Professor Dhawale sir used to say, pollution has no solution but only dilution. Youngster, how many years are you going to dilute this pollutant? How many years are you going to store this pollutant in the glass bottle? One day, this glass bottle is going to break. That time, what will happen? That we are not thinking. We are doing the research. We are publishing the paper just for the sake of our purpose, but not for the nation. This is a national conference. Recommendations are given. So my humble request to all the senior-most scientists, including principals, including the university, that whatever funds you are providing for the research projects are not enough, and to give, now I don't know, but our time hardly 15,000 rupees or 30,000 rupees used to get. What type of research work are you going to carry? That is my question. Now, one thing, before that I said, last 30 years ago, maximum work was going on, that is on the toxicology. But when the Bhopal tragedy happened, that time in Institute of Science, there was a conference. And Dean of the KM Hospital, he was the speaker. He said that government has put the responsibility, just go and find out what is the solution on this gas. So therefore, he said that is almost not a single reference I got it. What is this? Is it a research? So youngsters, I am requesting you that do little less, or hardly 2 pages paper you print, but that should be the quality work. Quality work should be there. And if the quality work is there, anybody can extend that work for so many papers. So such type of quality is required. Now, today if you go to the market, the cost of Skylark Sirata, that is a crab, is very much high. It's common man cannot afford. But this crab is found in the mud flat. And mud is a trapping center of varieties of pollutants. So naturally this crab is feeding this pollutant, and we are bioaccumulating in our body, and one day. What is the solution on that? Lot of work is done on this Skylark Sirata, but still we are not utilized. So biodegradation is the only solution. Of plastic, the bacteria are found out how to digest and etc. So biochemists, the zoologists, botanists, they people should work on this. Now, for example, whale knows the value of the plankton. Eat plankton, the double weight increase. But we don't know the values of plankton because they are very tiny. It is very difficult for handling this and to keep it their survival. And therefore, youngsters are not working on the plankton. So please concentrate on such work and find out the biomedical use of this plankton. Now, I started this conference on pollution, and there is a great success. Panel discussion is the 100% success. Once the panel discussion is success, everything is success. The success means Vijay, and the Vijayaच्या मागे पण विजय असतो. So today Vijay Joshi has given a lot of good information to young scientists. And my humble request to all the senior professors, senior scientists, including the principal, please motivate the youngster. You listen their problem, give the facilities in the college, because in most of the colleges, the facilities are not available, but still the guides are to run to keep their registration fixed. So therefore, such type of work has no value. Just to give the degree and get the promotion, get the assistant to associate and associate to professor has no meaning. The work should be helpful, because today there is no place where there is no pollution. Arctic to Antarctic, that is also under pollution. So where you are going to move? So my humble request to all the researchers today, full day you are listen, all the papers, all the type of research work, very big word, but simplify this word, dilute it, and try to concentrate. Knowledge you share with others, discuss with others, and solve the problem. So this much I can say. But Vivek Devi, you are the real, I said, God, Father for the youngster, giving the good facilities to the youngster. In the life, I have seen the result. He has done everything for others, but not for himself. So my humble request to all the youngsters, whenever there is a function in the Devi College, you should cooperate, you should help, and you make it success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance. We are inspired by you as always, and I assure that everyone has been motivated by your speech, because more than 300 papers you have published. It's a huge work, and we shall all join hands in getting relief from the pollution. आओ मिलकर आओ मिलकर आज कसम ये खाए, आओ मिलकर आज कसम ये खाए, प्रदूषण को दूर भगाए, प्रदूषण को दूर भगाए. So before we go ahead with the vote of thanks, I shall now declare the results with the permission of you all dignitaries. Results of the paper presenters. There are awards given by Vishwanath Samit. As I have mentioned in the early talk, that there are more than 60 papers reached to us, and there were 4 tracks divided, all these on the basis of their specialization. So I will go track wise, and I will declare the results of the presenters who have achieved the award. It's very interesting, and it gives me a lot of pleasure to announce these names with the permission of all the dignitaries. So we shall go first from the track 4, and the third prize is there for 2 participants. So there was a lot of competition. The third prize in the track 4 goes to Dr. Sonal Taude and Miss Sweta Patel. Congratulations to both of you. Then second prize goes to Mr. Pramod Baliram Jadhav. And the first prize from the track 4 goes to Dr. Jayasree Menon. Congratulations, all of you. Now I move ahead to declare the results of the track 3. Third prize of the track 3 goes to Ms. Prajakta. Then second prize goes to Dr. Pallavi Bhosle. And the first prize goes to Dr. Jagruti Surose. Congratulations, all the winners. Track 2 prizes are in this manner. The third prize goes to Mr. Mayuresh Ravindra Dev. Second prize goes to Seshta Parveen. And the first prize goes to Dr. Geeta Gautam. Congratulations, all the participants. Track 1 prizes are like this. The third prize goes to Dr. Ugesh Kumari Singh. Second prize winner is Ms. Chaitali Kadam. And first prize is for 2 people. So there was again more competition for the first prize. Dr. Ranjita Chatterjee wins the first prize along with the Dr. Randhir Kumar. Congratulations all the prize winners, and I thank you all for your active participation. Now there is one request for you all that before I announce that who will propose the vote of thanks. After vote of thanks, there will be a national anthem. We shall all stand for the national anthem after vote of thanks are given. Now I request Professor Nitish Gurav sir, Assistant Professor from UV College, to vote to give the vote of thanks. Nitish Gurav sir.
Dr. Sharad Mahajan sir. Dr. Mahajan sir.
Yes sir.
Sir, Dr. Gaikwad here.
Sir, welcome. You are welcome. Hello.
Yes sir.
You are welcome, sir. Please, sorry for the convenience. I thought there was some connectivity problem.
No, sir. I am there for long time, sir.
Sorry, sir. We could not make out.
No problem.
Because, so you are welcome, sir. We extend warm welcome to you all on behalf of Unifest family, New Delhi, one of our associate, then St. Xavier College, a mentoring college to KV Pendarkar College and VB Dalvi College. Sindhu Swadhyay Sanstha of Mumbai University is also there. Sir, I request you to kindly guide us on this occasion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sharad Mahajan, sir. University of Mumbai is Model College, Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Darby College. Of course, funded by RUSA and Government of Maharashtra. At the same time, in association with or in collaboration with Dombivli Shikshan Prasarak Mandal's KV Pendarkar College and Sindhu Swadhyay Sanstha's University of Mumbai, St. Xavier's College, Autonomous College Mumbai, and supported by Unifest family under the aegis of RUSA, University of Government of Maharashtra. This particular Vishwanath Summit is organized through which this National Conference on Environmental Pollution, Causes, Effects, Status and Remedies has been organized today since morning. And I see that the presence of this particular national conference has made so darker impact, not just in academia, but it will also make an impact on the policymakers. It will make on policy making whole process. But before making any comments in that, I would first like to congratulate the Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College for this very visionary effort and academic venture that the college has organized. And I take a special privilege in congratulating the Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College, as well as the
supporters, Unifest family, the mentor, St. Xavier's College, and the collaborative partners, and at the same time, all the participants, uh, senior scientist, Mr. Suryakanti Iragiji. I heard him. I also heard Dr. Ranjita Chatterjee giving the review of the entire conference. Mr. Hemant Mahadik also produced, he read out the recommendations of this conference, which went on in 4 different tracks. I must also convey to you the best wishes which has been sent to you through me by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Suhas Pednekar sir, as well as our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir, has also sent their greetings for this conference. And uh, friends, I also believe myself to be really honored to be the part of this particular conference. Uh, and I have had a talk with Mr. Avinash Ji Dalvi a couple of times on about this conference, about this national conference on environment pollution. Friends, I particularly belong to social sciences, but the topic that this particular national conference, which is dealing, this national conference is dealing since morning. This is not a topic related to any one particular discipline, but it crosses the boundaries of all disciplines. So these days we are talking about interdisciplinarity of subjects. And broadly, we see that this particular topic crosses and touches upon all the boundaries, all the subjects across the disciplines, because this is related to human lives, because this is related to very existence of human species on this earth. And of late, be myself being the students of English literature, when we study in English literature, that 17, in fact, history, social sciences, and all the disciplines that we study, when one thing we all realized that after 1700, when there were really the emergence of industrial revolution, humans really take greater pride in exclaiming this, that humans could come out with something called machines. And we see that later on, the kind of a dichotomy between the human existence and the existence of machines. And later on, the whole situation goes in this way, that more and more there is advancement, scientific advancement, industrial development. And we see that this all leads to a kind of fixed situations. And just now, Mr. Dr. Suryakant Iragiji has mentioned about. Uh, I was really impressed with the kind of prolific writings, more than 300 papers our senior panel member has produced. And he was, you know, uh, while summing up, he mentioned that we all need to be really very, very careful. And apart from API system and apart from academic promotions, our all academic endeavor must lead towards the social welfare and social upliftment. So whatever issues that we all have been facing, these issues must, towards the end, ultimately, they should aim at human welfare. And I think that's the biggest challenge also for all of us. So, friends, literature or any kinds of scientific or social sciences related subjects that we all belong to, we all understand that one of the most serious things these days that we all are dealing with is the existence of sorry existence of human species on this earth. uh, Probably 2 years before, I was reading an article, and in that article, the writer mentioned the serious concerns over the human existence in this earth. While elaborating his point of view, he says that probably the next world war will be fought for claiming the share on the existence of share on the existence of drinkable water in this world. And the sentence is very profound. It talks about the serious consequences of development which we as humans we have really created in the last 300 years. And the World War First and Second uh, we have seen is because of insatiable hunger of humans in order to achieve our claims, in order to you know substantiate our claims that this particular land belongs to me, substantiate claims in terms of property, in terms of land, in terms of power. But ultimately, what it leads to is we have seen the consequences of both the wars. And the Third World War, if at all, which unfortunately we hope that we will not be witnessing this World War. But if at all, according to the scientist who has written this article, he says it will be fought for claiming the water sources, water bodies. And friends, it's on this particular moment I'm sharing this because largely we are talking about the environmental pollution and the kind of its aftermath, the causes, effects, in how lifestyle and everything is changing. So we see, I think, if any academician or any disciplines in academics that can rightfully, dutifully, should and must deal today is in order to solve the most imminent issues that human species is going to face in terms of environmental pollution, because uncontrollably it will lead to the destruction and the kind of most dreadful situation that we might face, be it in the form of global warming, be it in the form of scarcity of water bodies, be it in the form of dwindling seasons that we all have been witnessing last 10 to 15 years. India is really blessed with such a kind of a situation where we have our all the past generations have, they were very habitual to say that our seasons are three seasons in India. I spent couple of years in US. There also the seasons are very different. I see here in our country also the seasons are watertight compartment in seasons we have made, but unfortunately that our seasons are also dwindling in last so many days, so many years. uh, it has become kind of a practice now that in the month of January and February and March also it is raining. And so the seasons have certain reasons why they are dwindling. And to underscore the reasons is the human intervention into the environment. And I think now the same human interventions we need to put into the realm of environment to correct what incorrect we have done in our past generations have done. It is with this view that I think the entire serious deliberations which has happened since morning in this national conference, and very unique in its nature, that it was kind of a semi e-conference wherein we had also a physical presence of some of the faculties of the college, and we also have national intelligentsia becoming the part of this conference. I think this is very unique in its organization. So I think definitely the organizing team, the college management, the participants, the panel members, they really deserve a big round of applause for their performances. And the technical team, which has handled the whole mechanism, the whole process of this conference. I personally and also on behalf of University of Mumbai, I congratulate all of you for your unique presence and also making this conference very, very effective and flawless in its presence. Apart from this, friends, you see, in general, it is the teamwork, and without any teamwork, this kind of greater output in terms of any conference is not possible. but you all have made it possible. So I really feel very proud and I really feel very honored to get a part of this. I also wish my best wishes, and I would also like to congratulate all those who have won the Best Paper Awards. Just now, these awards were also announced, and to all those Best Paper awardees, my special congratulations and wishes to all of you. And I wish that such kind of academic ventures and endeavors you will be keep putting in your career, and uh, uh, more of social centric, and rather than academic certification and just making your files bulky, as Dr. Surukant Iyaragiji has mentioned. We should time and again look at the academic interventions into public life and facilitating human lives and human species. It is in this directions. Let's all of us work in this direction, make our presence, and we are very blessed that we are into academics. We have we have rightful rightful reasons why we should look into you know uh, the social life, the global citizenship, and how this life can be really most smooth. That kind of interventions that we as an academician, we as scientists should be putting into. There are great many challenges in making this possible. I live in Navi Mumbai, and in my building, there's also a senior official from Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation stays. And on a very casual note, once I had discussion with him, and I mentioned that you are heading different kind of squads of Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation. One of them happens to be that when this plastic ban, missions that NMMC started, he used to head those teams and going on in a squad, and then sealing the hotels and smaller shops where there are those carry bags, plastic bags are kept. I just casually asked him a question: why can't you ban those manufacturing companies who manufacture these plastic bags? And his answer was something that made me really thoughtful about it. He said, see, the usually the policies are like this, that the users have to be wise in their use. uh, the action is always towards the end of the process. So it is not that they will stop the manufacturing companies, but usually government has this kind of approach that use things with wisdom. So we have to apply our brain and use it with wisdom and see to it that what we are using is rightful. It's not a question of affordability. It's not a question of who has access to it and who doesn't have. But then we really have to develop this kind of practical approach and wisdom to see that what you're using is not harming the nature, not harming the environment. So, in short, to put it in brief, is this: we need to create such kind of awareness amongst all of us, among the youth and the classes that we are dealing with. So we have to create environmentally sensitive classes and citizens around us, which will really look into, which will resolve the problems much before the problems are aggravated. With these words, friends, I would like to conclude my speech. And before that, again, I would like to thank Mr. Avinash Dalvi, Mr. Dr. Sharad Mahajanji, and all the dignitaries, the panel members, and all the participants, paper presenters, for your patient listening and inviting me for this very prestigious national conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have guided us, you have guided us to have an interdisciplinary approach. Social sciences and pure sciences will go hand in hand. That will definitely create some different kind of awareness about these social issues, environmental pollution, environmental crisis, energy crisis. Your words of appreciation has encouraged us, all of us, sir, and we shall put efforts again to go from national conference to international conference under this Vishwanath Summit 2020-21. So definitely we have different kind of plans. Vishwanath Summit comes with the social issues as its motto is prosperity of global wellness, and we actually select such kind of themes. Last year, exactly on 29th March, there was lockdown and water conservation, conference on water conservation was conducted at state level. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and guidelines given to us. And we are encouraged by your talks. Thank you so much. I now request Nitish Gurau, sir, to propose a vote of thanks. Nitish Gurau, sir, from Vivi Dalvi College.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir, you are
Am I
audible.
audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I, Nitish Gurau, on the screen to vote of thanks. First of all, I thanks our chief guest, Dr. Samson David, former Joint Secretary, All Indian University and patron, Unifest family. I extend my gratitude towards President of the Conference, Honorable Chairman, Shri Prabhakar Desai, Dombivli Shikshan Prasarak Mandal. I also thanks to keynote speaker, Dr. Madhuri Pejawar, former Dean Faculty of Science, University of Mumbai. I also thanks Dr. Pramod Pavrekar, Senior Consultant, RUSA Maharashtra, Government of Maharashtra for his valuable remarks, and Captain Dr. Akbar Dalvi for Rajendra Sindhu Swadhyay Samstha, University of Mumbai. I also thanks Dr. Father Kate D'Souza, Rector and Chairperson, Sant Xavier College, Autonomous Mumbai for his welcome speech, and Dr. Prashant Rao, renowned surgeon, Honorary Secretary, Dombivli Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Dombivli, for vote of thanks. Now I extend my gratitude towards of our second session, Dr. Suryakant Yeragi, recipient of Best Teacher Award, Maharashtra State. And also thanks to Honorable President, Dr. Bayram Gaikwad, IC Registrar, University of Mumbai, of our second session. I also thanks to Dr. Sharad Mahajan, IC Principal, KVP College for comparing, and thanks to Dr. Rajendra Shinde, Principal of Sant Xavier College, Autonomous Mumbai for welcome speech of second session. I also thanks to the chairperson who supervised track efficiently. They are Dr. Neha Pajani, Dr. Neha Pajani Madam, Principal Govindar Public College, Professor Deepak Mandal, Vice Chancellor, SKB University, Purulia, Dr. Venkatraman, Director, Dean University, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Kailas Jagdev, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, KV Pendlegar College, and also thanks to Rapporteur, Dr. Bhavita Sawan, HOD, Dr. Bhavita Sawan, Dr. Dilip Kathipure sir, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, BNN College, Bhiwandi, Dr. Anish Chaudhary, Dr. Varshav Naravade, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, KVP Pendlegar College. I also thanks to panelists. They are Dr. Vijay Joshi, Chief Consultant, RUSA Maharashtra, Government of Maharashtra, Professor P.D. Raut, former Dean Faculty of Science and HOD Environmental Science, Shivaji University, Dr. B.T. Mukherjee, Associate Professor, KV Pendlegar College, Dr. Bila Nabar, Associate Professor, CHM College. I extend my gratitude towards our everyone favorite and mentor of our Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College, Shri Vinayakji Dalvi sir, for his valuable guidance. Without his valuable guidance, we can't conduct successfully this conference. I also thanks to Assistant Professor Hemant Mahadik, of Vijayalakshmi Vishwanath Dalvi College for final draft recommendation. Also thanks to Dr. Ranjita Chatterjee for sharing her experience. I also thanks to all participants who participated their present research paper. I conclude this program with pre-permission of chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now would like to request all of us to stand for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे